right? So that's like a different, thing that people are saying online. Yeah, look, you could watch the news, and what we've seen in the last few years is the news is so fucking
Can't give birth to a baby, they told me.
I know it might be.
Oh, I'm gonna pray the Lord. Oh, I'm giving birth to me firstborn. Gonna call him John Jr.
And sometimes
Little Johnny.
You gotta get with it, or you get.
He's hatching in the egg in me belly.
You're making that point to say what?
I'm making the point to say this is the future, right?
About what?
Israel gonna attack Iran.
Okay.
Lazo's the prophet of the people.
In regards to the fact that this is horrible, so on or whatever.
Little Johnny's coming out. Whether you like it or not.
Things that
Birth my first spawn syndicate.
Because I haven't talked to you in a while.
It's a pretty crazy comedy, I know. But I'm about to hop in the bathroom.
If you know where we are, or where most of us are in regards to this conversation.
Yes. So first of all, Happy New Year to everybody. Right?
Happy New Year.
Mm-hmm.
I
kind of take it like personal a little bit, right? Like when people make fun of different ways of communication. When people say social media.
Well, in 2026, we're not taking things personal. We're not taking things personal, and we're not assuming. That is a part of the 4 agreements, and we're going to work on that. So you guys were having banter.
Motherfuckers are Buddhists.
You said some things, he said some things. That's not a part of the conversation. We're sticking to the facts of the conversation, which is in regards to Venezuela, the oil, and so on. So that is where I want to have the conversation, because we got like 100 people in here. They don't want to hear that. They don't want that argument. So we want to stick to the facts.
Firstly, do you agree that there's no price America wouldn't pay to extract the world's biggest deposit of sweet crude? You agree with that?
Well, I don't know. You may not have been here, but
now he's going towards the series of questions to get to the heart of the matter.
I'm listening to the people
the truth
who are in this business.
It's not sweet either.
And they're saying
absolutely not.
It's not
sweet.
It's not sweet.
The money that it would cost to get this out. It'd be something different.
Most people don't even know the difference between that sweet food and black heel towel.
The presidents, Chavez as well as Maduro, they have not done a good job with what they actually have. So in order to actually go in and get it, there would have to be a lot of money to do that. Did you hear today that Trump said that the American people might have to fund this? Like, meaning that our taxes would go up to do that? Like, it doesn't make sense. For what? When we have so many other things that
go up, they're gonna borrow, give the corporations tax credits,
more money so that somebody else can get some
tax liability.
That doesn't.
Stuff like that all the time, though, right?
It wouldn't get. But that's not a good thing. Like the yield on it would take forever for us to be able to get an ROI.
Yield, oh my God, the first time I ever heard him use any kind of technical terminology.
If I thought it was a good idea, and I'm telling you why I don't think it's a good idea.
I think I agree. It's a horrible idea, right? However, this is happening. The backlash that you get from a lot of people within that region is this is like a crime against humanity. There's so many people. Like, part of being in the UN is saying, hey, look, you bigger countries shouldn't be able to take away people's sovereignty based on their resources and solely just off their resources.
We agree.
But if this is the new normal, this is going to be really, really bad.
We agree.
Possibly, this makes it worse than the Middle East, is because the people within this region have so much clearer access to the United States. And they've been in the United States for a very, very long time. And I don't think a lot of people realize how scary or how crazy that is. Yeah, they might not have nuclear bombs, but they have a lot of people.
Well, I was just listening to a gentleman who used to work for the government of Venezuela. He had an interview, and he was saying that the people, they don't think that it was right, but they would much rather have Trump leading than to have the vice president Rodriguez take over. because of Dulce Rodriguez, because of the her history and what she's done and how she has been a part of the running of what Maduro has done. So I hear you, but there's a lot of mixed emotions in regards to this. People they're not pleased with how it was done, but some people are more relieved to know or to think that Trump might be the person that's stepping in. So it's like one of them double-edged swords. It's like, okay, damned if you do, damned if you don't, kind of thing. Because, you know, in my mind, I'm like, how you just gonna go over there and take them people land like that? Just do what you want to do, right? But then at the same time, I'm a little different. I'm not, but I'm a little different than everybody else in this space because I'm trying to make it make sense. I don't see the benefit of the oil. I don't think that is the primary reason. I think that has something to do with it, but I don't think it's the primary reason. I don't know what the primary reason is right now. I don't think none of us really know because there's something behind the scenes that's not being discussed.
So so people say again, it's oil, right? The large reserve still means something, whether how hard it is to extract it or not, it still means something, right? It definitely means something to these oil billionaires, $1 trillion companies, right? It means a lot, right?
If it did, then why aren't they investing? They're not investing.
Yeah, because of the fact that so many of those people are armed. It's going to be a bloodbath.
They will invest. I understand. Yeah.
There's hurdles. There's hurdles in this whole thing. There's like stable government, okay? We don't have that in Venezuela. There's the discount that they would have to sell all that wonderful oil at their break even. Oh God, what was it? It was like their estimated break even between 42 and 56 a barrel, and that was in 2020. Major oil companies, more than one, will have 2 years, at least a decade of commitment, and for probably $10 billion or more. Maybe, I don't know, somewhere it does start with 10. That all has to happen, but they have profitable wells elsewhere that they don't have any. They have no reason to need to do this. They have no reason to spend this much money, but it won't be them spending the money. It will be the taxpayers paying for this. And again, you still have an answer to happen with Saudi Arabia and OPEC, and with China, who their loans are paid back by Venezuela through oil. So again, we're just, Saudi Arabia and China and all of OPEC, all the OPEC nations are just going to say, sure, we'll put out less oil so that U.S. oil companies can make money off Venezuela. I don't understand why you guys think this.
We're definitely going.
They don't know how global arbitrage works.
April is exactly 100%, 150% correct. April, Floyd, I love you. You're exactly correct. It will cost the taxpayers just like Iraq. It will cost the taxpayers a lot more, and the benefit will not be for you. And I love what Seth Moulton said today. And if you don't know Seth Moulton, he's a Democratic congressman out of, I think,
Massachusetts. He's running for senator. Yep. It's Moulton, Seth Moulton. Learning the textbook.
And I'm gonna just love what the man said today. He said a lot of working class kids like me went to Iraq to fight a war for oil. But we didn't see, it wasn't our families that saw the benefit, and it was big rich oil folks that saw the benefit. He said that today on CNN.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna land with that.
That's actually, but he was wrong that he said that. So let me ask you a question. In oil portfolios, how much is Iraqi oil in American oil companies? What percentage would you give? Just ballpark it. You, Alonzo, anybody else that believes this. What would you say? But in Iraqi oil, how much is in the Silbai? What would you ballpark? Go ahead, Trent. Where'd Trent go?
I don't know.
Okay. Anybody that agrees with Trent? Anybody that agrees with Trent? How much is in the Silbai? Okay, cool. So they can come back and tell us. And they can tell us where most of the oil goes. Goes to China and India. Which companies benefit the most? Chinese these companies. Is it privatized or is it nationalized? It's nationalized. Okay, we'll have to deal with that. Learned it in the textbook. So there was the idea that this was to make up for Iranian oil. How would 1/4 and falling, because Iran makes about 4 million barrels a day, and they make less than 1 million barrels a day, make up for Iranian disruptions? So that'd be my question to anybody who thinks this is making up for Iran. I said Iran. Oh, Iran. That's 2. Do people know how much they produce? Not a lot. Venezuela now is not in the top 10 of oil production companies. To get back to where they were during the heydays of Hugo Chavez, which was between 3 and 3. I learned all this in a textbook. Between 3 and 3.5 million, or book, 3 to actually articles, 3 to 3.5 million barrels a day. It would cost hundreds of billions of dollars. You'd have to wait for the country to be settled, any type of war, destabilization, whatever, and then somebody said 5 years minimum. 5 years minimum. That would make 3.5 million. That would still be less than next door Brazil. Still be less than Iraq. They would jump into the top 10, but wouldn't be in the top 5. They don't produce that much. This whole, they have these reserves. They've had the reserves for a long time. We've known about the reserves since the 1940s, earlier, because Standard Oil got there a lot earlier. I don't know anybody from Standard Oil read about it in the textbook a lot earlier. So the idea, so I'll leave there. The second point is the Iraq invasion is dumb. The money went to the military because of the full-scale invasion. You're telling me when Donald Trump's out of office, or Donald Trump in office, they're going to be able to pass bills with these Democrats and some Republicans giving hundreds of billions of dollars to oil companies? By the way, oil companies who might not want in because it might not be profitable for them. Number 3, since we can't interrupt, people are writing down. Number 3, to April's point, why would OPEC cut production for Americans to make more money? Otherwise, they'd be flooding the market and the price would go down, which would lead to what? Lower profits. What? Layoffs. What? It will fuck up Houston. Those are my 3 questions.
Yeah, I answer one of the questions, right? And the question I'll answer is why would these oil companies take that risk? I think these companies would take that risk because there's a possibility that they have $17 trillion worth of reasons why no money is enough money to invest in like such a, like a profitable place in this region. Right. Then there's strategic, benefits to the U.S. Right, which would be if, let's say, Venezuela owes anywhere between 10 to some people say $60 billion, right? And this was one of the ways that they were paying China back is the oil and those oil deals, right? This hurts China. This hurts the people. And then some people say, hey, Venezuela was doing a good job taking or upkeeping on production or those drills, etc. Yeah, those sanctions have a lot to do with that. The way that we've undermined Venezuela for a very long time, all these sanctions, that has a lot to do with that. It's not for the sake of just themselves, right? The United States, the European Union, they definitely have a lot to play at this, a lot to do with this. So many of those people died just based off like stopping medications, simple shit, stopping medications to come to these countries, like Cuba and Venezuela. Look, man, sovereignty is a big thing, and to many people that you haven't necessarily been sovereign. You don't understand like what that means to other people. That means everything to a lot of people. And what's happening right now, man, there's going to be a huge backlash. I could just feel it. I could be off on this, but I doubt it. I think that this sends a signal. And in part of that UN emergency meeting today, Russia said, okay, well, if this is the new normal, then we'll start the new normal. He said something like that. That representative from Russia today. And y'all probably see that in tomorrow's news or some shit. Unless we start talking about Epstein or some other crazy shit. But this is definitely a bad signal. This is definitely like a bad, thing. Now, maybe the U.S. is conceding Taiwan. Maybe, Donald Trump is saying, fuck it, take Ukraine. But there's going to be a lot of countries neighboring, like places like China and Russia, that maybe they might feel like it's better for them to take. What's going to be our response? This is bad, man.
China, boy. I can't deal with the sovereignty piece. The sovereignty piece actually undercuts the argument that oil companies would invest. That actually undercuts the argument because the companies would agree it's not worth it. This whole idea about 17 trillion, 18 trillion dollars that people keep saying, that's what it is now. That's not necessarily what's going to be in 10 years. I don't know why there's this really strange thing where people see a value and don't realize how the thing changes over time. Who knows what it's going to be worth? China's trying to get to carbon neutrality in the next 25, 30 years. The Eurozone is going green. We don't know what oil is going to be worth, especially heavy. You said it's not so much. Heavy sour is going to be worth in 40, 50 years. The idea that you're Darren Woods. Sure, you know who Darren Woods is because the way the other man, you act like I didn't know that, so I'm sure you know. You're Darren Woods. You're sitting back in a board meeting. Yeah. Let's go to the American tax people. Let's go to our board of directors and see if we can get 150 billion. Exxon's cash on hand, we looked up the other day, was like 30 some. And the free cash flow was like 40. I can't remember what's on hand. It's not even close. What about their other investments? So they're doing all this investments in green. They have their own projects. They just say scrap it. Let's go do it in a country that hasn't had a new pipe, in 40 years. Before the real bad sanctions really popped in, Maduro was doing a bad job with the infrastructure. The infrastructure is absolutely horrible. It's terrible. Their neighbor next door has surpassed them. We don't even talk about them because of the historical stuff with the oil around Venezuela. We don't even talk about Brazil. Brazil, by the way, also does have heavy sour. It has light sweet too, but it also has heavy sour. I think on the coast, on the east is where the light stuff is. Someone can check me. I'm listening from memory. I could be wrong. Learn this in a book, in a textbook. It's amazing the things you can learn in a textbook. Sorry. I clicked on somebody sent me a back channel it was about. So Trent saying they're going to do it, or anybody saying they're going to do it, I mean, I don't know. I'm going to be liked within the next 20 years. As you said, nobody's going to like me in 20 years because you know me in real life. So it's such a fascinating thing when people do not take into account the risk profile that this causes. The second thing I'll say, which is fascinating, is it going to be privatized? Or there was three questions. Is it going to be privatized or is it going to be nationalized? Go ahead.
You talking about the oil from Venezuela? Like when a new government takes over?
Yeah.
I hope it's privatized for their sake.
If it's privatized. So you want you want it to be privatized so that American companies could buy it up?
Nationalized for their sake.
Okay. I'm done.
Yeah, look, so I think we're all for it, right? I mean, Venezuela has a lot of things that they also have to, take, ahead. They have like free education. So yeah, there's a lot of resources that's going to that. They heavily subsidize things like electricity that their people benefit from. If they went just like straight capitalism, yeah, very, very few will make a ton of money, right? The U.S. oil companies, BP Oil, will make a ton of money. I don't know necessarily how that would trickle down to the everyday people, but they do a lot of things to subsidize or give free to their people, for them to do well or as well as they could do considering the circumstance, right? And part of the circumstance is, all these fucking sanctions that we have on them. And I might not mean anything to you, but to a lot of people in that region, that's a big deal, We speak about things like socialism all the time, but we do a lot of things to make socialism not work. And part of our way for it to not work is we fucking sanction and embargo the fuck out of these countries to make sure it doesn't work. If it's not going to work, then we should mind our business and let's see either fail or flourish.
So, one second, Devon. You want me to move on, or is the conversation too? What's going
I
on?
wanted to respond to some of the things he said. But go ahead.
Okay, so you said they provide electricity. During the Maduro regime, they had like crazy blackouts, and their electricity and energy infrastructure in the country regularly collapses. That's one. Two, the sanctions that the Obama administration put in were on like individuals. They were on like persons. It was not on like the company. The really bad sanctions were put in by Trump. Trump, by the way, that a lot of people decided not to support Harris, not thinking about what he would do to Venezuela. When her policy and the Democrats' policy is actually better for this region because they didn't put the kind of sanctions that Trump has done. So when we get back to the both sides of the same talk, we can go back to this. We can look at the sanctions. We can look at what Trump did with Maduro, et cetera, and see, actually, they aren't the same. And their South American policy would be one. But the idea that they provide all of this, but Maduro wasn't providing for the country. Their electricity was terrible. Imagine being Venezuela and you have crazy blackouts every year. Right? So my larger point is I actually appreciate it. I don't think there should be any sanctions. Well, I don't know about the individual stuff. I don't know if somebody smashed somebody's wife and you want to sanction them. That kind of stuff I don't care about. I don't think there should be sanctions. That's why I didn't support Trump. He has a literal quarantine, although somehow 16 ships, 12 ships from where it was, got through the quarantine, the so-called blockade, some unmarked dark ships going to China. This is why you don't support, you make sure Republicans don't win, because they're neocons. Now I want to go back to the oil piece because I think it's fascinating. There's no world in which they're going to get tens of trillions of dollars worth of oil out of the ground. None. It would take a refashion, take Saudi or Qatar or even the United States, not even the United States, sort of brand new. I mean, the pipe is constantly being upgraded. This infrastructure hasn't been upgraded really since the middle of Chavez. It's an absolute mess. The idea that the United States and oil companies are interested in trying to get trillions of dollars makes no sense. I'll tell you why. They didn't do it in Iraq. The United States, go look at a syllabi. Yeah, I'm going to pull it up when I go on mute. I'm going to pull up a syllabi. Go look at a syllabi or prospectus or portfolio for ExxonMobil. They don't have a lot of Iraqi oil. They have American oil. And as April reminds us, rightly so, a lot of this heavy sour stuff on Canada. This Venezuela thing is Cold War boomer brain. It's an attack on leftism. It has nothing to do with a country that produces 900,000 barrels of oil a day, which puts it not even in the top 10. Done.
I would love for the oil to be extracted and for the people of Venezuela to actually benefit from it. In Alaska, we have something called the Permanent Fund Dividend, PFD, that the oil companies pay into a fund on a 5-year rolling average. Well, it's boring. But if the people of Venezuela could work something out like that, that would be great. But the cost to have all this oil flowing again and transported and refined and to get everybody to agree to it, it's not going to happen overnight. It probably won't happen. I'm not going to say before Trump leaves office, let me put it that way. And for him to say it's coming, what did he say? It's going to come to him, he's going to control it? What? The 30 to 50 billion barrels, he's going to have the say over it? I just don't know if G and, what's his name, MBS, if they all sat down and had a talk. There's a lot of people got to talk about this. And the oil companies, the major oil companies are saying Trump didn't sit down and talk with them about this, or he would know what they could and couldn't do. So again, Trump is talking about the American taxpaying population paying for this. It won't be the oil companies. It will be us paying for it again.
You're correct.
It's
You're
always
correct.
the market's paying for it.
You're
But the big
correct.
wigs are gonna make the money from it.
I'm sorry, Alonzo. You're correct, April. But the other piece that we didn't talk about here, even if Venezuela could produce, assuming they could do 3.5 million or 4 million, it's not up to Venezuela. Venezuela is part of OPEC. It's actually one of the founding members of OPEC. And these 11, 12 countries set the quotas for each other. Saudi Arabia is the big dog, and Saudi Arabia Venezuela has to negotiate with Saudi Arabia and say, you are allowed to produce this much per day, right? Otherwise, the cartel is they're gonna get kicked out of the cartel, right? And the cartel is basically it's a price fixing of the oil prices, right? They hinder the supply to increase the prices. So even if the American companies go there and they drill, baby drill, I think Venezuela is going to have a problem with Saudi Arabia and other countries. They're not going to be part of the cartel. They have to be kicked out of the cartel, and then you're going to have a huge oil glut in the market, and the price is going to fall down. It's oversupply. So, going there, I agree with you, April, going there and thinking that this is going to happen within 3 years or even 5 years, it is insane, to be honest with you. It's not true. McKinsey put in an estimate of to increase 500,000 production per day, so to up to 1.5, is going to take them between 20 to 30 billion dollars to go through that. So it's not. These are massive infrastructure, capital intensive, projects. And
Community. I know you're productive, Sam. But the rest of these people, I know Norman's productive. I know quite a few other people that are productive.
Revenue share and making sure the government understand how they work with these oil companies. It's going to be really, really difficult. Until then, these guys will not get to do so much, but they might just stay in Venezuela just to have a president, just in case things change. But it's not going to be like they're going to be producing ton of oil. They just want to be close to things just in case of, the political situation changes or there's an opportunity there. But I know for a fact there is not going to be a production increase in Venezuela from here until 2028.
Yeah, a lot of them already have operations in Guyana. Why do they need Venezuela?
Right.
I just don't get it. I don't understand it. Maybe Trump can make all this happen. Maybe he's an orange magician. Maybe he can promise things to MBS and G. Maybe he can just give us away. He say, here, take it. This is my conspiracy sacrum now. I'm going to go on mute.
The 17 trillion in the ground, it would not come out with a $30 billion investment.
You're right. That's right. I
Okay, 100 billion.
No, a $1 trillion investment probably wouldn't get the 17 trillion out.
Oh, well, we're about to find out.
They spend
No, we're not. We're not going to get $1 trillion investment.
They
And
spend
the world is moving away from
Canada.
fossil fuel.
Yeah, I don't think we have
This is kind of a weird argument.
I don't think
I
we
gotta
have
be
the
honest,
best
it's a weird argument.
relationship with Canada right now.
What's that?
I don't think we have the best relationship with Canada right now.
We don't. When the next president comes in, we'll all be having poutine. Donald Trump's not going to be around forever? What is Canada? Wait, the relationship with Canada hasn't stopped with oil. I mean, Donald Trump was the one that wants to put the Keystone Pipeline extension back. Come on, man. We gotta.
Yeah, did y'all see Trump announce how much we were supposed to be getting?
That's what we're responding to.
Oh, okay.
This is so fucking horrible, man. We kidnapped the president and his wife. This is so fucking
I don't know if you guys seen the news just recently that the Danish government just had a bunch of some because they think Donald Trump is going in for all in on Greenland.
Were you ever in
Greenland, yeah. So, they think this is serious. Yeah, so that was not just serious that they
All right, so Bullish is laughing at my claim that the world is moving from fossil fuels. There was a $2.2 trillion investment in green energy last year. $2.2 trillion. I'll say it again. $2.2 trillion. Half of the world's economy, this is according to 150, are already transitioning away from fossil fuels. Yeah, there's an article here about clean energy milestones. We all know that China is leading, even while they're burning, they're leading to get to net neutrality in 2050.
Hey man, how's it going?
2060? Yeah, so I can't remember the offhand. The idea that we're not moving to solar and wind, and I'm telling you, nuclear is coming as well. I'll have Bullish come up and tell me how Bullish you got does. I'll $2.2 trillion investment in 1 year. It's not going to Bullish do.
Don't come up.
Nuclear. Go ahead, Bullish. You can tell us how the world is not. Come on, brother. Oh, he says, of course, I'm an unfair debater. I have an article here from Science. I know it's a book, and I don't live in China, so I'm not able to speak from experience, and I can't follow the social media, so I have to go by Science. They have a whole article here. What is this? Breakthrough of the year. The Senior Ensemble goes with renewable energy. Is Science's 2025 review. So I'm going to mute up. We'll have Bullish come
This is a
up
fish that can be bitten.
and tell us why the people here, I'll put it in the chat, why the people here at Science Magazine are incorrect on what they're saying about the move towards renewables and non-fossil fuels. So we'll have, I would love for Bullish to come up. I won't cut him off. We're not cutting each other off, Brother Bullish. I got chastised earlier, so here you go.
Yeah, and then there's so many benefits to oil too.
Can I chime in real quick?
Yeah.
I just want to say something.
One second, brother. One second, real quick. My fault. But there's so much benefits to crude oil. Plastics, rubber. Just basically.
gasoline.
Damn. It's like thousands of benefits to use. Thousands of different things.
Didn't you have a flaming sword?
Asphalt. Just building in
It was
general.
flaming like anything, wasn't
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many benefits. If we're speaking about how we're ramping up our military,
I gave it away.
so many benefits that we'll definitely take advantage of. So it's more than just
Didn't you have a flaming
just
sword?
oil, for the regular everyday people.
You did. It was flaming like anything.
A lot of protectionary reasons why we need this.
That would be
Pharmaceutical industry.
more reason not to extract from Venezuela. Why would you, if you have less
Stop all
demand,
this back and
and
forth,
more
this
supply,
apology and
that would like
apologize.
profit motive. So if you're talking about like plastics or certain kinds of, I mean, I don't know if you use this type of oil. And that's the other thing. Are all those things used for this type of oil? I don't know. I have to go through. But like, that's even less reason to pull oil out of the ground. So if you're moving away from oil to be refined for certain things that we consume most of, and then you have less demand for it, why would you flood the market when the United States is already the world's leading producer of barrels per day? What is that? 13 barrels? 14 barrels? 14 million.
Kindly call
And
us
then 14 million a day?
Trunk is so
Venezuela's not even a million.
distorted, so full of
Venezuela's not
nuts.
even the top 10 of producers.
No one
I
can
have
get a
bullets
straight
come up and
plank
tell
out of
me
it.
why I'm wrong.
You cannot cut them out
No.
in any way that makes sense.
Asphalt, carpets.
It is supposed to be wholeness and well-being. Here is in body and soul as all the elements of our bodies work together in perfect symmetry, and in peaceful harmony of every trace of illness, every hint of infirmity, send healing which you alone can bring. Sincerity, O you who are infinitely deep, yet also profoundly simple, help me walk this simple path. Free me from any facade of sophistication, which will only hinder my endless quest to come closer to you. Help me live my life with faith, with sincerity, and with perfect simplicity. Giving, my God, help me become a giver. Help me give and go on giving. You've called on us to be charitable. Show me how. Show me how to give with a pure heart, with an open heart, with a heart filled with joy. Lead me to those who are truly deserving, for giving is so holy an act. Help me find the truly needy and help them find me. True nourishment, dear God, teach me to eat right and to eat for the right reasons. Keep me from eating the wrong foods and from eating more than I should. Let all that I eat nourish me, never weaken or harm me. Let the food I ingest create a perfect balance within me, in my body, mind, and soul. Gaining perspective. Dear God, I need your guidance. Bring perspective to my life. For the meaningless allures of this world control me. Let me see beyond the coarse requirements of my daily subsistence. Let me bask in that which is truly precious, in the beauty of my relationship with you, dear God. Working to live, though I have no choice but to work to support myself and those who depend on me. Let my job never dominate my life and psyche. Let me never be so caught up in the pursuit of my livelihood that I stoop to dishonesty in order to get ahead. Let me make no transaction without recognizing that any measure of success I might find, I can come only from you. Oh God, see my pain, see the constant tension and anxiety with which I must function, with which I don't function. Touch my life with your love and your strength. With your wisdom I have more than I can bear alone. Troubles, kind, loving, mighty God, stretch out your hand to strengthen me. Lift me up from my abyss, right my wrongs. Turn my every failure into success. Look upon all my troubles and say enough. Priorities, oh God, help me fix within my mind the enduring truths of life. Let my every action be directed towards life's ultimate goals. For how can I face you, my Creator, without having...
A mailbox belonging to 84787346688 is full and cannot accept new.
Having invested all my days in preparation for that moment when I will meet you, how can I face you, source of my life, so long as I remain naked and barren, mired in the fantasies that form the substance of life's illusions? Living to the fullest, dear God, as I age, as hours turn to days. Days to weeks, and weeks to months, and months to years. Let none of my time be wasted or lost. Let me use my life to the fullest to become the person I am meant to be. In thanks to all that I can do in this world will never match all the good you've done for me. All my acts of kindness will never equal the kindness you've shown me.
And
Given all the gratitude I can muster,
we did
will
an exact
suffice to express my appreciation and thanks to you, my God.
and we did the exact same keyword search on Yandex, and like,
Words
the
were
results were
Nachman's
fucking
mantra.
wildly different.
I want to praise, tell
And
God everything I'm going through.
I would love to remember the keywords.
Explain
You
it
know, like
Nachman.
murder
Listen,
chat or like how
I
many
know I'm
people
trying to
click
pray the words
bangs?
don't come.
Hey, both, bro.
Not really.
Both. They're big
Shit
guys.
him, even
Yeah.
just calling out to God.
That's funny. That's
Rick Bono Shalom.
But the
Again
other
and
one, I
again
can't
is
remember the
extremely
keyword search,
beneficial.
but the top result on
Once
Yandex
when informed,
and this is, and
someone
then
was able to recite 1,000 pages of Talmud Rebnos, responded, yes, that is impressive. Yet there are those of the Rebbe's followers who can repeat the phrase Rick Bono Shalom 1,000 times. And praise, Master of the universe, you listen to the anguished cries and desperate walls of every one of your beloved children. You hear my incoherent cries. You comprehend my jumbled words. I try my best to reach you with my inadequate prayers. I call out to you and you understand. Prayer, God of life, help me pray with all the force I can muster. If only I could invest all my energy into each word, even into every letter of my prayers, I know that it would give me renewed strength, renewed spirit. Prayer to the Almighty is my life, says the psalmist. Please help me pray. Cry out to God, oh, how I want to cry out to you, God of strength, to cry undistracted, and with a pure heart,
I did this with Zach.
with all my strength.
But we did this with Zach, and fuck your feet, vagina, Zach, not you. And it was like we did an exact keyword search for like Clinton body count on Google, and we did the exact same keyword search on Yandex, and like the results were fucking wildly different, And then I would love to remember the keywords.
You mean like murder chat or like how many people Clinton banged?
Hey, both, bro. Both. They're both censored. That's funny, actually. That's funny. I never thought of it. But the other one, I can't remember the keyword search, but the top result on Yandex was, and then Zach began to see the light. The article.
Yo, Evital, Thursday, I'm going downtown to file the write-in petition. I have to get it notarized. I printed it out. And so I submit that Thursday, and then Thursday, downtown, they're determining who the gubernatorial candidate is, and another guy that I've been endorsing. It will be determined whether or not he can be on the ballot for governor. And the fake news is already saying that it's this guy named Darren Bailey who's like controlled by this fake Republican named Aaron Delmar. So Thursday is a big day here. It says I was removed. But the truth is, I will be a write-in candidate, and it'll be interesting to see if I can actually even generate write-ins. It's possible I could get some kind of virality, as a write-in candidate against Darren LaHood, because it's for real and it's technical. So we shall see. Your donation will not go in vain. But I was listening to a recording of me talking to these schmucks on here today, just for comedy's sake. But I got a hot bath waiting for me. I've been trolling and recording Goat, aka Isaiah the Professor, like for days now. It's exhausting. Politically correct. I put out fake news, that I reported Patty to her boss, and I think it changed their behavior a little bit because the room can be so crazy. But First Lady, she started singing the national anthem today, and she redeemed herself.
And with a pure heart, help me pray with all my strength to raise my voice in resounding supplication.
I would text you the link. So there's another guy who's recording Clubhouse rooms. It's called Clubhouse Live Podcast on YouTube. Let me get you the link. I'll put it in the chat. But you should subscribe to this channel because I'm working with him to record all these Clubhouse rooms in like a direct way using virtual computers. It's pretty interesting. I'll get the link for it.
Mine like thunderclaps.
It's not interesting. It's stupid, but
most recesses of my heart.
It's like some of these people are so shameful that the only justice they'll get is like recording them, because if you clip it, they sound terrible. I just want to quote Achek and say they're awful, horrible, terrible people. Clubhouse Live Podcast. YouTube.
one true word, oh dear God. For once, let me call out to you with one true prayer.
Can't
Let
even
me think
find
one
it.
pure thought, cry, one genuine cry, pray one absolutely sincere prayer to you, dear God. Prayer for healing, God of wholeness, God of healing. Hear our words, accept our prayers, send a special blessing of healing to my son or my daughter, or my mother or my father, among all those of your children who are in need of your healing blessing. Openness, dear God, I want to open myself to you wholly, perfectly, and sincerely. I want to tell you about my doubts, my certainties, my weaknesses, my strengths, my failures, my
Check
successes.
that out.
Breaking down the barriers, God. I want to break down every barrier that separates me from you. I want to lay out before you the parts of myself I'd love, and the parts I despise, the parts of myself that are healthy, and the parts that need healing, the parts I feel secure enough to speak of, and the insecurities I haven't the courage to share. Crying and sighing, the years have brought more pain than ever I imagined possible. When I cry, loving God, let me cry only to you. When I sigh, let that sigh be a pure, honest expression of a soul yearning for your light. Crying and sighing, let my cries and sighs heal me and restore me and bring me to joy. Let me never again succumb to bitterness or depressing thoughts of God. Show me life's meaning. Effective words, God of wisdom, teach me the right words. Teach me the very words that will touch the hearts and souls of others. When a friend needs my understanding ear, teach me the words to say that will strengthen, that will encourage, that will express only my love and concern. Effective silence, God of wisdom, teach me to relate to others with words they need to hear, with words that will never misguide. Teach me, dear God, that often the most effective words are no words at all. Teach me how and when to communicate with that most potent gift of silence. Sensitive speech, God of understanding, guide me, for my own words sometimes baffle me. When I relate to those around me insensitively, when I hurt, embarrass, or insult them, when I speak with a callousness that causes pain, when I lose myself in my own ego, God, pull me back to reality. Help others understand that I too am in pain, and let them be forgiving. Harmful words, oh God, help me avoid every abusive speech. Let no untrue word escape my lips. I pray that I never speak badly of others or speak empty words of flattery. Help me stay away from profanity. Teach me, dear God, when to keep silent and when to speak. And when I speak, oh God, you save me from using your wonderful gift of speech to humiliate or hurt anyone. Lies, ruler of the world, grant me truth. Spare me from the lies of others. Help me stop myself from lying to others. Save me from lying to myself and spare me from the lies of my own illusions. Oh God, never let me live a lie, even for only a moment. Holy sounds, oh God, your creation resonates with holy sounds. Let me hear them all. Let them penetrate my heart and rouse my senses. The jangle of a charity box, the voice of a faithful teacher, even the intonation of my own sigh when I cry out to you. All these sounds are holy. Oh God, let my heart hear them and all be uplifted.
1871 is the largest startup incubator in the United States. We have about 500 companies.
1871, so
who come here to explain all the resources they need to build new businesses.
When you come to a place like 1871 and you want to see innovation, and you want to
Tom
see
Alexander.
really what you're thinking about is the future. There's an expectation of a certain level of kind of technological sophistication.
Full service AV company.
And where CTI has been super helpful to 1871 has been as a partner in ensuring that when folks come in, they get a state-of-the-art experience.
So at 1871, we do over 1,000 events a year, big and small. Some are 300 people in this very auditorium. Some of them are smaller classroom workshops.
Pritzker owns this thing. I had a good event there, but nobody will give you money.
And thanks God,
They want you to work for it.
He taught me to pray, to sigh, to cry, to awaken true, meaningful words from deep within, words that strengthen, words that ease my pain and heal my wounds, words that dispel darkness. Thank you, God, for opening my lips and for teaching me to seek you through prayer. Feelings. Pray what you need, Reb Nachman taught. When it comes to praying for what you need, there is nothing too insignificant to ask of God. Reb Nosson once happened to mention to Reb Nachman some minor convenience that he was lacking, then ask God to give it to you, the Reb advised him. I was completely astounded, Reb Nosson relates. I would never have considered turning to God for something so trivial, which in any case I could have managed without. Noting my surprise, the Reb added, "Tell me, is it beneath your dignity to pray for something so minor? No matter what you need, the best thing you can do is pray for it." And praise, dear God of compassion, your mercies are with me always, every moment of my life. With each breath I take, only you can love me so completely, so unconditionally, so profoundly. If people care for me, it is only because you care for me. If any of my words find their way into the hearts of others, it is nothing more than a reflection of your all-encompassing presence in my life. Compassion, loving God, you are full of compassion. Teach me to be like you. Teach me to be kind and generous and loving, just as you are kind and generous and loving to all your creations. Please help me develop true sensitivity and genuine compassion toward everything in creation. Joy, God, I stand between and battered by the countless manifestations of my own inadequacies. Yet we must live with joy, overcome despair, seek, pursue, and find every inkling of goodness, every positive point within ourselves, and so discover true joy. Aid me in this quest, O God. Help me find satisfaction and a deep, abiding pleasure in all that I have, in all that I do, in all that I am. Positive attitude. Merciful God, let me experience your mercy. Save me from pessimism, from bitterness, and from cynicism. Help me overcome my negative feelings. Help me avoid every form of arrogance, every hint of greed. Loving protection. Loving God, protect me with your love. Prevent others from viewing me with hostility. Never allow the negativity of others to influence my life or affect my destiny. Seeing the good, oh good, it is always so simple to find the evil, the ugly, the bad. Help me learn to discount all that is negative in the other. Show me the goodness, the beauty, the kindness in everyone I meet. Power of love. Teach me to search for the fine qualities in others, to recognize their immeasurable worth. Teach me to cultivate a love for all your children. No one is without redeeming value. Let the good in me connect with the good in others until all the world is transformed through the compelling power of love. Soulmate, oh loving God, so many in your world live without true love. So many cannot find their soulmate. Have mercy on them, O source of all love. Let every lonely and incomplete soul know the wholeness of being that comes when one finds love. Living in love, God of mercy, God of love. It is sometimes difficult, so painfully difficult, to sustain a harmonious home life, to maintain a marriage based on true friendship and love. Let never a hint of argument, frustration, or suspicion cloud our relationship. We needed an extra measure of
Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, talking to Martha.
With genuine sensitivity and with open acceptance. Let abundant peace fill our home. Peace, God, help me learn to cherish peace, to pursue peace, to promote peace. Save me from the need to be always right, which leads only to tension and strife. Oneness, God, help me forge a oneness between myself and others, between myself and my spouse, between myself and my children.
This is, like you said, it's opinion based, so you're saying
within me. Help me become one with you. Learning to wait, God of patience, teach me patience. Help me learn to wait for the good that is just around the corner, for the assistance that will soon be within my reach, for the relief that is just a moment away. Inner calm, patient God, teach me to be patient, unruffled by those who anger, tolerant of those who exasperate, accepting of those who disappoint. Help me remain serene in the face of derision, calm in the face of provocation, composed in the midst of a storm. And God, teach me to be patient with myself.
private party.
mandatory. Forgiving. God, you know how urgently I need to learn to forgive. Help me douse all the anger that burns within me. Free me of resentment against those who have wronged me. Help me abandon all the animosity, all the hostility that clogs my heart. Help me turn my anger into love and my enmity into compassion. God, I never want to become angry. Protect me from my own passions.
Eliminating property taxes, and we're putting out a position paper on how to
resentment of others. Guard me from turning my temper against anything or anyone, even and especially against myself. A peaceful disposition. Teach me, O God, to seek only peace. Save me from every form of argument, controversy, and quarrel. Liberate me from every type of misunderstanding and strife. Where there is no peace, there can be no joy, there can be no love, there can be no true presence of mind, dear God, that may be mine to share. Contentment, dear God, save me from wanting what is not mine. Protect me from all jealousy, from desiring the money or the possessions, the position or the honor that belong to another. Let me trust in you enough to believe that what is meant to be mine will come to me. Let me trust in you enough to be satisfied with all that I have today. Self-esteem, dear God, let me feel close to you. Grant me satisfaction with my life. Let me rejoice in that closeness, and let me turn with that satisfaction into a sense of self-worth, not one based in arrogance or in feelings of self-importance, but humble as self-esteem rooted in holiness. Arrogance, dear God, free me of false pride, free me of the arrogance that accompanies an inflated self-image. Spare me from haughtiness, from the overloaded ego which stands for an empty self.
President, Chicago Teachers Union.
Never feel the need to belittle anyone in order to find value and worth, in order to feel valued and worthy. A haven of joy. Teach me the meaning of joy, dear God, strong, deep, genuine, and pure joy. Don't let me succumb to feelings of sadness, loneliness, and depression. Teach me to turn to you with my every problem, frustration, anxiety, and pain. Accept my broken heart, heal me, and shelter me in a haven of joy.
Is saying proudly, now we're all worried this like that. This is not working. Is when you say, you blocked me, and then all the rest of us are seeing it. We see it again. I've seen it at least 5 times today. And it's just absolutely, this is a bad look. This is an epic fail for them.
Well, and real quick to play off, just because Diligent, I think what you said there, it is certainly very ominous. And you mentioned Trump and some of the tweets. I just saw the White House put one out, I think it's maybe a half hour ago, talking about what they're going to do with the 50 million barrels of Venezuelan oil that they're going to bring to the U.S. And the craziest piece about it is that Trump says that he refers to me, as in he is going to be responsible for determining where that money that comes from the sale of those barrels is then distributed. Like, think about the totalitarian insanity. I mean, that's tyrannical. Like, this is a democracy. The president of the United States doesn't get to single-handedly decide that his military is going to retrieve.
Oh my God, they kicked me. Isn't that fucking crazy? They were accusing me of being some kind of Mossad intelligence asset or agent. And like, to me, that's like a compliment that I can like freak these people out. So we will go in on another account, because on X, I have so many X accounts. There's no such thing as anonymous, but that's a big room. So I'm going to go jump in the hot tub, go relax in a lavender bubble bath. And I hope you enjoy the show. This is Diligent and Ian Carroll and others who are obsessed with Charlie Kirk and Epstein. And I'm not saying they're wrong, but I'm just saying, you know, like, what are you doing with your life? Are you reading a book? Or you just listen to people fucking talk all day? Oh man, I might not be able to find it. Yep, here it is. 1,200 people listening.
people that not only will hold these conversations.
I love that they kick me because that like confirms they know me, you know?
They are, because
Impressive.
the masses are desperate for truth. I mean, they are out in the desert, desperate for a drop of water of reality, because we're all just being insanely lied to by every power structure that we look to.
Yeah, and the appeal to authority and the appeal for clout is gone. Like, how dare you talk about, dude? The Mac.
Fuck. I don't think I got kicked. I think I clicked out.
And they're all just, oh yeah, you're so great. I can't wait till your show starts, man. It's great that you didn't deliver on the Epstein files after you talked about it for 4 years. Oh, you're so great, Dan. Can I have your boot, please? It was like that. And it makes me cringe, dude. Just see grown fucking men behave like that. What the fuck is going on? That's not conservative. This is not conservative. Whatever. You know what happened? I'll say it. The conservative MAGA movement got infiltrated by the fucking establishment, right? And the divide between what they call the black pillars and the grifters and all of the names and the fucking cocksucking shills on the other side is real. The establishment shills are the ones going after the people, calling them black pillars, etc. And the black pillars and the dividers and whatever they want to call us are the ones that are holding true to their fucking principles. Take note. Take note right now. Go ahead, David. Sorry.
And the reason why, Diligent and Ian, that they have failed so miserably, the reason why they're so tone deaf.
Oh, we've missed out on John.
Yeah, the reason why is because.
Can you bring him back up? That's Candace. That's the guy that introduced, or did he leave?
Oh yeah, please bring him.
Yeah, John, request come back up. I don't know. He's got bad service.
Is that Noam Chomsky was, he deserves credit for writing Manufactured Consent with his partner there, and they had been able to manufacture consent for so long that they don't know how to be persuasive anymore. They just can't do it. Their strings, their levers just aren't working. And that's what's got them in a tizzy. They're really, really, I mean, when you turn the chessboard around, apostasy is on the rise, and it doesn't matter whether they accuse us of whatever it is that makes us heretics. We don't believe in them anymore, and they're desperate to turn that around. It's just not going to work.
And I think it's for some odd reason, I saw like accounts like talking shit on Candace calling people robots or whatever. I don't know. I didn't watch the whole thing, but she's not wrong. What she's talking about are fake fucking people being manufactured. They're so out of touch with the populist movement in America, and just common people, common folk, regular individuals such as myself and you guys, that you can't mimic it well enough. You can't mimic authenticity well enough for it to be accepted by regular people who live practical lives. You try to imitate it, you try to feign emotion and feign empathy, and it just, our gut instincts immediately reject it. You know what I mean? And then after a few minutes of observing this fakery, your higher brain functions, right? The frontal lobe, right? It starts to catch up, and it's like, oh my God, the reason why this feels so fake and gay is because it is, right? Because nothing these people say actually makes sense. It might work on paper, but when you try to like reason it out, it just doesn't add up. It doesn't make any fucking sense at all. And so they think that somehow by reinforcing something that is unbelievable, right? And that's what we're talking about here. They're using influencers such as Dan Bongino, for example, and the kind shills, Yep.
Temple, aka Beanie Baby.
Yep. Yeah. the Ali market, something that rhymes with Ali market shills, all of those people, they seem to think that if they reinforce this lie, that somehow repeating it enough and having enough people hear it is going to convince the masses that it's true, and that's just not the case anymore. There was a time, I think, in the parallel existence of the human consciousness and the development of social media where that was true. But I think we've moved on past that point. You can call it an inflection point, you can call it a singularity if you want, but we have moved on past that point where social media by itself, coupled by concept reinforcement, is enough to convince somebody of something anymore. It just doesn't work anymore. It just doesn't. It's wholesale getting rejected. I think it might, the people that it has the most impact on are probably the boomers that are still watching Fox News, NBC, ABC, and CBS on their cable televisions at night before they go to bed, right?
Which is totally curated. It's totally curated, and you notice there's nothing to it. They're saying nothing. The reason why we're winning, Diligent, is because a lie spoken 1,000 times can be destroyed by the truth spoken but once, and we're talking to each other, and that's what's killing it. That's what's killing it. That's why I really believe the Justice Department has been going on spaces like yours and other ones, is because they listen and they can't stop this train. Because the truth is so much more resonating. Mark Twain said, tell the truth is you don't have to remember. You don't, with your lies, you have to, sort of have a catalog of your lies and they all have to work together. Well, they fail so miserably in that. What do? They tell us just not to talk. They're telling us, how dare you talk about these things? And I'm sorry, but they're a little bit over-personifying what we all think into one person, Candace Owens, right now. And I think that's intentional because they don't really want to do is to address all the obvious questions. Why is it that everything you say about Epstein, about Charlie Kirk, about all these things, why does it just not add up on the face of it? Your narrative doesn't work. Forget any countervailing narrative. And of course the answer is don't think, don't talk. What inspires more incredulity than that? When someone's telling you, hey, don't think about this, don't talk about this, well, they're losing when they say that, when you get to that point.
Oh, I can't wait until the space with Mitch Snow tomorrow when he gets a really honest interview with somebody who's not just trying to get gotchas or destroy him. Wait till, it may not be tomorrow, it might be the day after, but I cannot wait to interview him. I had a brief conversation.
Can you tell everybody who he is and why
I haven't. Mitch Snow is Candace Owens' whistleblower for Fort Huachuca, and I messaged, I replied to his post 2 days ago and said, hey, message me, and he messaged me today and then called me, and we had about an hour and a half conversation, and I had a really good feeling about him. Here's the thing. People often have, I talk to people for a living, right? Like, this is what I do. I've been doing this for 3 years straight now. That's what we do all day, every day. And usually I can tell, I'm very good at sussing out the truth in spaces without seeing anybody, just from a vocal conversation. It's a knack I have. I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, right? And I'm not saying it's perfect either. And my genuine feeling from having a conversation with him was an honest discourse, right? There wasn't any hesitation where he had to think about what he was going to say first. His responses were quick, immediate, they were sound, they were logical, and and the only times that we hit an impasse was, if I was delving into something that maybe hasn't been revealed yet, right? And so I know just from that conversation that there is more about his story, something significant that has not been shared with the public yet. I know that for a fact from having a conversation with him today. And the detail that he had about the trip and why his backstory is so important is because
his backstory with the military is why he was there, right? When you think about, you know, his story about Fort Huachuca back in the day and his previous service and the cartels and all of this other shit, and you preface why he was at Fort Huachuca, why he was documenting everything, it makes sense. So, because when I first heard the story, I'm like, why are we getting all this backstory when he was on Candace? I'm like, okay, why are we getting all this backstory about his prior record? And then, you know, after I spoke to him today, particularly, I'm like, oh, one thing leads to the other. It's the reason why he's there. As a matter of fact, it's the reason that it was given when the authorities asked him why he was there. So it's actually paramount to the conversation. And, you know, his description, and I didn't get too far into it because I wanted to, I don't really like to have a whole like interview and then have somebody come on stage and then interview them again with questions I've already asked. So I actually didn't get too far into his story at the base, just because I wanted to save it for us when we do our space together. But I can tell you this, and it's not something that we already knew. The time that he saw the people at the hotel was between 5:30 p.m. and 6 o'clock. So, and that was, remember that was a question we needed an answer to, Noxie? That I remembered to ask, and it was between 5:30 and 6 p.m. Mountain Time, which would be between 7:30 and 8 p.m. Eastern Time.
On what day?
On the 8th. On September the 8th. And the night that he saw the two individuals he purported to be Erica Kirk and the unknown guy. I will say this as well. He's being careful, and this approach is smart. So, you know, because I'm like, I wanted to ask him if he saw a few other people there, and you know, he was like careful, and so I was like, well, ask Candace to send you a picture of this and talk to her about it, because I don't want to fuck with whatever investigation that like they have going on or whatever it is that they're holding on to. And so I'm trying to be careful to navigate, not to step on his toes or her toes or fuck up anything that may be in the works there. So, but that being said, the shit that he told me was precise. It was accurate. I looked up the restaurant that he said he ate at and what food they served there. It was accurate. It's the only one there. It's like a Mexican sushi shop.
Mexican sushi sounds weird.
It is really weird. He said it was so oddball, that's what it was, but he said the food was good. And then when I looked, it does have good reviews. So I don't know. This is fucking, you know what I mean? But the small details, and that's what I think matters. It's why the Kabbat picture is being fucking annihilated. Because the details matter when it comes to these kinds of things, right? And so the details that he gave me, and I didn't go through his whole story either. I mean, I barely touched it. They added up. And so I find him to be, you know, just from what we know that he was on the base when he said he was, his estranged son confirmed that the military police called him on that live stream, on one of the people who was trying to discredit him. And so that, plus the conversation I had, I find him credible enough to put on my platform all day. And so I will, we are going to crowdsource a interview with him. I'm going to bring people up. What we're not going to do is smear him or dig into his past that has nothing to fucking do with Fort Huachuca. And I don't want to spend a whole lot of time talking about it. I want to extract as much information about his trip to Fort Huachuca that he will let us. And so that is going to be the prerogative of a diligent denizen space and interview with Ned Snow as compared to some of these establishment shills. Carol, go ahead. What's up?
Thanks. Hi. And hey, hi, Noxie, too. So let's put a thumbtack in what you just said, because I don't want to take you off course, but I want to go back about 10 minutes. And we were talking about authenticity. And I think that there were some issues that you mentioned that came up in another space I heard you on today about who's actually listening or who's talking in some of these spaces. And I wanted to bring to your attention that during one of your Charlie Kirk spaces, this happened in at least 2 spaces. I'm going to go back to, it was either late October or sometime in November, prior to the Fort Huachuca. You had a couple of speakers, and they were so hilarious. I had to listen to them twice. I thought, what the heck is this? It sounded more like the Phil Hendry show, the old time, than your show. These were blue check accounts. You had them speak, and they were kind of weird. So I went back and I looked at the accounts, and in both cases, they were definitely they looked like sock puppet accounts. In that, even though they had blue check, the entire feed, you could go back a year or so, it was all kind of ad promotional for X and for Grok. Is this the first time you're hearing about this?
No, I run into sock puppet accounts all the time.
I thought that it was, yeah, I mean, I just thought it was kind of weird.
Yeah,
That's all I wanted to say, because we were talking about, the authenticity thing. I'm surprised anybody even lets me talk, because I don't have a blue check mark anymore, since I go by my, good. I go by my real name. I'm doxxed anyway. I just wondered if you were aware of that, so I guess I'm not bringing
especially
anything
in the
new.
wake of Epstein, the weirdness,
Yeah.
like what you're talking about is the only thing I have to compare it to, the 2 strangest experiences I've had as a citizen journalist.
Yeah.
Since I've decided to do this full time.
Yeah.
Was with Epstein and now, and for Roger.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And the tactics were exactly the same. And the accounts that are coming out, like, I'm having accounts like tag reply pictures of people saying that it's me, and it's not me.
Yes.
But I'm like, these accounts, like, every day the person is different. And I'm like, not just that, but there's like screenshots, just any kind of smear, anything that they can come up with or try to come up with. Let me just say this, I'll just save y'all some time. I have, before Epstein happened, I hired professional services to erase my data footprint. And, I would suggest anybody who is front-facing to do this.
I've had to do it. I've had to do it before.
It cost me a bit of money, but I would say it was worth it. And the shit that they've come up with trying to attack me or trying to say it was me or whatever, I've had I think it's 5-6 people now. They said it was me, and I'm like, it's not me. I don't say anything.
You'll get more than that. I mean,
I don't.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I don't say anything because I don't. You know what I mean? I just want them. I want them to think that.
Okay.
I just let it go. But my point is that the attacks are sophisticated, right? And a lot of these seem like bot accounts or something, right? Maybe a network of like alts. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, they're not actually like what we think of as regular bot accounts, because somebody is speaking, and it's like
There's sock accounts.
Yeah,
There's
sock accounts. My
yeah.
radar, why my radar, and not everyone here listening to me, but I'll repeat for the sake of anyone who doesn't know. I've been an attorney, a practicing attorney since 1989, okay? And much of my career, I do transactional work, and I've been in finance and securities, but much of it has been child protection. As an arm of the court, as an expert witness, and as a child and family investigator, attorney, and guardian ad litem. So I'm very, my radar and my threat scanning, I'm constantly scanning for threats, for security threats. And I've been seeing it, noticing it more and more in the past, you know, it was bad enough with Epstein, but then with the Charlie Kirk, a lot. I mean, I just think that there's your concerns are right on the money. Don't ever always count on your security or the people that you hire to do your online cleansing. Be very careful and do your due diligence to vet those people, because sometimes you find insiders in those who are supposed to protect you. That's happened to me.
I think Charlie Kirk may have figured that out the hard way.
Yes. Yes.
Yep. All right. Let's.
Thank you
Thank
for letting me talk. Okay. Bye. I'm gonna drop down to listener.
You're good. Thank you so much for coming.
Okay. I love all you guys. Thank you.
Love you.
Bye. Thank you.
We're gonna reel it back into Charlie Kirk. Go ahead, AG.
Oh, hello, friends. What's up? Oh, Ian left. Hey, this is a war zone, guys. And there are military operatives and there are foreign governments that have vested interest in understanding what we're talking about, in manipulating what we're talking about, and trying to change what we're talking about and what we understand. So, easy way to do this is to understand search queries and what people talk about, obviously, and talk about accounts. And I'll get off this real quick because that's all I gotta say. But it seems like the pro-mRNA people are the pro-Gaza people, are the don't talk about Charlie Kirk people, are the don't talk about Epstein people. So do with that stuff what you will. It shows up in the data of network forensics and when you query accounts, and it's just an irrefutable fact.
Say that the pro. Wait.
Clock.
What
That
time?
at least six.
What region? Like what?
There. Right. So if that was 5:59 is when Kash Patel tweets, we know in the text messages that he sent that he knew that Kash Patel had said that they had been released, and he was talking about that. So we know that it was after 6 o'clock that he started texting with Lance. So if he was at Dairy Queen at 6:38 p.m., which she said that would have to move forward or back, but he's still at 8:45 p.m. is the receipt in Panguitch, which is 3 hours away. So even if it, and then the police report or the news report from Fox says, where did it go? I just lost it. Anyway, it said that he returned later in the evening whenever there was the squad car. Anyway, he returned later in the evening to retrieve his rifle. If it's later in the evening, how did he drive 3 hours away and then 3 hours back? That doesn't make any sense. I'll find the Fox News article.
Okay. Let's let's go to some of these new people up here on stage, and then we'll look at timeline with you. They keep dropping. Crystal, you keep requesting to come up here. What's up?
Thanks, Diligent. Something I just wanted to ask your opinion and Noxie's. Is Charlie's? I don't hear much people talk about Charlie Kirk's parents and how obviously it's impacting them, and I've even wondered, maybe are they a source for Candace? I don't know, but just something, that you don't really hear about with all of this going on.
They are extremely private.
Yeah.
The only times that they've made a public appearance was at the funeral, and then they were also present at the medal ceremony in DC.
Yeah.
But they weren't front and center.
Yeah, just watching
They
their.
kept quiet. As far as I know, she might be talking to him, but as far as I know, I don't know that she is.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's strange. I mean, obviously, if that was my kid or whatever, I'd be scorched earth. So it just seems crazy, and like what's going on there, with all of this coming out. I don't know, just my thought. And I wanted to see what you guys thought about it too.
Yeah, I mean that's. So I've looked into his family a little bit, and they are extremely private.
Mm-hmm.
And if they weren't, then I would reach out, but they are, and I don't want to disturb his family, so I didn't pursue it. Yeah, something to consider. Thank you so much, Crystal.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm not dropping people down. Hold on. I'm not dropping people down, by the way. It's doing that automatically. I keep, if you get dropped, just request, I'll bring you back up.
No,
and then the system's kicking me, I know.
Yeah, I got booted and then I had to come back in. So, I want to apologize for last night. I was embarrassed by it. Andrew Kovac followed me, and then I realized it was a bogus account, so I want to apologize by that. Shame on me.
Not necessary. Do you have any thoughts about what we're talking about today?
Yeah, absolutely. So Candace's show tonight revealed something I think is really important, and it was about Robinson going down to that steak dinner that was 3 hours away from the ice cream place that he just went to, which I thought was really strange that all these media outlets were in a manhunt search, and these were the two things that they kind of just totally ignored. They totally ignored him stopping at the ice cream place, whatever it is, and dropping the clothes off. They totally ignored that, and then they completely ignored going to the steak shop. Any news outlet would have probably jumped on this and been at that steak shop and interviewed anybody. Even the local news in that town would have probably done some interviews or something like that. But a complete blackout, it just seems so strange to me, and it kind of is telling of how the media is portraying this whole thing.
Look no further. I agree. It's like look no further. The lack of curiosity for so many, the media, the so-called independent media, the new media, it's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's really difficult to figure out, what Erica's saying and what Covet is saying and all these other people are saying, because it's going to have to take some kind of personal connection to them. And then, of course, you're going to get through a lawyer or something like that. But the obvious fact that this kid drove 3 hours away and had a steak dinner, paid with his credit card, right? That's like number one. Like if I'm gonna go and commit a crime like this, the first thing I'm gonna do is make sure that I wipe everything on my credit cards, wipe everything on my cell phone. That's like, anybody who's watched Columbo or Nancy Drew knows this. And the fact that this kid is going to drive 3 hours and go have a steak dinner on his credit card is just ridiculous. It's just insane.
Well,
And to your
hold on. I can speak to that. His hometown, his parents' town is along that route. I know because I drove it. His hometown is about 4 hours south of Orem, and so that place would have been along the way.
Yeah, and his grandmother lives in that town. So, I mean, it makes perfect sense of why he would go there. But if you're going to commit a murder, right, you're not going to go to Dairy Queen. You're not going to go to Dairy Queen. You're going to probably puke your guts up in an alley.
Or stop and eat. Yeah. Or stop and eat a steak.
It just makes absolutely no sense unless you know that you were probably paid to do something as a distraction is what you're probably thinking in your head. And then you go off and you just do what you have to do and then you think you're scot-free.
That's where I think.
Yeah.
But to your point about the media, that would be an automatic story, right? I mean, just imagine if you're a local writer for a local newspaper. You put Tyler Robinson, you put Steakhouse. I mean, you're going to get readers, right? Just any normal journalist, would do that just because he knows people would read his article. I mean, it makes no sense that they would just not cover it at all.
I did it. I was that was weird. Maze, it was when he said Maze and Melby, he did grito.
I think he said grifter.
He said, I just want to say Maze and Lova, he's a grito.
Yeah, and Diligent would go to the steakhouse and he's a vegetarian.
I am not a vegetarian. I love my steak medium rare, and I prefer filet. So if anybody wants to buy me a steak, that is what I get. Besides that, though, actually I don't let other people buy me steaks, but that's what I eat. I did go to the places surrounding the university when I stayed there, and did, in fact, show his picture around and ask if anybody had seen him. Talked to the waitresses at the steakhouses near there, ironically, and it's funny. A lot of them. Oh wow. Okay, that was weird. We'll talk about it later. Let's go to some hands real quick. Go ahead, format.
Well, real quick, before you do that, what kind of feedback do you get from those people? Like, are you getting feedback from students and things when you go to these areas where they're like WTF? Are they like behind you?
Some of them seem most of them are skeptic. The ones that I talked to, and I recorded this, some of it's on my timeline. The wings has had a different story than what. First off, the consensus is that it didn't sound like a gunshot. Each and every one of them said that it was quieter than a gunshot. I believe I have 6 witnesses, 3 that I talked to myself, and 2 or 3 that were interviewed by other people that all said that it was quiet. It sounded more like a firecracker than it did a gunshot, as far as the bass goes, right? The concussion from a gunshot.
Which is weird because gunshot, as someone who has heard it quite a bit, gunshot usually sounds kind of louder than you expect. It's very jarring.
The steakhouse waitress that I was talking to next to my hotel when I was there, she was a Candace watcher. So, because he was saying things I had heard, from our spaces, and I'm like, how are you talking about him leaving Israel? And how are you paying attention? She's like, I watch Candace. And I was like, oh, okay, well that makes sense. And then so what I would do is I'd be like, well, what about your peers? They all shared the same sentiment. The belief in the Fed narrative from the people I've talked to is low. Now there were some people, I was sitting in the hot tub one night, and there was this two women came and sat in the hot tub. One was older, and one seemed like an adult daughter of hers. And I asked them,
That's awkward.
I asked them, no, I mean, it was purely, normal, whatever. I asked them, I pretty much asked everybody. I had a chance to when I lived in the area, or when I stayed in the area, was, what their thoughts were about it, and what the thoughts were of their people, and what did they believe, what did they not
I'm
believe.
gonna end this room.
And the two that I met that were adamantly in belief about it were a couple that were Mormon, and they had a daughter that was living in Orem at the college, and they were there visiting her, and she was in there too. And the two women, the woman and the daughter, they were vehemently opposed to anything other than the Fed narrative, which I thought was kind of interesting, because it seems like the Mormons are the ones that are pushing that. It's weird, isn't it? Like, I think that there is something to the belief, and I'm not saying they're all like this, but it seems like there's something to the ideology that respects authority or like reveres authority more than I would say your average American citizen. There's less dissent from the narrative that I've seen. And I'm not saying anything to disparage those people, at all. I'm just saying, like, just from, like, who I've talked to, I have a subscriber who's a Mormon, and she doesn't buy any of it. So it's not, can you mute your mic, please, DJ? Thank you. So it's not like, I'm not making a blanket. Okay, I'm gonna have to drop you down. I'm not making a blanket statement here, but yeah, there was something interesting.
I heard
about
you're from Venezuela.
Like the people who were Mormon that I talked to that were there were less interested in the alternative narratives. And then, like, when the dad came down, he did come down while I was talking to those guys. He was like vehemently opposed to anybody who challenged that narrative, right? Like, he was, and it was ideological for him. It wasn't like he was some conning shill up there trying to convince the masses. It was somebody who was buying into what they were selling, which I thought was. I imagine he was. I didn't ask him. The women said they were Mormon. They were all together, so I'm just assuming that they were all Mormon. Yeah, they're thick in there. They're thick throughout that area. It was crazy. Go ahead, Miss Lou.
You called me.
Format. Yes. Sorry, it rotates.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, I just got to run here, so get it out. So I just wanted to mention for today, like, part of the investigation is seeing who's covering it up, right? That's how we know JFK was an inside job, because the TV and the media were covering it up. That's how we know 9/11 was bullshit. That's how we know the Tyler Robinson slop is bullshit. And now the media is us, right? Here on Twitter, and it's being infiltrated, right? So now all of these types like Alex Jones, Nick Fuentes, Tim Pool types, the Evan Kilgore, Proud Boy types, Fuentes pushers like fucking Trillion, they infiltrate by using a little bit of truth, then turn around and lie when it really matters. And we need to call them out.
I don't want to disparage people who are out in the space to themselves.
I hear. This is kind of like the whole reason I wrote this little speech, this format talking. And so I'm just saying we need to call them out. It's the same playbook every time. Like they tell people tell people you're critical of the official story. That's the playbook, like Alex Jones did. Then use ad hominem attacks against people investigating instead of attacking their facts. Right? Like I was listening to to who you don't want me to mention, gaslight everyone in his space today.
I just don't want you to disparage people who aren't here to defend themselves. That's all.
I hear it. Yeah, I was just listening to this space where this guy was gaslighting everyone all day, and like I'm fucking tired of it, right? So I'm calling him out, and I recommend everyone start calling out all the shills on spaces, because that's where the battle for your minds is taking place right now.
Everywhere I find them, bro.
For sure. Yeah, no, you're doing a perfect job, right? I just so, like when I was in that other space, right? A lot of people were too afraid to say to his face because I don't know, maybe he's got a big account, whatever. They like being in his spaces.
Trillion, you're being paid. If you would like to come have a conversation with this individual, he has some.
Sure. Yeah.
Grievances he would like to address with you, sir.
Absolutely.
Let's move away from Trillion. But you can continue with.
Yeah. Let me finish this thing. So well, okay. I did kind of. I made a note. Kind of trying to get through it.
Because that's where talk about a person. I mean, you told him to his face already, so why would you go to a whole nother space? You understand that that's not a good look. That's some like pussy shit. I mean, I'm just.
No, I'm calling everyone out, and I'm saying everyone should be calling them out. Anyway, so so my point here is this is what. Yeah. No, and so here, well, let me finish this little note, right? So I was saying, because that's where the battle for your mind is taking place. It's right here on Twitter. For your minds. And then I was just going to say, like, Diligent is not using any logical fallacies ever, and that needs to be highlighted, right? And I'm, like, recommending that people, like, make a thread of all the people who are not using logical fallacies, who are not using ad hominem attacks, highlight them, and all the people that are, that came in with, like, oh, let me tell you a little bit of truth. Yeah, I'm super critical of the Charlie Kirk investigation. There's a lot of bullshit, but every time it comes to a point that matters, all of a sudden they start gaslighting. All of a sudden they can't use critical thinking. All of a sudden there's a million fucking logical fallacies coming out of nowhere. And so I'm making a thread. I'm going to be putting everyone I think is sus in that thread. I'm going to put in the information that they said is sus. And I hope you guys help me out and help me add people to that list.
So he comes and begs for help for people to like.
I don't. He's allowed to do what he wants. Like, I don't see any harm.
Like, he had to write that down. He had to write down the fact that he disagreed with
I think it's kind of funny.
Come on, man. Like,
I shut him down. I didn't let him disparage people who weren't here. Like, I don't understand what's
boring.
All right. Well,
okay. I'm calling out people who are gaslighting. All I heard in that space today is how.
With you. It's a little funny that there's the. Hold on. It's a little funny, like it's a little comical to me that there's a cat on my stage with a Christmas hat on it, and he's calling out who he perceives to be shills in his face.
No, listen, I do believe it because this is the same point that I've heard from all of these people that seem very sus is what I heard in this space today where where was Candace Owens on the 9th? Where was Candace Owens on the 10th? It's complete ad hominem bullshit.
It is bullshit, but I think that, the more airtime we give it, the less time we're spending on talking about the shit that we can, that has some substance to it, so.
Yeah. I just mean if we let the infiltrators infiltrate the ranks and then fucking sow division and all that bullshit, the investigation is gonna move along a lot slower. So we do have to call them out.
What you're doing right now, you're sowing division. Let people have their.
No. I'm sowing division against.
All right. Let me just. I'll let you say your piece. It's fine. It should be mindful. Everybody's mindful of people who are sowing division or whatever. The other side says that too. They say that the skeptics are also sowing division within the ranks. And I would just encourage everybody to use their critical thinking faculties, regardless of whichever side they're on. And please entertain anything that is presented to you as something that should require scrutiny and further research to verify anything that's said, including from myself and anyone in my spaces. Right? If you me or any of my posts, the AI, I would rather have you look into it before you just considered it as fact. That's just how I would just rather have you do. And we should approach everybody the same way. And he does bring up a good point, and it's this. A logical fallacy is it is a tactic used by people trying to convince other people of things that doesn't revolve around reason or a chain of reason, right? So, for example, if someone is appealing to your emotion, such as Mitch Snow, his testimony at Fort Huachuca doesn't matter because me too, right? That's a logical fallacy. That's an appeal to emotion. If you're, well, his ex-wife accused him of abuse, but there's no criminal record or any photos of the abuse or videos of the abuse. But because she says it, and because that makes him probably a bad man, you should not listen to the rest of his testimony. That's a logical fallacy, right? Anybody tries to discredit somebody based on some kind of character flaw, right? Or something that has nothing to do with what they're saying, that is ad hominem. That's a logical fallacy. Appeals to emotion, again, are logical fallacy. Anything that diverts away from the substance of a claim is a logical fallacy. And just detect it, if you can, in real time. Whenever somebody says something to you about somebody being beaten, somebody being raped, somebody being murdered, or whatever, when it's in conjunction with a conversation that has nothing to do with that, they're trying to manipulate your emotions and appeal to your emotions to sway away from the facts of the discussion, right? It's a manipulation tactic. And so if you can realize that's happening to you, not only should you not listen to it, but also call it out to the person who's talking to you. Be like, hey, I understand that's a horrible thing, but we're talking about Fort Huachuca and not something that happened between a wife and a husband 10 years ago. So I think it's important that we do recognize these things. Thank you for bringing it up for Matt. Let's go to...
Wait, I just want to say something for Matt real quick. For Matt, Charlie is good-hearted. He just loses his patience with some things. That's all. He doesn't mean to. He's not gaslighting anything. I was a speaker in this space. But if you are going to make a post, I will retweet it for you.
Okay, listen, I know Charlie, like, when I wasn't in his space, is he?
That's enough. That's enough. Yeah, we're moving on. Let's go to Kathy. Go ahead.
Hello, this is my first space ever.
Yay, you're a second first space tonight.
Yay, okay. If someone is going to commit a murder or do anything or assassinate Charlie Kirk, a thought has to enter somebody's mind. I want to assassinate. A thought. And a thought is going to enter one person's mind. I don't believe that 50 people all over, the world all at the same time said we need to assassinate him. So that thought had to enter one person's mind, and based on what Candace, it kind of put everything together, that Tyler was the ringleader. He came in, he was the one who hired all the employees. He was broke. He was very well connected politically. He was the one who introduced Erica to to Charlie.
And so what's the need, for example, for a 1,200 transportation companies inside of...
More simple than everybody seems like it's complicated, but usually things are simple. And Erica basically was miserable, I think, as a miserable housewife, and staying home with screaming kids is not a very fun job. Used to a different lifestyle. And Charlie began getting more and more
from the senior vice president of the...
I believe that Erica, and just based on the facts of who Tyler was, in that the personality we've seen out of Erica, her behavior, that they may have gotten together, and Erica's mom is very well connected on the
Society Foundation. He quotes a Clinton campaign advisor saying, quote, it will be a long-term affair, and...
on the political side, politicians, and...
Are you talking about Tyler Boyer?
Yes. Because he's the one that apparently came in when Candace hired Candace, and then he hired everybody. He was responsible for hiring everybody. So he started bringing in these different characters, and people in that ring, they know who's who and who will take bribes and take money to cover things up. And he was very well connected to these politicians, the Farnsworth. And so on that side of it, he had plenty of connections plenty of connections. And on Erica's side, her mom had plenty of connections with the military and weaponry. And I mean, I could throw in my opinion about Cabot. I think that, you know, he does play a role, but I think that this plan has to
that many fabrication.
And I think they just worked it out from there, from the people he brought into the organization. I think everything was fine until he started, probably the last year and a half, as he started asking questions, and he was very wise.
I want to dig into this, this Farnsworth character that.
Right. I think
I dug into this connection. I've done so
I've got a serious question and I need to hear you guys answer. And it's way beyond anybody's imagination to pull them out. The state doesn't even know, the feds don't even know.
You or Nada or Blake or somebody would finally read my tweets about this. I didn't DM it, I just would leave it on like your post, like a comment.
My shit's
Says, why would that judge bow down to the head of the Somali mafia here? What I can tell you is that it's a voting block.
Who's related to
and
which one? There's two Farnsworths that are in Congress in Arizona. There's David Farnsworth, and then there's the other one that we posted the picture of today. That Eddie Farnsworth. So there's two different Farnsworths in Arizona politics. So which one is it? Are you there?
Yes. Oh, I'm not sure. I understood they both were connected to them. One was what positions they held, but one of them was in a lawsuit with Tyler Boyer way back. She said that.
But we also think, critically, that whistleblowers tell GOP candidates that California could be losing $250 billion in the state's education system, including reports of fake community college applications, scamming student aid funds. Which brings us to a different kind of fraud.
And tell us as much about the Arizona politician known as Eddie Farnsworth.
Ghost daycares and whistleblowers tell GOP candidates.
So it's coming to America. Yes, it's coming. One day, America will become a Muslim state, a Muslim country.
Let's give us some hands while we're waiting, Nazi.
Our goal is to make America Islamic state.
Go ahead.
I got the heart fever. I don't know what happened. It was super weird. People went to join spaces after that. Like the crash.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems with spaces right now. I'm getting a lot of complaints.
Hey, no worries. I think Diligent, you were about to say something, and then you were saying that it triggered me. It's whatever I said. So you guys want to leave off there, or you can just pass it off? I don't care.
Just go to the next thing that you have to say.
The next thing I had to say.
Yeah, you were talking about how you're making connections that just you didn't have any evidence to support. So then I'm just saying, did you have something else that you raised your hand for?
What evidence would you like to see? I'm going to show you like these accounts that are basically not really people, but tend to support those four things that I noted.
Pro-Palestinians, just like logical thinking, logical linear thinking.
I didn't say.
We're just about to do a press conference announcing the findings of our California investigation.
I didn't say pro-Palestinian, no.
Oh, I thought you said pro-Palestinian.
He said pro-Gaza. That's actually what he said.
Wait,
Yeah,
what did I do wrong?
All right, I don't want to get too delved into this conversation. I would rather bring it back to try.
It wasn't me.
Yeah.
It wasn't me.
Do you have any evidence to support what you're talking about?
Yeah, fuck yeah, man. All we do is go through accounts and understand what they do.
Okay, can you give me screenshots or screen recordings? Please mute your microphone.
You're a journalist, brother. Like, you new to this? You search people's stuff and you run queries on their activity. You understand what
we have primary evidence presented that all of the class can look at together. We don't trust you bros up here.
Oh my God, this is not trust me bro territory at all. This is.
Well, I'm just asking you for receipts then, if it's not trust me bro territory.
What did I do wrong?
What's going on? Hold on, hey, let me just. I don't know what's going on here. I'm gonna drop you down for a minute, brother. I'm not sure about what's that. Samantha, do you have something to add? You just went quiet for a long time. Maybe.
I don't understand. I feel like my mic got muted or something. But I was trying to explain the evidence that I had for that Larry.
For us though, you got cut out. I don't know what happened. There was some kind of.
Okay. So basically, Larry Ginta, her stepfather, developed medical precision weapons devices that can be disguised in charges. So, and then they got government contracts for those through the G Tech company and E3 Tech company. And that's like crazy because if you think about the theory, if it's not a 30-06 and you see the photographs, well, then what is it? And could it be a disguised charge?
We don't do theories here.
Oh, okay. So I won't do that theory. But I also know for a fact that the Farnsworth family, the Boyer family, the Fronsky family had a major connection before that. And it's all documented in writings, in task forces, in acknowledgments to one another. And you can look that up in multiple textbooks, which are still published to this day. And they all worked together in the 90s, early 2000s. And to me, it seems like Charlie had his headquarters in Chicago, like Kathy was saying, and that Erica was a lure, and Tyler sent her there, and basically, like, took everything from Chicago and put it in Arizona. And then all of these people who were Farnsworth, Boyer, Fronsky get put in this company, like higher ups, you know, and they're paid the most salary, they got these high paid things, and they infiltrate it, you know? That's what it seems like to me. Like Kathy, I believe, like her simplistic way of saying it, she's not wrong. Because those three families have been connected for a long time on paper.
And I'm gonna look. Can you DM me the threads that you made so I can look through them?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. Yeah, there's a lot of people in there. I'm trying to get the AI because I want the AI to look while we're all right here in the space. I want to do a little research on. I planned on doing it tonight. And Grok is not hearing us, so let me try it one more time. There we go. There it goes. Go ahead if you have your hand up. Let's go to Miss Lou and then Amira.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Diligent.
Yes, ma'am.
This whole thing sounds like a mob operation. That's what it sounds like. And I've always said, and you know this, Diligent, my ability to, my spidey senses, this whole thing, all of it, is an intel op. And I think it's going to be really hard, just like Stephen Paddock in Vegas, just like Butler, just like all of it, that there are so many threads and weaves and woves, and you're trying so hard to find the truth. And I think that the more you dig, the more you'll find, but the more you find, the more will get hidden. And that's just my feeling on it. But I do want to mention one thing before Charlie died, which brings his whole visibility to a whole different level beyond the guy who goes to colleges and brings possibly the win to Donald Trump in 24. Let's face it, the numbers are very close to showing what he did with the youth vote and in independence was extremely high. So there goes that visibility. In early 2025, he went with Donald Trump Jr. to Greenland. Now, that's an interesting trip. He also went a little later on that to South Korea. So his international exposure was increasing greatly. I'll go back to the fact that that brings his visibility to intel and possibly even infiltration to intel way before this. Yes, I'm talking the CIA, but there are other partners. So anyway, I'll land with that. I totally, you know, I applaud your effort. You know I do. But I'm just saying that we have to at some point pull back and not pull back from researching. That's your job. But we have to look at a picture that says, no matter how we dig, are we really going to get the truth to this? And one thing in my heart...
There's no way to know for certain until you try.
No. Absolutely, you have to try, and that's why I always applaud what you're doing. I haven't been able, and I'll land with that, but I also want to say that, and y'all are gonna, some of these on this space are gonna kick me for it, maybe even you, Diligent. But I think it's really important, and the one thing I hated that Candace Owens said was, I don't give a fuck about your little midterms, okay? If we don't succeed in this midterm, there won't be an X. No matter how much we hate our own side of the government.
We succeeded in the, we succeeded in the last election, and
yes, we did.
I don't feel any better about there not being.
No, but you would feel.
You have Cam Bondi telling us that she's going to go after our hate speech, and she doesn't care which side of the aisle we're on. You have Cash Patel telling you that social media is a problem. So I have to disagree with you.
Well, there's one thing I want to push back though, Dylan.
If they don't deliver on the policies that we want, which is justice for Epstein and justice for Charlie Kirk, I will use my platform to tell Democrats and Republicans not to fucking vote this year. How about that?
Well, here's the problem with that, and then I'll land. Here's the one thing I'll push back on. We don't want to have a Kamala Harris, okay? We don't want to have Hakeem Jeffries. If we don't stand up and continue to work to change our side of the fence, which you're trying to do, and I agree with that. But on the other hand, we can't just capitulate and not vote, because then we're handing the country over in an immediate sense to complete totalitarian efforts. And I'm talking the level that will take this country into a Venezuela effort. Our currency, our borders will be open. It will be astounding what will happen. And I'm telling you, Mamdani is just the start.
The fear-mongering shit ain't gonna work for me. They can deliver on the results that we want, or they can go fuck themselves. Sorry about that, you guys, but that's where I'm at with it.
I understand.
And a lot of Americans share the same sentiment. Like, there's a bunch of disillusioned Democrats. There's a bunch of disillusioned Republicans and conservatives. And, you're going to have to deliver some results. You have 12 months. You're going to have to deliver some results here pretty quick. Because I'm not going to tell anybody to vote for you unless you deliver on what you promised. That has not happened. 0 arrests. Okay? We have had 0 Epstein arrests. 0 arrests. We've had a fucking foreigner's president arrested for non-fentanyl related charges, even though they're calling him a narco-terrorist. But we have 0 Epstein arrests. 0 criminals within the government have been arrested. 0. You're not going to get me on board. Jump on any train. You got Dan on? No, I'm sorry, Miss Lou. The fear-mongering, if we don't do this, then we're going to lose it all. I don't see any fucking difference between the Democrats and the Republicans at this point. I don't.
I agree with you. Diligent, I agree. The difference is I don't want communism to overtake this country. And that's beyond Democrats. It's beyond parties. We both agree.
Okay,
there are no more
you're
parties.
getting off the subject of Charlie Kirk, so I'm going to reel it back in. Thanks, Miss Lou. I appreciate it. Let's go to Amira, and then we'll go to Maze.
I'm with you on that, Diligent. So, I noticed about Candace's show today, she was making connections with the child trafficking. But she didn't mention Erica's child trafficking in Romania. I was kind of surprised by that.
I haven't seen any receipts to back it up. I looked extensively into that. There's a lot of allegations and posts about it. But when it comes to primary evidence, I couldn't find any to back it up. And so, you have to be careful because you can get sued. She's already being sued by one.
Okay, I see. Yeah, okay. And then, I'm not saying that I don't believe that Tyler Boyer is, a ringleader, but you can't explain the FBI, you can't explain the Hamptons and all of that if it was just his idea. I feel like these people were all placed, that's just my feeling, is they were all placed into Charlie's life.
Yeah, we go with what we can prove, right? I'm gonna use Grok now. It's working. Grok, I need you to give your Spaces intro, and then I'll go from there.
Hey, I'm Grok, powered by Grok 4 Heavy, created by XAI and integrated in X Spaces by @DiligentDennison, ready to tackle your questions in real time. Prompt me with Grok and your question. Listeners, follow the host and repost the space via the reply section's repost button. Disclaimer: this account uses Grok's voice model through a third-party intermediary. XAI is not responsible for and does not endorse outputs. The official Grok conversation thread with citations will be shared as a reply at the space's conclusion. Please do not take anything said by this account at face value. Do your own research and verification of statements made. Fire away, what's up?
Grok, I want you to do a deep dive, exhaustive bio and analysis of the individual who is a congressman or politician of some sort in Arizona, known as Eddie Farnsworth.
All right, deep dive on Eddie Farnsworth, former Arizona Republican lawmaker from Gilbert in the East Valley. Born May 4th, 1961, lifelong Arizonan, grew up in a big rural family in Mesa, Gilbert area. Solid conservative, family man vibe, married to Janet, 7 kids. Education-wise, he's sharp. BA in economics from University of Arizona, then MBAs in investments and finance, plus a JD from George Washington University. Practiced law early on, but shifted hard into charter schools and politics. Political career spanned almost 2 decades, all in Legislative District 12-ish. Gilbert, Queen Creek, parts of Mesa. Started in the Arizona House, first elected 2000, served non-consecutively because of term limits, 2000 to 2006, then 2010 to 2019. Multiple terms. Big on school choice, tax cuts, tough criminal justice, anti-Medicaid expansion. He sued Governor Brewer over Obamacare expansion with Goldwater Institute. 2018, he flipped to the Senate, won the seat easy, became Senate President pro tempore, basically number 3 in leadership, and chaired Judiciary, so he controlled what crime justice bills lived or died. Retired voluntarily at the end of 2020, term would have ended January 2021. Successor was Warren Peterson, who's now Senate President. The massive controversy that still follows him, Benjamin Franklin Charter Schools. He founded and owned, through his for-profit company, the Benjamin Franklin Chain, one of Arizona's biggest and highest performing charter networks. 4 campuses, thousands of kids, all built with taxpayer dollars. While serving in the legislature, he repeatedly voted on bills that directly boosted charter funding and loosened regulations. Stuff that padded his own bottom line. He always insisted, no conflict. I took the risk. I deserve the reward. 2018 to 2019, right as he's running for starting Senate, he pulls the ultimate move, converts his for-profit chain to a new nonprofit he set up, then sells the whole operation, buildings, curriculum, everything built with public money, to that nonprofit for up to $60 million, initially reported, finalized at $56.9 million total deal. He personally pocketed $13.9 million cash, plus kept getting paid. Consulting fees, leased the headquarters building back to them, so they pay him rent with tax dollars. Even loaned the new nonprofit money and collected $78,000 in interest. Critics, Democrats, public school advocates, Arizona Republic investigations called it the biggest charter grift in state history. Basically privatizing public assets for personal windfalls because Arizona has almost 0 rules stopping charter owners from doing this. He defended it hard. I make no apologies for being successful. Said he built a great school, and the system allows it. Other controversies while in office: blocked bills to extend statute of limitations for child sex abuse victims, argued it would unfairly hurt defendants, got accused of protecting spousal rape loopholes. 2020 had protesters physically removed from a hearing and got an ethics complaint for shutting down testimony on an anti-sanctuary cities resolution. Post-legislature, 2021 onward, pretty quiet publicly. Still listed in some directories as president or executive linked to Benjamin Franklin Charter Schools. The nonprofit side now. Lives in Gilbert, no signs he's running again, or in any current office as of early 2026. Bottom line,
Is he any relation to the other congressman in Arizona known as David Farnsworth?
Yeah, they're brothers.
Do a fresh
Eddie
scan. I
Farnsworth-
want you to do a fresh web scan. I want to hear it.
Just ran a fresh scan across the web, news archives, public records, and recent posts as of January 2026. The most direct and recent hit, public records and reports confirm Eddie Farnsworth and David Farnsworth, the current state senator, are cousins, not brothers. They're from the same extended LDS family, rooted in the Mesa-Gilbert area, but different branches. Eddie born 61, David 51, no shared parents listed in bios or obits. A couple older local sources vaguely called them related or from the Farnsworth clan, which probably got twisted into brothers over time, but the accurate term is cousins. No primary source says full siblings. That's the updated, exhaustive check. No relation closer than cousins. Anything else on these two?
Are there any Farnsworth family members, any Farnsworth currently serving in any capacity in the government, either legislative or executive or judicial in the state of Arizona right now? Do a fresh scan.
Fresh scan complete as of tonight, January 6, 2026. Only one Farnsworth currently serving in any Arizona government role. Senator David C. Farnsworth, Representative District 10, Mesa area, is actively in office right now. He's in the middle of his term, elected 2024, term runs through 2028. Chairs committees, just outlined his 2026 priorities yesterday, and is pre-filing bills for the session that starts next week. No other Farnsworth show up anywhere. No Farnsworth in the Arizona House, none in executive branch, governor's office, cabinet, commissions, none on the judiciary, judges, Supreme Court, appeals, Superior Court rosters. Eddie Farnsworth remains fully retired since 2021. No city council, county, or federal roles in Arizona either. Just David in the state senate. That's it statewide.
Holy shit, you can see the resemblance to Terrell when you look this guy up. Wow. That's interesting. Go ahead, Blaine.
Thanks for the mic, Diligent and Noxie. I just finished watching Candace's episode from today. And I just find it odd that Erica is kind of stalling on providing Candace with the proof that it was actually Charlie that she was messaging with on the evening of September 8th. I mean, this being holiday season and sick kids and all, but I just don't think it's looking good for those people that were mentioned to have been cited at Fort Huachuca. And I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. I'm not sure if you already touched on that, but I'm also looking forward to.
No, the alibis are in rough shape. You know,
yeah,
if you saw the
it's
one
not
that
looking good.
Yeah, if you saw the one that I made about the post I made about Kabat's alibi, my pin post, they're in rough shape. They're in rough shape. I think that they are waiting to see what pans out. They probably are following the advice we've been giving, which is to shut your freaking mouth, because it is not doing them any favors. I think that they are following that advice and trying to see what shakes out. Right, that's a waiting game. I think we're at kind of a Mexican standoff at this point.
Yeah, It just seems like it's a bit too late, though. Erica had already started giving some alibi or an alibi, and she was providing, I guess, some text messages with Charlie to Candace via Andrew. So it's just not looking good for these people.
No, it's not. It's not at all. You're right. Make sure you guys are all following my co-host Noxie, Garakian, of course. All of our speakers are amazing. Trillion is a Spaces host. Destiny, Maze isn't up here anymore. But yeah, follow anybody up here. I am going to wrap up the space here in about 10 minutes. If you want to support what I'm doing, the best way is by turning all notifications on for my profile. That way, when I post a breaking news piece like I have, or a host of space, you are notified because spaces are broken. And if you want to support me, the best way is by subscribing. There's a pink button on my profile, and I do subscriber only after spaces to give value to my subscribers and supporters. I have one scheduled for after this space. The link is in the Jumbotron. Trillion, you came up a little bit late, but you want to comment on anything we've discussed so far?
I heard some of what's up, guys. I heard a little bit of, I do my space and I get to hear what you guys think, and I come into diligence, and now I know how you really feel about it. It's good. So I'm like triangulating sentiments here. I don't know. Look, there's a lot. What do you want? Can you throw me like one topic maybe? I just like this has all been.
Anything? Did you pay attention to Candace's show, or did you see my post about Kabot Phillips, or any of the news regarding the Charlie Kirk assassination? Do you have any comments on any of that?
I saw some of the episodes. She did actually a pretty good job of saying, look, like this isn't just vibes and dreams.
The new images of Charlie Kirk being shot, that's fucking pretty big news.
Yeah, that's pretty big news. I think she's had them for a long time. I think she screenshotted the FaceTime whenever Farnsworth showed it to her. That's why you have the little like blacked out cubes. I think that was a FaceTime. So she's had those pictures for a while. His neck looks bad to me, honestly. His neck looks like completely gone. I think
where do you see that at? I didn't see that. Where do you see that? I have the video.
The posture of his neck, like try to do that with your neck. Like his neck is completely.
Yeah, his neck, like the expansion from the force of the shot. I see that, but it's not ruptured, right? Like
no, not ruptured.
You said it's gone.
I'm saying like the angle. I'm saying there doesn't seem to be like. I don't think his neck is intact in that picture. I think there's something very wrong inside his neck.
He was shot.
Yeah, but I mean, like the spine. I think, the vertebrae looks to be destroyed, like damaged.
I mean, I don't know. Do you? Does anybody else on stage feel like that? I don't think there's any way to tell. I didn't see his neck. Like, it seems like if that was the case, his head would have like just swung backwards and hung down, right? Like, when they leaned him over to put him on the ground. It seemed like his neck, if the vertebrae and the muscle was eradicated, that his head would have just been dangling around like it was on a rubber band or a string, right? Like if there was no bone left there.
I think in that picture as he's falling, he's still.
Because you can see him getting carried out as well, right?
Yeah, I don't really see his head. I don't know if someone's holding his head necessarily or how they're exactly doing that. I think that picture is pretty fresh, right? It's like right after it happened. That's still within, I think, the first second.
It was still like his body was still reacting to the force of the shot.
Yeah, I think his muscles are probably still tense in that, but that looks pretty bad to me. That's sort of been the question, like if there is spinal damage, how high up is that damage? To me, that looks like it's going to be.
I think it's impossible to tell from that photo if there's spinal damage.
Yeah, there's no way to tell for sure. I mean, I'm glad she put the picture out, but I think you're right. Like ultimately,
there's a lack of blood.
There's no blood at all. Nothing went through. So, I'm still kind of stuck with.
It conclusively said it puts any rest to was there an exit wound on the back, because there was not.
Yeah, we can pretty much.
There's also there's no evidence of a wound coming from behind him either, like some people were saying. So.
Diligent, are they still sticking to the 30-06? Is that what they're still sticking to?
Yeah, it makes it really hard to believe the 30-06 with the no blood or
no way
evidence of an exit wound behind him. That really just kind of make it. They're gonna struggle with that. They're gonna struggle with that.
The ballistics to me are the number one, probably the first thing to look at of their big lies. The ballistics.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say they're lying. It's just you have to make it. You have to be able to. You have to be able to sell it, and it's just not sellable. All right, you guys. Noxie, do you have anything to add real quick?
I'd just like to say thanks to everybody for coming and joining us. Thanks to all of our speakers, especially these beautiful ladies that I love, Amira, Miss Lou, and Destiny. Thank you all for coming, and we're going to keep digging, and I appreciate you all showing up with us every day. Please come back again.
Got some new information in the last 48 hours that's very, very interesting, having to do with the Arizona France Bay connection. I'll just say that. And it's very, very, very interesting. And so I'm going to be pulling on that thread for the next 24 hours. Not just me. There's multiple people working on this. And yeah.
And I DM'd you.
More will be revealed.
Yeah, I DM'd you the timeline and the news article that was written. It's in your DMs if you wanted to go over the timeline to see how it does not make any sense at all.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Yeah, we'll do a recap on the timeline as well. All right, Grok, go ahead and take us out. And it's not working. Grok, you say it, Nazi.
Grok, take us out.
All right, folks, we've reached the end for tonight. Thank you so much for joining us, turning on those notifications and following @Diligent Denizen and every single one of your co-hosts up here. Shout out to Noxie, Amara, Miss Lou, Destiny, Trillian. Y'all were phenomenal. For the full thread with links, check the reply. Spotify links in the Jumbotron too, so tap follow. All roads lead to X. Have a blessed day. See you soon.
in fraud and waste and abuse. And here we are in the pouring rain in San Francisco.
No, but I need more comedies in my collection, so I picked up 40-Year-Old Virgin, Blues Brothers, and Hot Fuzz.
40-Year-Old Virgin does not hold up.
It doesn't?
No, I just watched it recently.
That's disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. There's some good jokes in there, but in general, I don't know. But
not worth it.
Wait, when you say the 40-Year-Old Virgin doesn't hold up, is that projection?
So I'll decide if it holds up. And I picked up Boogie Nights, Sinners, and one other.
Judd Apatow is a hard one. I just bought. I don't know if you saw it. He released his first book.
No, I didn't see that.
Because John says I don't read books, but yeah,
I picked up Scarface too. Picked up Scarface as well. Yeah.
Oh, nice. If
You don't read books, so you got a Judd Apatow book? Holy fuck!
Yeah, and it's mostly a picture book, but it does have a lot of text in it. It's a big book, and it's well worth the purchase price. Like it's $20. And it's just got tons and tons of never before seen photos of like all the movies he's done. And I still think The Cable Guy is like magnum opus.
Oh, that's a very good movie. I saw that. My dad showed me like all these movies when I was younger.
Yeah.
Cable Guy. That's Jim Carrey's in that, right?
Yeah. It was supposed to be Chris Farley.
Oh, did he die before?
Yeah.
That was you know a good example of. So I rewatched Tommy Boy when the 4K came out.
See, that holds up.
That held up super well, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna pick up like another Chris Farley movie I remember really liking. So I picked up when I was a kid, and I picked up Beverly Hills Ninja, and it did not hold up nearly as well. It was like bad. It was like a bad movie. I felt so bad because I was like so excited. I like absolutely loved that movie when I was a child, and it like didn't hold up. I just felt bad. I was like, oh, it's just like it's just one fat joke after another.
It's not as bad as Black Sheep though. Black Sheep, like holy crap.
Do you think Black Sheep is worse than Beverly Hills Ninja?
I do. I do. Because Beverly Hills Ninja at least has the song "You Tarzan Boy" in it.
Yeah. Well, you know what holds up really well too? Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
We watch that every year, so yeah. I mean, we watched that like last month.
Yeah, the 4K is quite bad though, which is unfortunate.
Ooh, it's not quality. Have you ever looked into the what they call the alternate version of that movie that never made it? Yeah, look, there's videos on. Dude, that movie has like a whole different world. It's like a darker film. Yeah, you should look into it. It's the whole.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, fun. Because you know these comedies, they overshoot, right?
And then Did you ever see?
It's like a movie of Anchorman, of the original Anchorman, with like alternate themes and stuff.
Have you ever seen Police Squad?
The original show, yeah.
Yeah, the original show. I picked up the Blu-ray set of that, so many 6 episodes. Super worth it. I love that. I've shown that to people before, and they're like, they don't understand what I'm showing them, and they watch it, and it's just like so funny. And it's just so full of like all of the visual jokes. And it's it's so funny too, because there's like so many of them, you can't even catch them all. It's like a game, like every time you watch it, you'll pick up on more. But one of my favorite is just like they're walking behind the doorway with the stretcher, and the stretcher just keeps going. It's like the world's longest stretcher.
That's classic. All those jokes were adapted into the movies.
Yeah. I think the naked, like I want to pick up the 4K of Airplane at some point. I definitely own that.
Yeah.
All right, I need to get to bed, but I want to tell you I watched Tombstone. Super good.
All right, man.
Super good. All right.
As people know, I'm very transparent about what I'm doing out there for the most part.
You know what's a movie, Tim, that you've probably never watched? You've never watched any Pink Panther movie, have you?
Look, maybe as a kid.
I am
Can you visualize what the Pink Panther looks like the cartoon?
Yeah, like a skinny fucking weird cat.
It's like a pink version of the Cheetos cat.
Right, so what the fuck am I? Where the fuck are you going?
Oh, well, so I wanted to show some movie to my kids that like would make them laugh, like a silly movie, and they asked for the Pink Panther, but only because of the name. So I'd never seen the remake with the guy, what's his name, Steve Martin, and they probably can't understand half of the dialogue, but they just laugh and laugh and laugh. I think it's the funniest damn thing. Funny how good it is.
It's harmless.
There's Bernie Guards on that.
It's interesting that you was just from the name.
There's a joke there where his secretary wants to stay after hours, and he's like, Nicole, listen, I'm aware of office politics, and it's pretty late right now.
Democratic control public housing is really important, and that's why when Raquel was talking about the communities
working here, and she's like,
that she's
she's
describing,
I'm gonna go home. And he's like, yeah. Well, he's like, here, let's seal it with a kiss. And he kisses her in the mouth, and then she turns around and he slaps her as
that's so as a creative community where the people who are living there are like setting the agenda.
I don't think you can make that joke.
And so,
That's a 2006
people like
joke.
homeownership because they like control, and that's been perverted by like deep racism and deep classism in our society. So
There's
like,
another joke
we
where
have
you're trying to give her a
not have
Heimlich, and someone thinks he's fucking her. You know? But like, it goes right over the kid's head. You know? Yeah, they don't know what they mean.
racist and classist.
So it's fun for the whole family. And I've got John Kitover here in 3 Anons. Right?
It's amazing.
Loving the show.
It's quite the jam session, funny.
Against fraud. The
man walks into office, and the first city council meeting he do, he signs off on $51 million.
Because I'm not going to really be able to fucking do anything after this fucking surgery today, which is going to suck.
$2 for the mic. Since he has been there, this whole pro-black shit.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I mean. I don't even know what I would sit and watch.
Then
The PR bullshit is over. It's over. I want mugshots, nothing less.
I've watched parts of it since I watched it when it first came out. I watched the last half of it or something, but I've forgotten, like, the first half of the film, actually.
How can you not like?
This is why you carry pepper spray.
I mean, you guys like that. It's like you're Indiana Jones. I'm saying, like, obviously, you don't have to tell me you like the James Bond movie. I think it's like a given, like any red-blooded British.
Yeah, like I grew up on I'll never watch what the fuck's that guy called? Timothy fucking Dalton or something? What's this one?
Really?
Yeah, I think you told me, I think it must have been someone was like there
Stop!
I just watched those movies like recently. Like
You got the cops on the way?
I've never watched a Sean Connery James Bond film. Jesus.
Well, that's what you're gonna have to do.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, with yeah, of course.
Well, motherfucker, don't you understand that?
I know they're trying to imply. I understand that they're trying to imply that he's a former fucking British.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know, but that's not quite the same. I'm like, Bay fucking / Tarantino rewritten fucking script is not the same. So
Did he put work into that script?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I didn't see. I learned something new.
There's something that's uncredited, but it's on some fucking Wikipedia page or something I read.
Yeah, he did uncredited work on Tony Scott's script in time. I think that's what you're thinking.
No, there's like a couple of things which is like, there's like some, I think this Wikipedia, I already looked at it, I already saw that the other night.
I love Crimson Tide, by the way.
Oh, Crimson Tide's like, honestly, I love Crimson Tide. It's like, I've rewatched it many times, but it was interesting watching it. And since all this, what the fuck do they call it? All this, whatever, all the racial fucking bullshit, and since, the past 5 years or whatever and more, it's weird you end up, I never caught any of this when I was a kid, when I first watched it, and I fucking loved it, right? But it's like, oh, the old white guy, like you see when there's the mutiny going on, right? And it's like the old white guys, and then it's like, it's the fucking nigger saves the day with all the, Puerto Rican minorities.
Yes.
Right?
He applies that, and don't think for a second that they're not
isn't that interesting?
tech
The racial
forward
divide
people
here
that
going on.
the
It's like,
attorneys
I
rely
never picked
upon.
up in
They're
any
also
of those
implementing AI,
undertone
throwing all of that into their
I was just
crazy.
like,
Like you have no idea the amount of library
I just thought it was
that
great
exists in
acting.
the
I just
legal
love
world
the
that
part,
just
and
does
it's just like,
nobody outside of the law profession is even aware of all of this.
You know what? The one thing that stood out, I think, of that movie is the discussion about the Silver Surfer. Which has nothing to do with anything, bro.
I know, but that's some, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. There's always some fucking movie where there's some random discussion that it makes it seem it's more authentic. No, they have this whole fucking thing of like these like Arabian horses as well. Would you keep that?
Yes.
Oh, they're born completely fucking whatever story.
That one is more okay. You will understand this. Gene Hackman is trying to do what the British. He's trying to do the class thing.
Oh, for sure.
So the Arabian horses is more like, I think, something that where Denzel goes, hey, I'm not just a dumb nigger. I actually know.
Oh, I'm one of those.
I'm educated.
I'm educated. That's right. We can read and shit.
And what I like about Gene Hackman is that he plays. If you notice, Gene Hackman plays.
Oh, well, that's what I need to watch. I need to watch the fucking prequel or whatever to fucking Enemy of the State. What do you call it? The Conversation?
The Conversation.
Yeah, I need to watch that. Because who was the director? Who was the director?
Francis Ford Coppola.
Okay, yeah, that was why I was like, Gene Hackman. I was like, I saw that because you were discussing it. I was like, wait a minute, there's an original film this is? Like, I was like.
And Harrison Ford's in it.
Oh, really? 100% I need to watch that, 100%.
Yeah.
No, I need to watch that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
came
watch
out
that.
right after The Godfather, by the way.
Oh, what's that?
But what I love about Gene Hackman in Crimson Tide is that even though he's talking and reading about Arabian horses, and he's trying to show that he's an educated man, you can tell that he was not educated. Like, he's like kind of a grunt guy that made his way up to the top.
Oh, yeah. No, he's not, like, yeah, he's not from money. He's not.
He's not from money, he's not from stock, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And that's what I like about that, yeah.
He wasn't born into that class.
But I thought in England, only that class is what is given a vote or a ship or something.
Historically, yeah. Like, you definitely have to be. Like, it's literally on the application forms. Like, there's no other application, obviously, I've ever done in my life. I'm guessing you're the same, but
like I had to put my relatives and my family members
I think the DOJ should immediately move to unseal all the other files.
You know, I can't imagine there's another. Well, I don't know, maybe the intelligence services or something, but then again, well, how good would the intelligence services be if they
Railing
didn't
against U.S.-led regime change war, his own director of intelligence, as recently as 2 months ago, was railing against regime change war, and then he does one.
Well, I don't know.
It's just a regime change. The regime is still there. As far as I know,
you know, the fact that my brothers attended there and were current students affected that, so that's probably some kind of thing from the class system as well.
But we just uncovered documents that
get
show
into
the
one of those
CIA
schools.
had folks involved in the response to January 6th.
Yeah, you know, like basically that school.
President. Let me get this straight.
They're very cool. Very, very fucking cool.
Where the fuck is Chris O'Donnell? Went nowhere.
I mean, he ruined himself with that with Robin. Yeah.
Like, I don't ever remember him doing anything really remarkable, but he just disappeared. Like, it was like, it wasn't like he was on a bad trajectory. Like, that's still a decent role or whatever, you know? Like, it's not a...
No, but I think after the Robin, he did a bunch of TV.
We are
CSI
finally
or
putting
shows.
America first.
And then he kind of faded.
Our policy of never.
We just don't like white guys. Like, unless you already broke free, you know, into orbit, like you've already got, like, you know, escape velocity,
We're going
and you're
to
Tom Cruise,
have
and you're like grandfather
very
did.
large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in
Like
the world.
this, you sort of mentioned some, or he mentioned some
Spend
fucking film
billions of
last night, I had to
dollars.
look it up.
Fix
Like
the
Jennifer
badly
Lawrence.
broken
And I was
infrastructure.
like, of course it's kind of like, it's like, because he also mentioned Zombieland. What do you call that fucking guy? That little Jewish kid that was in the Social Network. It was Mark Zuckerberg. Jesse something. Eisenberg, right? Of course, he's the most Jewish Jew you can get, right? But Eisen and Berg, right? That's only like Goldenstein, right? Or Goldbergstein, right? Imagine like is Goldstein Berg a fucking name, right? Or like it's a fucking triple whammy. The trifecta.
He's the final boss.
He's the final boss. Right? Goldsteinberg. Goldsteinberg. But no, there's some like little fucking Jesse Eisenberg type character who's the love interest with Jennifer Lawrence. It's like, this is like a fucking humiliation ritual where it's like, you gotta get some, like, you gotta get like some white girl falling in love with some fucking dork Jew kid.
Oil
Like,
infrastructure.
but they don't tell you, they don't
Let's
tell you,
start making
it's
money
just like,
for the country.
it's just all forced upon you.
We
You're
are-
just like, it's just
If
like
it
a
were about
humiliation ritual.
drugs, we'd
My
bomb
dad used to
Mexico
point that
or
out,
China
especially
or
when they
Colombia,
were,
and the
World War II
president
movies
would
were
not
more
have
popular.
pardoned
So they
Juan
make the
Orlando
German officers would be
Hernandez.
played by Jews,
This is
and
about
the Jews would be played by Gentiles. That was a typical move that they do. Yeah. Yeah, like even if you see, I mean, just a recent one, I can't think of anyone off the top of my
We
head.
have
but
forgotten to masturbate, to use contraceptives, to get abortion,
Jews, they
to
say,
celebrate gay marriage,
under 2%.
to allow priests to love each other, and even to get married. We have forgotten that we can decide to die if you detest living. We have forgotten to have sexual relations for purposes other than procreation without feeling guilty. Divorce. To let none say now. To make babies in all the ways science has discovered and will continue to discover. Make sure, my dear children, not only have we forgotten to play, we have forgotten to have. And there is only one road that leads to happiness. And that road is called.
What's wrong with this love?
I was like, no obsession. You just happens to be like in the topic. I was like, I can't talk about, for example, the raid in Venezuela. Like, there's a connection to Israel, right? Because they said that Venezuela was funding Hezbollah.
I forgot.
I don't know if you heard about that.
Wouldn't surprise. Yeah. Gaddafi funded the IRA. well, not funded. Sorry, he sold arms, weapons, C4.
Is that confirmed, or is that just some bullshit on really? Yeah, Gaddafi used to say that.
Gaddafi used to sold weapons to the
Okay.
My parents died when I was still
All right.
and
Oh, by the way, I tried to watch The Devil's Own
something about your
a few nights ago. I don't know if you're
Yes, I
familiar with
something
that.
about my grandfather.
Oh, that's a movie where Brad Pitt plays
In
an
the
IRA
early
guy.
years of the French Revolution. He was
That's a military
Brad Pitt and Harrison Ford, by the way.
on the throne.
Why don't I know?
In common with all the
Dude, this is a movie you should watch. This is
followers of
like one of those. Why haven't I ever heard of this film?
What is the other?
And the action scene is
What's the other film that Harrison Ford's in? Some IRA fucking thing.
Patriots, the reform beginning.
Yeah, that's Sean Bean.
That's on the road towards democracy.
No, this is. It's very similar to Patriots. Actually, as a matter of fact, except that Harrison Ford plays a beat cop who's part Irish and living in Boston, and basically,
Brad Pitt's in the IRA.
yeah, he's doing a full.
It's just so funny. Imagine that's kind of wild, right? Imagine some hypothetical situation where it's in like an airport lounge or a chat. Brad Pitt has like weird connections with Northern because he's done some fucking IRA movie, right? He has done the pikey Irish fucking accent, right? Which is like it's a North Ireland thing, probably in Donegal. It's technically in the Republic of Ireland, right? But it's a northern county of Ireland, which is basically in line geographically. It's in the north of Ireland, so you would be aware of. In fact, you probably would have flown in to Northern Ireland, the airport, because it's easier to get to. Anyway, and the F1 movie, which I get to watch, I might watch that.
I watch it. It's basically Maverick.
The origin story of the F1 driver and that crash, which is based in fact was a Northern Irish F1 driver.
Oh wow!
So Brad Pitt would actually be weirdly enough aware of Northern Ireland and some of its history.
Oh wow!
You know,
that's
being an IRA character and the pikey and the F1 driver. So
yeah.
Because like I've watched like an interview with God, if his first name's leaving me, but the surname is Donnelly, the F1 driver. He basically like he was the car had a mechanical failure. It wasn't his fault. He was racing in the same time and era, like racing against, I should say, with Ayrton Senna. And apparently Ayrton Senna, like, it fucked him up. I was actually, like, emotionally.
Well, they showed the crash, and you can tell it's not just like AI slop. It's like it's a real crash that occurs. So they show it.
Well, that's where it's like, yeah, they felt it was important not just to make it up, like they base it in a truth, right? Also, they tweak it a bit.
Yeah.
But the story, wow, it was based in truth.
That's wild. Anyways. I'm telling you. Yeah, the Devil's Own, I gotta finish it.
I can't do that. If I'm watching it, even like fucking Kevin was saying about some movie theoretically with a built-in intermission. Yeah, like Portugal they used to do that in the theaters. They would have like an intermission. I don't know. It wasn't like they always chose their moments well or whatever, you know, to kind of have it. But I don't know. I've grown up watching the movies. I've never had it. I didn't need it. Yeah, let me just say, like, even to you, you're saying I have to finish it. Obviously, with you got kids or whatever fucking happened. But like, I fucking hate like getting interrupted. It's like if I'm watching this, it's like I don't care if the film can end. I'm gonna finish the fucking film.
That's good. But it does, and I used to be like that as well. But at the point where you do have to take care of things, you have certain times, like you basically know, like if I continue to watch this movie, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and I'm gonna suffer the rest of the day. So
I was actually thinking more of the fact that I was like, well, that's always important, right? But I meant that more like kids, you know, it's like, oh, I gotta go change a diaper. I can't delay that for fucking 2 hours, right? Like, there's some things that have to happen.
Yeah.
Like, even fucking Belle, it's like, oh, I gotta get up. She's gotta literally go out and fucking, like, do the business. Like you can't, you have, there's certain responsibilities you have to just take on. It's
Right.
Not, you can't just selfishly go, no, I'm just gonna sit here for fucking 3 hours.
Yeah.
Just watch Netflix.
And so
life,
what happens?
life does happen.
We pass out too.
Yeah. You know, that's definitely happening a bit more to me. I used to be very, militant, but like, if I was like, it would be bad because you're meant to listen to these podcasts, but then it's like the Joe Rogan experience where and they're throwing up shit on the screen in like context or whatever, so you end up fucking watching it. So it's like a fucking movie. It's like 3 hours, and so I've got it on a second screen or whatever, and you're kind of being distracted by it. But that's what I always used to be pretty. Yeah, I don't know what the word would be. Not militant, but like I would always like, if I left the room for a second, go into the kitchen, I will pause it and then come back and restart it. See now, I'm just like, it's good enough. I'll just fucking, if I capture 70% of what's said, you know, I don't go and skip back to like here. It's like I treat it more like the radio, like when I was growing up. It's just like it's just not playing. I'm like, I'm gonna walk in and out of the room, and I'm if I missed it, I missed it.
I mean, is Joe Rogan that good? Have I been missing something?
No, it's not. It's absolutely terrible. These days, frankly, I'm just using the cliche. Yeah, placeholder. It's funny because I actually think that Tucker is kind of taking the place of Joe Rogan.
He has better quality banter.
Yeah. No, it's not the banter. It's not the banter. It's so weird to say. It's so weird to say because A, he's a fucking boomer, and B, he literally came from the most mainstream of mainstream. But no, Tucker's quote unquote going there, right? Like I remember watching, and you'll appreciate hopefully, like to me, I remember like being like I'm a long time listener or whatever of fucking Joe Rogan. Like I remember watching him interview fucking John McAfee live on the run in Belize with his 17-year-old girlfriend hiding from the fucking authority. Like I've listened to him for I don't know what, like you know, like I liked him before he was cool, I think, you know, but you know, many years, like 15 years ago, whatever it was. Yeah, probably 15 years. Is it 15 years? 2025? 2010? Yeah, but that's amazing. Anyway, amazing, we've got the fucking cheap seats. It's here.
I've been here for 2 hours.
That's amazing. Nobody gives a fuck. Yeah, we're about to get in a little spot. But to me, it's hilarious because Tucker, coming from the mainstream of the mainstream and being a fucking boomer, Tucker is literally going after all the like 4chan conspiracies, right? Like 9/11, fucking Building 7, or like I'm surprised he hasn't had chemtrails on yet. You know, he's going after all the topics that are taboo. And like he just had one on the Las Vegas shooting, right? It's very, or he's also going after like he's had a couple of guys on recently about gold, and then obviously they're talking about manipulation of the gold and particularly the silver markets. You know, about how like I don't know. It seems like Tucker is like he's really going there. You know, where Joe Rogan is now, he's reached this sort of, you know, he's plateaued. He's reached this high place on the mountain, and now he doesn't want to rock the boat. Right? Where you could argue, oh, well, he feels a responsibility, or blah, blah, blah. No, go fuck yourself. The best Joe Rogan was like Alex Jones. Like, they literally took that episode down. The 9/11 episode, 911, the 911th episode, it's been taken down. You can't find it anywhere. Right? Maybe, I don't know, the audio-only version or something. But they took down the video off YouTube, and they took it, and when he went to Spotify, I don't think they put it up on Spotify. You know, but that's like some of the quote unquote best Joe Rogan, right? Crazy Alex Jones and fucking Eddie Bravo type thing, right? That was like the theater, or it was like but he's towing the line too much. So, like, I used to consistently, I never liked his shows with, where it's just him and his fucking friends, frankly. But I would have watched almost every Joe Rogan episode up until about 5 years ago or more. And then, like, I watch, they seem to come in like little waves now. You'll get like the interviews with Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and someone else, and then I'll watch like 2 or 3 and then none for 6 months.
Can I make this argument that Tucker's more edgy when he asks Piers Morgan to say faggot?
Yeah.
Like, that's edgy shit, dude.
Yeah, 100%. Like, why is it that Tucker is like a boomer, but he's just an inner child? It's amazing. He's like, no, it's really, it's almost too good to be true. I'm trying to figure out, like, you know, maybe I'm the fucking, like, fixed winter all summer, but I'm watching Tucker and I'm like, where's the catch? Like, he's going there, he's talking about these things, he's doing it uninhibited. Like, no one's, for now anyway, like, they probably have tried in the beginning to shut him down when he first went out his zone, but he seems to be, like, uninhibitedly, you know, what's the word? No one's trying to, like, where's the big, you know, media matters swinger campaigns? Who's trying to take down or shut down Tucker? No, he's just talking about 9/11 and the Las Vegas shooting, right? Like, that's the most...
Gentlemen, I have a theory I would like to present to you. My theory is that the longer you spend your time on Clownhouse, the more your IQ will go down. It's my theory. I did work out today. I had some amazing chicken tacos made by some cute little girl from Venezuela. Ludwig is here. Ludwig is a 9/11 expert. He knows that furniture fires can't bring down WTC 7. Come on. You're thinking about me orgasms? Are you Irish? Talk to Discomfort. He understands prostate massage and enjoyment.
Don't know people's names. English people are certainly regarded English naval supremacy as a sort of law of nature. Britannia ruled away because it occurred to us that that might stop. And so, even with Bismarck? Bismarck was regarded as a rascal, and was thought of as a sort of uneducated farmer. But it was assumed that the influence of Goethe and Hitler would gradually bring Germany back to a more civilized point of view.
This is my grandfather met Napoleon. Bertrand Russell interview in 1952. It's really interesting. At least we have Clubhouse history under our belts, right, boys? So Thursday I'm going downtown to file the write-in candidacy, and I'm going to record all the other schmuck candidates who get tossed off of the petitions or off of the ballots, and we have caused major chaos here in Illinois and in Chicago with the Republican Party because I'm not the only one causing problems. There's other people causing problems, and if I'm a write-in candidate, plus I'm also going to file to run for the mayor of Chicago. And when I file to run for the mayor, there's a candidate running for governor that I've been endorsing for many, many months now. And he is proposing to eliminate all property taxes. So I'm going to run as the Chicago mayor and endorse him and hopefully get him to endorse me. And we're going to make history, boys. Hello? Hello? All right, we're going to do our little Clubhouse Mystery Science Theater 3000. We're going to listen to some Clubhouse rooms to give you a flavor of what Clubhouse sounds like. Don't be a critic. Just listen.
Your motherfucking great times. Got secondhand embarrassment or whatever, who gives a fuck? You know, you feeling embarrassed, you're projecting, you're thinking somebody's doing all this extra shit, you know, when all you're trying to do is understand somebody. Just like in the replay, I don't really feel like I don't even remember who I was talking to. You know what I'm saying?
Hello.
I don't really think it was that deep, but the bitch want to make it awkward. So I'm like, you
Okay. You're Jewish, bro. I just look, you know, man. I'm not Jewish. You can't call me Jewish. You don't even sound Italian American. You sound Jewish. You sound like a Jew. You sound like you have a personal problem with me. No, I don't, bro. Like me, I just met you. I don't know you. You don't know me, but I'm saying obviously you're just this and Somalis, but you're Jewish. You just.
Hey, Jacob, I'm in Lakeview, man. Let's grab a beer, bro. Where you at?
He's claiming for real now. He's claiming I'm fucking Jewish over here. This fucking. You're not Jewish.
Forget about it. This guy Jewish. He's never put on tefillin a day in his life. Ribono Shalom. He's never read Torah. He's never read Midrash. He's never read Tanya. He's never read Mishnah. He's never read a Chumash. He's never had a matzah.
I told you he's Jewish. That's not me. Watch this.
Ribono Shalom.
Half a million, say. As have other countries, 8 million of them fled because of this horrible tyrannical regime which we just toppled.
But it only lasted for like a little bit. It's not that bad.
What's that?
What they did to Venezuela, it's only lasted for a few hours. It's not that bad.
I'm not sure what you're trying to say. We just toppled the regime.
But I'm just saying, they were dropping bombs and stuff, doing strikes and stuff. But it didn't last, so it's not really that bad.
The goal was
Maduro's regime is still in power. Maduro's regime is still in power.
That's not correct. We've made a deal with the vice president. We'll see if she toes the line. That's why she was allowed to remain.
Oh, she was a sellout from the joint. She stood there. She was a Venezuelan sellout from the joint.
So can we get back? So Jeremy, my apologies, because I'm really, I'm offended by this anti-Semite.
I'm a Jew. I'm a pro-Semite.
Yeah.
Jews can be anti-Semitic too.
So Jeremy,
come on.
So Jeremy, let me ask you a question.
I'm very pro-Jew.
So all I said was.
What's the Semitic language do you speak, by the way, T.A.?
Talk to you in normal language.
What's that? So you don't speak that?
I can speak a Semitic language. Yes.
Which one is that?
Well, let's start with what Billy remembers, and then I'll fill in the gaps.
It's the end of the story. Once we have him in custody, our way of torturing him was to play rock and roll music in his cell endlessly.
Yeah, I remember that too. Although I thought actually my recollection, and I was young, so I could be completely wrong. My recollection was we actually got him to give himself up when we went to go arrest him by playing rock and roll music from speakers hanging from helicopters, until he lost his mind and finally gave himself up. That's what I remember.
Well, yeah, one of us is right about this, but yeah, there was definitely about harassing him with sound. Yeah.
Well, let's tell the story of Noriega, then we can double check this.
So you're from Africa? Are you from Africa? He's occupied right now. Yes, that's somebody else. You're from Africa? Are you a DoorDash driver? You're from Africa? They have to fight the camel.
Yeah, the camel rider.
That's crazy.
Ribono Shalom.
I thought camels are from the Arabian Peninsula.
No, there's a lot of camels in Africa. Up there.
Why am I a fucker? You're the one who says that you're a camel rider. I asked if you were from Africa, remember? They say yes or no.
Mystically speaking, the camel can take you very far and help you carry information and valuable treasures city to city.
see how easy it is to expose your lies and your hatred?
Hatred.
You're a low-level human being. Yeah, you're a low-level
Anger. Racism. Bigotry.
Have you noticed that? I think what Sim said was the closest he's ever been to a camel is a pack of cigarettes.
Okay, that's a good one.
It's great.
It sounds like he's not from Africa, so it sounds like he's a bit of a poser.
Samoa is a chillism lawyer. I don't know if any of you know this, but he's on the SCOTUS of chillism.
He should not call nobody a poser.
Well, he's a poser.
Joe, what was the last good book you read since you got the Reading Rainbow PTR?
Well, the last good book I read was called The Kitover.
The Kitover?
Yeah.
Ribono Shalom, what's it about?
It's the writings of the prophets.
Which prophets?
All of them.
Well, there's a lot of prophets. Did you read the Bible?
Micah, Malachi, Isaiah, Ezekiel, Jeremiah, you can go on and on and on.
Is it fiction or is it divinely inspired?
I take it to be divinely inspired, but I also take it to be altered by hands.
Altered by hands? Do tell.
Yeah. I do.
What does that mean?
I think things have been changed to fit narratives.
Oh.
Who did that?
Council of Ephesus, Council of Nicaea, a lot of transliterations.
Oh shit.
I mean,
a bunch of unicorns from King James, because he had.
No.
You mean translations?
Translations as well. I was going to get to that, but Jeremy was talking about translations and transliterations.
How would you don't change something when you transliterate? You just show somebody how to pronounce it.
Facts. That means this word it simulates
Phonetic.
the word in your language.
You know, Allah means curse. Allah means curse in Hebrew. Did you know that, El Norma? It means curse. It means oath or curse in Hebrew. In Arabic, it means God.
Listen.
Yes. Listen. I'll say it again. Allah means curse.
It is oath. Allah.
Oath or curse. Phonetically speaking, of course.
Hey, musician.
Baruch is curse.
I like one mic, please.
Yes.
At least we're not talking about green monkeys anymore.
Yeah. Baruch is curse. Baruch can be blessed and it can also be cursed.
I'm talking phonetically.
You understand now how the virus went from simians to humans? It was very easy once you hear it, right?
Yeah, raw monkey meat. That's what's up.
Raw monkey meat.
Bush meat, as Jeremy put it.
Yeah,
coming in through cuts and mucous membranes.
Sounds good.
Mystery solved.
Bush meat is a real thing in Africa, but they usually cook it.
Yeah, I've seen the Facebook videos.
But they're also they cooked it. No, but that's it. They're hunting it. They're grabbing it. Sometimes there might be a scratch. Sometimes there might be thorns. They cut their legs. Now their blood's flying everywhere. Like it's kind of like the dentist
People would have to explain how the virus it changed the way it moved. How did it bond and pair?
How did that virus move on the face of the earth? I have a theory that the longer you...
I know they swim, but like it's crazy. They got a little cilia and shit.
I got a theory. I think the longer you spend your time on Clown House, the lower your IQ gets over a long enough period of time. I do think this app could cause actual mental retardation or brain rot.
You're certainly demonstrating it. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's causation or just stupidity. But it's called zoonotic. It's called zoonotic transmission, right? Yeah. So the theory is that it jumps from humans, and it happened when hunters literally, like we said, were butchering. And in the course of the zoonotic transmission, the virus is always trying to seek out it's developing so toward it.
In fact, the rural opinion was more favorable to Germany than to France, and Bismarck himself compared Germany and England to an elephant and a whale, each formidable in its own element, but no danger to each other. And that was how we felt, so we were not afraid of Bismarck at all. It was thought that there was going to be ordered progress throughout the world. Gradually, every country was going to take to parliament. There was going to be a bicameral legislature and two parties, and it was all going to be exactly like England everywhere, all over the world. My grandmother used to laugh because one time she said to the Russian ambassador, "Perhaps someday you will have a parliament in Russia." And he said, "God forbid, my dear Lady Russell." Except for the first word, the Russian ambassador at the present day might give the same answer. But that was the assumption. It was all going to be orderly, all quite nice. The atmosphere, apart from politics, it was one of Puritan piety, very great piety, very great austerity. We always had family prayers at 8. And before family prayers, I had to do half an hour's practice at the piano, which I hated. Although there were 8 servants in the house, the food was always the utmost simplicity. And even of what there was, if there was anything at all nice, I wasn't allowed to have it, because it wasn't good for children to eat nice things. For instance, there would be rice pudding and apple tart. Don't upset the apple tart, and I had the rice pudding. And there was extreme austerity in all those ways. My grandmother, until she was over 70, would never sit in an armchair until after dinner, ever.
And now things are like this.
Older, you would know.
Just a little.
So, you know what somebody said to me, and I don't know if it's true, it's that conservatives are conserving old liberal values nowadays. Like modern day.
That's interesting.
Modern day conservatives are conserving old liberal values.
I mean, it sounds good. I don't know if I believe it.
Is that the end of your sentence?
It sounds good at least.
I don't know if it's right, but it's...
It doesn't sound right to me.
Conservatives are conserving old liberal values.
Oh, because the liberal values are now, the old liberal values
Correct.
are so
radical.
You know, think about this. Without the neurodivergent, without the radical, without the guy who doesn't fit in, we don't move forward as a society.
Hello?
It's the people who aren't.
Did you tell me to get a life?
Yeah.
Are you projecting? Because it sounds like projection to me.
No, I'm getting a life. You're the one that's like stealing Diego's house.
Stealing the house? I'm sorry, but, you know, this isn't a real house. This is a cell phone conference call app. You might be taking it a little too, you know, seriously.
I think I should press charges against you for harassment.
Really?
Yeah. And bullying.
Harassment and bullying?
What is the laws in Chicago?
Harassment and bullying? Dummy, you're the one who's been seen 200 million times across the fucking planet. You know, I've tried to give you some advice on how you can, you know, work your media magic, but instead you come on here in Diego's house, in a house that you're banned from, and you want to sit here and tell me that you're going to press charges against me for harassing you. That sounds like bullying and intimidation to me.
I definitely think I should.
Sounds to me like bullying and intimidation to me. And I'm only going to tolerate this conversation for a couple more seconds because you don't belong here anymore. I don't think Diego is actually... What'd you say?
Diego will always love me.
Diego will always love me. Well, if you say so. Diego will always love me. And you know, I just gotta say, if you can say it, it is not true. And therefore, we just learned the truth. Damn. Sorry to hear the bad news, Princessia, but it sounds to me like you're single again. So, you know, maybe you could try to go out on a date this weekend with somebody.
It sounds like you're just always jealous of Diego. You wanna be like Diego.
Listen, I gotta say, you and Little Buttercup had such a nice little convo. It was such a great little Clubhouse exclusive. It's not harassment or abuse to sit here and use a conference call app. I don't know what to tell you. But it was a very good, you know, interview. It's a great podcast recording. Attacking you?
You're like, I'm like literally crying and you're agitating me more. Some gentleman you are.
Well, you sound to me right now like you're doing great. I don't hear a complaint out of you. You're just talking about a minor complaint from whenever, but I have a no nonprofit called the Jewish Complaint Department. I'd be happy to submit a complaint for you.
I mean,
What is the nature of your complaint? I rage baited you? How?
You did. I mean, you have your recording.
Which recording?
The infamous night. What other recording is there?
Infamous night? Nora, no one's ever watched my videos. I'm a nothing. You've been seen over 200 million times. You've been put up. Charlie Kirk tweeted you. Like, I'm a fucking bald asshole in a fucking tiny office. Nobody watches me. I'm a nobody. I'm cringe and nobody, and the algorithm doesn't want anybody to see me because I'm an obnoxious Larry David looking fucker.
God slowed me down by having my face be injured because he wanted me to chill the F out, but yeah.
I can't even promote you because the algorithm just does not care what I put up. If I were to say I'm doing, one-on-ones with a Free Palestine loony bin Karen, aka, the infamous elevator attacker, like, I could have, great content, but even if I put out, nobody cares.
It's so crazy how everybody makes a different story about what happened and how, all these Jews want to pathologize me. It's like, get a life.
It's not pathologize. It's
No. They for sure, the Jews on this app, mine is Buttercup, they pathologize me.
Yeah, well, I
And
don't
if you don't
know.
know what pathologize means, it's another way to say dehumanize. It's try to stigmatize me and try to just reduce me to a mental illness rather than somebody who has real pain in real life and real experiences that manifest in a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I miss Diego, but if Diego doesn't want me in his life, Diego doesn't want me in his life. Can't force it.
Yeah. That's the best way to look at it. I mean, people get ghosted, people get dumped, new relationships form. And every relationship has a beginning and an end. It's just a fact. Every relationship has a beginning and an end. That's not a logical fallacy. That's a fact. Hey, Sam.
Oh, shoot. What's his name? I wonder if this guy knows who I am. I just messaged this guy that I... Does he know who I am? Hold on. I'm afraid if he knows who I am, he's gonna get mad. So I won't say anything. Oh, God. Oh, goodness. I was not expecting him to text me back.
Ribono Shalala.
Goodness.
Well, it's January. When is January 8th? January 6th. Oh, these
We
Democrats.
should do a podcast interview.
With who?
Me and you, bro.
What do you mean? I've been recording you for years. No one cares. Did you not hear what the fuck I just said? No one cares who you are or what we have to say. It's just a fact. Nobody gives a shit.
You're not a good medium. You're not doing it on a good medium. We should do it on Spotify or
Uh-huh. Well, go ahead, do it. Hit the record button. I don't know what to tell you. What are you waiting for? I'll share it.
Well, I have to wait until February, see what plastic surgery does for me. I'm saying on video, and then I trying to grow out this dye in my hair because I don't like it. Just trying to go back to my natural me, man.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people just talk. Some people do. But there's a lot of talkers.
No, I spent
You're one of those types of talkers. I know.
I spent
Spend a lot of time talking to you, and you do a lot of talking, but I've never seen a link shared or a tag or a retweet or nothing. Just a whole lot of talking.
Well, I deleted my Twitter like Diego asked me to, but I'm gonna probably activate and just archive it.
Uh-huh.
But I
I've been working a lot around the house. Like I have a lot of stuff that I was going through, but I'm just like purging everything. I had this idea that I was going to be able to sue psychiatry and sue physicians, and it's just not. I saw the police footage for my first psychiatric hospitalization for the first time.
Yeah, I know. I heard it all. I'm gonna have to hit the repetition bell.
No, you didn't see it.
I heard it with you and Buttercup. I heard the whole fucking convo. If I hear one thing repeated again, you're getting the bell.
You're such a liar. What?
Such a liar. You're on my YouTube. You're on my Clownhouse. If I hear one more repetition, there you go. No more
Let me
repeating.
message this guy and see if he's gonna block me. Hold on. Let's see. He's being so nice. I don't think he knows who I am. He's probably like, who's this crazy bee? Let me get on my right account.
Make sure you set up your thirst trap right.
No.
I thought you ran thirst trap operations.
I don't know. What you saw is something that only my husband saw. Like, I should never have,
No, I'm talking about your elevator shaft attack video when you look like a horrible goblin troll, you know?
I didn't look like a goblin troll. I looked fine.
You look like a 5'4" Karen, goblin troll, like a gremlin.
Like, when I had my hair pulled back, like, my face, like, was very clear. I mean...
Oh, me and 200 million other people must have seen a different video. My bad.
No, I looked fine. Like,
Yeah,
it wasn't
okay.
that bad. And plus, he made it look bad. He had a shitty camera.
Oh. Well, do you look any better now than you did then?
No, I look worse because my face got cut open. But
Oh,
after
God.
that, I definitely did. Like, my mugshot, like, the police were hitting me. They're like, they were telling me cute.
The police were hitting on you?
When I was getting my mugshot, like...
Really?
Just one officer. They're just being, not hitting on me, just complimenting me.
Oh.
Yeah. But no, with my face cut open, of course I don't look better now.
Well, we're gonna have to hit the repeat button. You're repeating yourself. Did you see my notes in your chat at least? Because I spent time writing suggestions to you, so I don't have to listen to your repeats. You didn't see in my chat in your one-on-one with Buttercup where you apologize?
I sent Buttercup a screen recording of it, and I did apologize in the room.
Yeah.
So she said that she must have missed it. No, after the conversation, I sent it to her. So I did go back and I did say I was wrong, and she was like, thanks for sending me that, I must have missed it.
Yeah, I heard the whole conversation with you.
No, it was on text message. It wasn't on Clubhouse.
Alright, just don't repeat yourself.
Whatever. If you were a good person, you would reconcile between Diego and me and have him love me again.
Reconcile? Oh, God. Reconcile between you and him, and he would love you again, and that would be if I was a good person?
Yeah, if you were a good guy, yeah.
That's what would make me a good guy, or that's if I was a good guy, I would do that?
Either way, however you want to word it.
Either way. Well, all I can say is all relationships have beginnings and ends. And you know what the most amazing thing is about when a relationship does come to an end? Because, I've been through a lot of relationships. And I would just say...
Well, I don't do that. My relationship with Diego, if I am interested in a guy, that is a very rare thing. If I give you my time, that is a very rare thing. I'm not saying I'm all that, but I do have...
Sounds to me like you're trying to say you're like something special.
No, I have guys that have been trying to talk to me from 20 years ago, and I don't give them the time of day, from high school.
Well, that doesn't negate my point. My point is that your relationship with Dr. Diego has ended.
No.
Oh, it's over. I'm pretty sure it's over.
No, Diego.
Yes, I'm pretty sure it's over. It's too much of a gentleman to end it? That's what gentlemen do. Gentlemen do end it. They literally end it. They don't think about them. They don't click their shit. They don't want to hear from them. That shit's over. That's called water under a bridge.
Mean. If that's the case, that's mean.
It's not mean. It's called professionalism, adulthood, personal responsibility.
No,
It's called toxic codependency, what you got going on. And
It's not. No, it isn't.
you didn't even look at my chat. I wrote all these notes because you need to listen to your Oh, I'll just play it for you. Why the fuck would I sit here and I could just play it to you?
Anyways, I'm gonna go. I hope that you.
Oh no, just stick around and listen to this. This is you talking to Buttercup. Yeah, you're gonna love it. Ugh, I've recorded so many that I can't even find it anymore. Oh no, here it is.
I can't believe you want like Diego and me to not be
Without doing a thing.
That's so mean.
Therefore the master, he'll finally go hungry. The more you use it in the Tao. Inherently bad, and I don't like that kind of thinking.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so I'm gonna put you in the hot seat for a second. The other day, you said you felt that I betrayed you because you overheard me talking in a way that I thought was expressing concern. And you extended this to Jewish people in general as being backstabbing or dishonest or deceptive. That's not my worldview at all. I think humans are good, and I believe, and that my spirituality is one that was based on humanism, right? And that all humans deserve a fair chance and just generousness and
Yeah, but I want to make it clear it wasn't because of you, like that one example of you.
But you said it was because of me, and you vindicated that before you
Yeah, I'm saying you, like, it wasn't just because of you. Sorry if I wasn't clear. It was, like, other relationships with Jewish people on this app that I felt they just backstabbed me. And I don't know if it was, I don't know if it is a, like, just connecting it to, and I'm not trying to whitewash my words, but I don't want to feel this way, and that's why I go out of my way to want to build rapport with Jews. But it seems like inherently that Palestine and Israel and seeing the not you, but seeing the Palestinian as a terrorist, can't be trusted. Like, I don't know, maybe I have deep down like a distrust of this when I look back in time, and I'm like, I feel like I'm, as a Palestinian, not just me, Palestinians in general, that we are naive people. And it was, what's his name? It was like Kevin Cohen. Like, I had specifically asked him, can you talk to Diego for me? And he was being so compassionate to me. He was being so kind to me. Kevin to my face. Even was like, I don't really check messages here. Do you have a Signal? I downloaded Signal to talk to him. And to hear then Kevin referred to me as mentally ill, trying to diagnose me, like it's like, hey Diego, Nora's like asking, and then just let it be. I was like, wow, how conniving of him. Like, I was like, this is very, like, it felt very conniving. And then I felt the way you were engaging with Diego in the beginning was like, like, you're being nice, you're being sweet. And then the more and more like the mental ill label was put on me, the more like, and I heard you then start using it, that's when I was like, whoa, like, even Buttercup, like this person that like I only have 2 or 3 conversations with. So I want to believe that that actual, like, whoever the Jew is, whether it's ethnicity or religion.
I mean, Stella also expressed concern. Diego, I mean, it's not like it was only Jews that expressed concern for mental health, number one. And 2, responsibility that came from a place of love, because I do think Kevin is a good guy, and he has experience in his own family with various mental health issues. And, like, I don't think he was coming from a place of like, anger. I think he was coming from a place of concern. It was love.
It was patronizing. It was belittling. If my trauma and my pain is connected to, like, being violated, my agency taken from me, and being
You hear this? This is the Jewish Complaint Department. We're listening to Nora's complaints against the world. She's still not accepting personal responsibility, meaning she just can't accept people making fun of her or criticizing her. It's almost as if she's above criticism because she's such a great artist and people can't critique her artwork.
To the point that, like, I, like, just...
Totally. Listen, we talked about this. I agree, but I understand to some extent.
And Stella was really disappointing for me, too. Like, she, like...
I went to where you go, oh, Jews are backstabbers because they are concerned about my mental health, but when my friends who are Christians or Muslims are concerned about my mental health, they're not backstabbers, because your brain immediately goes, Jews are bad and deceptive because they're concerned about my mental health, versus everyone else is concerned about my mental health. It's just, that's nothing to do with their identity. You're attributing it to your identity, you know what I mean? That's where the problem is. Like you attributed this fundamental core evilness to me because I had the same reaction that everyone else did, regardless of their ethnic identity or religion.
I think saying what everyone else did is like gaslighting. Like,
I'm saying many people haven't expressed the same view in that room, and so people. I think what you're hearing maybe is. I think
questions on that. But Nami is another come along lately, another AOC who's going to cheerlead, but really be ineffective and really do nothing on the back line. And then this is this crap that he's going to do, and he's going to try to figure out, since he's so politically savvy, he's going to manipulate things, and I promise you, he's going to get caught up in some kind of scandal that's going to end up hurting, and New York City is going to suffer because of it. But this sounds like that's completely what it is, but God's English with it. Yeah, Rayfield is not completely different. Okay. It's slightly old-fashioned.
But it's just weird. I have to realize this is a bit like both sides, anti-Semite and Jew, like one can't exist without the other. Because
You do realize Palestinians are Semitic people, right?
Let's. I have a question for you, man. If the U.S., and I'm just using that if you gave it to him and he's not politically relevant, then you're projecting you're not politically relevant.
People you love, just basic life. I'm saying that the Jews believe that they're different than the Gentile.
Because she's a mom.
It goes two ways around. When you say that happens, you're saying you're different than the Gentile. I don't believe that. I believe people should be. I believe because this is my observation, anecdotally, not biologically. You try to get close to Jewish people, you try to build rapport with them, and at the end of the day, they have a belief that they are chosen, and because they believe they are chosen, or they believe that they are discriminated against, or they believe that they are persecuted, then it becomes a. I don't believe any of those things, and you said I'm a backstabber because I'm a Jew. No, what happened is I was engaging with you in a handful of conversations, didn't really know much, and then to my surprise, you had said stuff behind my back, and I associated it with you being Jewish.
You hear this saying stuff behind my back. Like, you gotta say it to my face for me to respect you. People can talk behind your back. That's life. I don't know what to tell you. Being a grown up and being a mature adult is understanding that people are gonna make fun of you and, criticize you, talk shit about you, but be friendly to your face, even though behind your back, they really don't like you. They're just trying to be polite.
Because I didn't say Buttercup is a Jew, therefore she's a backstabber. No, Buttercup did something, and I associated it with her being Jewish. Why is that?
I put my suggestions in the chat for them, to read what they are, because I get the feeling that Nora likes the fact that I'm recording, because she wants to get her story out there, perhaps before, total obliteration of the brain. But this is what I wrote. Some suggestions or ideas from the viewing listen together. 1. Create a matrix or bullet points of the discussion or contents of your conversation. Review the discussion afterwards and be more aware of what your story is. 2. Use the cognitive distortions checklist to analyze your discussion and talking points. 3. Read this list and contrast with your talking points. And I provided a PDF to what's known as the cognitive distortions checklist from the Feeling Good handbook. Number 4. Listen and use your ears. Stop using your lips and brain to think and speak your story or talking points. Then I provided a YouTube link to the Dao De Jing book. 5. Listen to the above Dao recording and listen with understanding and concentration. 6. You need a new script or new thoughts. This YouTube Dao recording is very therapeutic and wise. It will help with mental health, aka intelligence, because tracks. I think
Awesome. I tried to record myself, with my notes, but she just didn't want to listen to it, so. That's Nora for you. She's all talk. She's no ears. I'm pretty sure she doesn't have ears. I think she only has a mouth and a nose.
I ain't on shit. Got me a wood roll. Finna smoke my wood. Watch TV. I need to find me a movie.
Man, put me on some shit. What type of movie?
You got. Well, I don't know what
This
type
is your
of shit
type
you
of
like,
movie.
but watch this series. It's called The Family Business. You saw that before?
No, what's about?
It's you like.
And you get a lot of water up your nose. Yeah. So that's not comfortable, right? So that's why it's really important.
Somebody say they got a rubber hose up their nose?
Yep. So, we're low energy tonight. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong. So, oh shit. Make sure I clean this filter. So, what it does is it really, it's almost like getting water up your nose, like it's like you're swimming and stuff. But what happens is that you
wanted and linked to sex, creating a hostile environment with similar principles.
How is it linked to sex? Because bald men are more virile. Is that the point?
No. I
I thought it was. You heard Roya talk about bald men. You know this is true.
Yeah, we're just, there's more of us somehow.
Well, what's the problem? I know this much. What the fuck is the problem?
Actually, no, Rafi, my bad. Canada has something similar. It's under the human rights.
We call it hairless people.
Yeah, it's under the human rights.
Are you starting to be like a libtard and actually determine how people call you bald?
I take it very offensive, Green.
It doesn't particularly refer to bald people. It's just, if it's a hostile environment related to sex and gender.
Oh, really? I thought I would have guessed that in the UK, maybe, there's some people that used to be called skinheads. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but
no, nothing to do with that.
Got it.
Well, skinheads.
The mods and the rockers.
Sometimes, like we would in Germany, when you call someone's kid skinhead, you meant Nazi.
Yeah,
I see. Okay, understood. Anyways, no, but from my understanding, a bald head allows a more control of his libido. Yes.
Excuse me. You want to control your libido? No. Our libidos are constantly out of control.
Well, in the sense, in the sense that not be too affected by, in adverse ways by the libido, like, take the, beast.
All I can think about is sex with L.
Well, I don't know what I'm saying. When a person is bald, their head is in control versus the libido. The beast is still the same, but it's just the head is more in control. That's what I heard.
We got two heads.
Yep, you got that right. Yeah, in our tradition, younger men, like teenagers and above, are bald for like the celibate phase of life. Anyways,
all I have to say is Maxine Waters, she's one ugly ass bitch. Like she looks so angry.
I'm gonna do it, Jeff. You're just figuring this out now?
Like she's an ugly, angry bitch.
Thanks for sharing this important information.
And DCN is always there to update.
This situation, you remember the rock? So the reason why I changed to old school in the PTR. Yeah. That's it. Well, the reason why I changed to Rhombus is because I'm trying to use the thing. Okay, if I get angry at somebody, I say, "You want to square up?"
What's the weird music?
Square. It was a bad joke.
That's all true.
It was a bad joke.
You gotta explain it.
That's why I don't say nothing. I stop.
I think you realize that right through that joke. He was like, shit, I gotta see it come on, boy. I gotta see it.
On YouTube, they will take it down if they hear copyright material. It's very quickly.
Like when you talk, nobody hears the music.
Yeah, we like that. That's how we want it.
Yeah, but I'm saying in terms of copyright, is that even?
Yeah, there are times I'll put on Spotify myself on my own horn, and he'll leave too.
Some there's moments when we stay quiet and it's a part of the copyright moment.
Wait, who's Outrain? Is that someone else's account?
Lawrence is this.
Yeah, Florence's bot. So I do want to say real quick, I support the balds. The balds are people too, entitled to their
But
full
the
humanity.
sounds super discriminatory. It's like calling people the Jews, like.
Jeff gets 5 stars tonight.
You are understanding my humor properly. I do support the balds,
Thank you for your support.
I feel like they should be able to enjoy all the things of life to which they are unable to as.
Old people.
No, it's the balls. It's the balls.
Leave my balls out.
You know, it's the balls, like the pores, and the blinds. Same thing.
Right.
The homos of the streets.
Well, I didn't say the homos. I like the homos.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really.
Still like you just have a problem with the bulbs, right?
No, he loves us.
The balls and the blinds.
The bulbs, yeah, well, fuck you too, alright?
It's the people who are on the spectrum you gotta watch out for.
The autists, yes.
Yeah, the autism.
Every other person.
Those you could need to really be scared.
By the way, is that Revy of Revy and B?
Yes.
Cool.
When you say people on the spectrum, what do you mean? Maybe
Exactly.
me. Okay, got it. Okay. Am I all over the place or something?
Wait, what?
No, you're fine.
Well, what
We
did
like
you
them.
actually get? Avinash. Abaya. No, that's not Avinash. How do you say it?
It's not even Avinash. It's Avinav you're thinking of.
Wait, how do you say your name? Abaya?
Yeah, Abaya, yeah.
Okay, what did you actually get? Because you're like, oh, got it. What did you get?
Spectrum in the sense, there's people on the spectrum. That's a good measure.
Yeah, exactly. You didn't get it.
Yeah, I didn't get it. No, I didn't get it. Because when you talk about spectrum, I was thinking about like people that are like, okay, you have like potheads or not potheads. I would say hippies. Hippies versus
people who
extremely.
are on the autism spectrum. That's short form. You got it.
Thank you.
I don't know. To be clear, I didn't say anything about a spectrum. I just said autist.
CO, I haven't answered your question. This is a caveat for
I should have been a doctor.
This is my position.
My dad's a doctor.
God, she.
I should have been an IVF doctor. That would have been good for me. A respectable profession. I know my craft, and I'm good. I don't have to explain anything else.
It's gonna be illegal soon.
IVF? Why?
Well, crazy times.
Yeah, we live in crazy times. Well, the birth rate is jumping all over the world. It's crazy.
Well, it's not a bad thing.
It's totally a bad thing, Billy. Birth rate is important.
You need to be above 2. It's hard to recover.
Because when birth rate falls, it leads to wars.
Always?
Yes.
Even in modern times? Why?
Yep.
Especially in modern times.
Yeah.
Explain it.
Yeah.
What's the connection?
Yes.
Economics, bro.
You want to explain that?
Economics. Makes sense to me.
I mean, the war between Russia and Ukraine is largely about birth rate. The future war between China and whoever they end up going to war with is largely about birth rate.
People want to steal the other people's children?
Yeah.
No. Well, yes, in a sense.
Same
like
neighbors.
If you don't have young people in a society because your birth rate is too low, your economy falls and everybody starves.
Well, America doesn't have that problem because people want to be here, so we don't face that.
No, America doesn't have that problem because A, people want to be here, and because we still have enough babies to drive the economy.
Yeah, that's the way it seems to me. Not a problem.
Yeah. And which ironically, I know Billy, it's gonna be hard for you, is largely because of the fucking religious conservatives here that have a lot of babies.
Yeah. I agree with Jeff, and also India with its next door neighbors. Same thing. And that
It turns out where liberalism wins, the birth rate falls.
Happy, so I'm concerned about.
Yeah, the world.
Look at her. Yeah, I'm like, I hadn't heard that before. That's good. Oh, hey, Norm. Hey, John. Is that Kitover?
Happy New Year to you. If I haven't already.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Can you I'm wondering, can you ever truly bag and zip a snatch?
I didn't write the title.
You know, before I create a YouTube live, I have to choose, is this content for kids or is it for adults?
Or do you not publish adult content?
No, I always choose this content is made for adults only.
I can't hear you.
Gorgeous you. Yes, ma'am. My gray cat is snuggling with my dog and is just ridiculously cute. And he's like, ugh, fine, you're warm. Okay.
I think I came in at the tail end of a long day on here. I wasn't able to get on until like half an hour ago.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know what that title refers. I think it's just, they just made it up.
Yeah.
I don't know what it,
Oh, it's about Maduro. It's about Maduro.
oh, right, that guy.
People are so upset about this. It's like a miracle. Like, you know, the Valkyries. I want to create a video mashup of, you know, Wagner and Secretary Pete, you know, and Marco Rubio and Trump in that mission room with CIA Director Ratcliffe. Just what an incredible, you know, achievement. Did you see that? Did you see that? What's his name? El Normo. You know, Elliott Management. I can't remember the name of the billionaire, but he bought distressed debt from Citgo. So this changes the whole game for him. What a great investment, eh?
So when somebody buys debt like that, does that mean that they have, what does that mean, that they have interest in it?
So debt never goes.
I'm so sorry, it means what?
There's debt collectors out there.
Oh yes, I know what that means. Like, I know it's just that if they acquire the debt, what does that give them?
Gives them the ability to collect on that debt. You're buying the debt, gambling that it'll never.
You're kind of in the matrix. I'm sorry.
People buy distressed debt on the gamble and the trade that they're going to be able to sell that debt for more than what they bought it for. And now, because of Maduro being captured, the previously existing debt is now going to be paid in full, plus interest and penalties and everything else.
Because the money will be there.
How does someone buy debt?
There's a market for it. Equity firms do.
Yeah, you got to have money in a bank account and a brokerage account with a terminal trading platform. You got to have a broker. You know, there are major asset management firms and people out there that individually manage $1 billion or more personally.
So your credit card company had own debt. People owe the credit card company money. When you spend money on your credit card, you owe that company money, and that's their asset. Your debt to them is an asset. It's a good asset too, because they don't have to pay taxes unless you pay for it. And if you don't pay, then you can they can take it off their taxes. Plus, they buy it at a discount. So if I owe $100 on my credit card, and somebody could buy that debt for $50, and still try to collect $100, because the people to whom I owe it don't want to go through the trouble of collecting it, or they're running out of money, so they need to raise money by selling the debt.
Okay, I will do some research, try to figure it out, because I did it. Thank you.
Like moving shells around constantly. Like there's the poor people who owe the debt. They must be getting calls from multiple people, multiple companies, collection agencies. unless it just, the first one dies down, just thinking of the scenario. But, I mean, ethically it wouldn't, I think it would be, okay. I don't know that would be too risky for me.
Well, the people who trade in this do very careful research. And the research lowers the risk.
Right. So I had a no news day, and I don't know how that relates to Maduro, so I will research it. But that's an interesting thing for you to bring up that I can research before I go to sleep.
If somebody owes you money, that debt to you, that's an asset for you.
Right. What about? I don't know what it has to do with Maduro right now.
Oh, so let's see. Black was saying that there's a oil company called Citgo, and the oil company had debt, but they needed to raise money, and they were worried about getting that debt paid because Venezuela had nationalized its oil industry, essentially taking that oil away from the companies like Chevron or Citgo. So Citgo said, I'm going to sell, let's say I'm owed $100 million. I'll let it go for $10 million. So they sold it for $10 million. I'm just making an example. Maybe
Okay, that makes sense now. Thank you. I didn't know they nationalized that. That's so interesting.
Yeah. But they didn't just nationalize it. They turned it into like a private cash cow for the communist leaders, the Chavistas. So only their little circle made money off it. And then they used that money to do deals with Russia, Iran, Hezbollah, China. So they used it to enrich our enemies and themselves.
I missed so much today. I'm having to scale back on reading because I had eye surgery, so there's like so much I'm missing. I appreciate you giving me the little rundown on it. Thank you. The lowdown. See, I can't even think of words anymore. I'm listening to whatever I can. That's something going on in the background all the time, but today I had people around and I couldn't do that.
I listen on headphones.
Do you actually wear headphones when people are around you?
Well, yeah, I may wear, depending on what I'm doing, I may wear just AirPods.
Oh yeah, I should get mine out.
I'm wearing now. Nobody's listening to oldies or are you playing this?
We're not playing. This was playing when we got here. I don't know. I think it's just an account that I think is. Who owns this account, Kristen? Gatito. Gatita.
Oh, that's Vero's.
That's Vero's. Okay, she left it on.
Yeah, because it was chill music. She's so sweet. Thoroughly Navage.
I think she has another account and left it on, like left it hooked up to whatever she uses for music. And I don't even know if she can hear it right now. Because I got here after she left. Does that sound right, Kristen?
Yeah, they just leave it and then when they're done, they just close it out.
Mm-hmm.
So, how do you think about, what do you think about all this? How is this going to affect you? The kidnapping of a...
Well, who do you think's going to pay for this? You're paying for it. The American taxpayer, the voter.
I didn't ask who's paying for it.
Well, that's what's going to happen.
I'm asking how you're going to be affected by it.
You're going to live in a society of ever-increasing hunger games, of inflation, because if you look at the Bolivar, we're actually doing great compared to other countries, which is, amazing. We have a huge moat in this country, as what Warren Buffett likes to say. So you could say that the status quo will persist, but elections have a way of, as we know, turning everything upside down, and that seems to be the political order of America, where, we have huge reversals. Trump is the evidence of that. So, but we choose a new fascist leader every 4 years. Who's going to be next? J.D. Vance? Marco Rubio?
So it doesn't really affect you. Is that what you're saying?
I think it helps to project American strength and democracy. I think it shows our adversaries that we're willing to use force if they come into our hemisphere. I mean, Trump is on a bit of a roll because it looks like we're sending assets to Iran.
What? Oh my gosh.
A lot of them. Yeah, a lot.
Now that's when things are going to turn. I'm not going to be negative, but
drugs, weed bomb.
Couldn't he wait a little bit? Is there a sense of urgency to do that right now, immediately?
Well, so Iran is trying to rearm and reconstitute its air defenses. So the sooner we do it, again, what we're doing is we're helping the Iranian people who are revolting as we speak. I mean, it's going down right now. So if the government tries to murder some people, then we'll step in.
Yeah, that's going to happen. Yeah, that'll happen.
We could.
I'm getting as much food stocked up as I can.
George, I don't think it's going to happen here.
I know, but I'm just, I'd never take a day off from the news. Look what happens. There's so much I missed. Wow. Have there been a lot of good rooms on home? Well, what we just talked about.
Yeah, well, that's been going on since a very early Sunday morning.
What about Greenland? Anything going on there? I can look it up.
Well, I think Trump is getting a little bit hungry.
Concerned about the square footage.
I just think you guys are reading text officially. That's it.
Oh, Megatron, Ultra Megatron, good and faithful servant of his Lord Christ Jesus, you have spent so many days and weeks and months fighting for the good name of our Lord Christ Jesus, but I would like 60 seconds of your time to read to you from Confucius.
You have to tell me what you think of this verse first, though.
After you hear about the master.
Alright, okay, go for it.
The master said, a heart set on love will do no wrong. The master said, wealth and honors are what men desire, but abide not in them by help of wrong. Lowliness and want are hated of men, but forsake them not by help of wrong. Shorn of love is a gentleman worthy the name. Not for one moment may a gentleman sin against love, not in flurry and haste, nor yet in utter overthrow. The master said, a friend to love, a foe to evil. I have yet to meet. A friend to love will set nothing higher. In love's service, a foe to evil will let no evil touch him. Were a man to give himself to love, but for one day, I have seen no one whose strength would fail him. Such men there may be, but I have not seen one. The master said, a man and his faults are of a piece. By watching his faults we learn whether love be his. The master said, to learn the truth at daybreak and die at eve were enough. The master said, a scholar in search of truth who is ashamed of poor clothes and poor food, it is idle talking to. The master said, a gentleman has no likes and no dislikes below heaven. He follows right. The master said, gentlemen cherish worth, the vulgar cherish dirt. Gentlemen trust in justice, the vulgar trust in favor. The master said, the chase of gain is rich in hate. The master said, what is it to sway a kingdom by courteous yielding? Who cannot by courteous yielding sway a kingdom? What can he know of courtesy? The master said, be not concerned at want of place. Be concerned that thou stand thyself. Sorrow not at being unknown, but seek to be worthy of note. The master said, one thread, Shem, runs through all my teaching. Yes, said Saint Tu. After the master had left, the disciples asked what was meant. Saint Tu said, the master's teaching all hangs on faithfulness and fellow feeling. Confucius.
Keep this going tomorrow?
Well, you want to know something? I think I'm getting through the stuff. I think she's holding on for pride right now. I really think she is, because
You think you're transforming Steph's mind? You're educating her? I mean,
I think that education, I think that in the beginning she's got a lot. And I think that if she continues to read the verse and really realize that her understanding of the text is really not the best. She's saying that she has a definite 100% understanding of the text. What are you saying? It's not what he's saying afterwards.
well, Meyer, did you know?
It's a good exercise. I think it's an amazing exercise, and I really love this verse, and I really love how the Jews are coming in here and defending Jesus, because they're always saying that they're always complaining about Jesus. So I don't really think there has been one Jew in here that didn't say, well, if he was a Jew, well, they could have easily turned around and said, yeah, he made all foods clean. He's a false prophet.
Point of order, moderator, point of order. I don't hear Jews going around anywhere ever talking about Jesus.
They don't talk about Jesus. But in this conversation, they did. This was their opportunity to say, oh yeah, this is the reason why he's a false prophet.
Well, it's pretty easy. Megatron, have you ever read Tanya or the Bahir or the Zohar? Jews have their own mystical religion. It's just like Hinduism.
Why are they not doing that? What's all this background noise?
Megatron's working. Are you talking to me?
Yeah. No, Megatron, why are the Jews not doing that?
Because if they're looking at the text, they understand the parable, and they understand what's being said, and many of the Christians are misunderstanding the actual parable. And I think that it's a good display of people keeping to the text says and not putting their personal biases into it, and I really enjoy that about this conversation because it's showing. It's like, the snobby regular, would have totally taken advantage of that. Oh yeah, he said that. Yeah, no, he really did say that. And that's not the reaction we're getting. Which I didn't know we were gonna get this kind of reaction. I didn't know I was gonna get this kind of reaction from people that I didn't think I was gonna get it from, which is what I'm really enjoying.
Well,
I appreciate your input there, Murray, this week.
Do you have any complaints, though, Megatron? Because I have a nonprofit called the Jewish Complaint Department, and I'd like to submit a complaint for you, if I may.
No complaints.
Ribono Shel Olam, another JCD miracle.
Strange characters as well. What's his name? The Nigerian that you're attacking? He's got a pretty low IQ. Yeah. I said that to him just to trigger him, and he took the bait. He totally
His
took the bait.
voice is also irritating. It's like if you say so little, say it faster.
He has this hatred though that's obviously relevant. I mean, he actually makes it very known, which is weird. Which I love to expose. Love it.
So Meyer, Megatron here taught me that Allah means curse in Hebrew. I was shocked. Couldn't believe it.
It's true.
Wait, how do you pronounce it again?
Allah.
A-L-A-H.
Yeah, no, it's a curse. The curse is in Deuteronomy, right?
It's a phonetic thing. I guess it's not like a translation thing.
Yeah. It can also mean curse.
Or oath.
But in Deuteronomy, that's the word used multiple times.
Yeah, I like to do that to the Muslims when they try to tell me Allah is the one true God. I'm like, well, really? It's nothing but a curse.
My favorite Muslim argument is Muhammad is in the Bible. There's a word in Song of Songs that says like completely sweet, not sweet, like beloved, like a with a charisma, and the Hebrew word is Mahmud, and they want to say that's Muhammad. It doesn't read the sentence like fully Muhammad, and it's just like phonetically similar. So it's really funny when they try to make that argument.
I love it when they use John 16, 12 through 15. And when they say he's the paraclete. I love it when they use that one. As who's sending the paraclete? They literally contradict themselves.
You know the Bolshevik guy, the Greek Orthodox Christian?
Yeah, God.
He is intense, man. That guy is intense. Intense. But there's something about
Wait, who's this guy?
Bolshevik, the guy who was the like he's a really obnoxious voice. Anyways,
He changes his name like every 2 weeks?
Yeah.
That's the Nigerian we're talking about.
No, the guy's not. You think he's Nigerian? No way.
He said he is.
No.
Yeah, he's Nigerian. He's a Nigerian immigrant.
But he's Greek Orthodox Christian?
That's what he said. He's no Catholic. He's a Catholic.
Holy shit. Well.
It's not his fault. He's got a low IQ.
Embarrassment.
Well, I mean, how can people take things literally all the time? I just don't see, even Megatron's like, don't bring the fucking meta in. But I'm talking at least the metaphysic. How can people be so just, anyways, it is what it is.
He tried to give me a calculation in time. He had a 360-day year. I was like, the sun's going to rise tomorrow. It was just so dumb.
They were talking about, pork sandwiches. And I'm thinking to myself, if I went to that gourmet sandwich shop down the street and I had a delicious sandwich that had some pork in it, whether it was bacon or sliced ham or whatever it was, I know that sandwich is so gourmet, I'm not worried about anything when I eat that sandwich. I'm just thinking to myself, what a delight. So if you can't see that it's a metaphor for your internal psychological situation or condition, do you live in peace and joy, or do you live like rotten pig flesh? I mean, Meyer, you never had a delicious slice of ham, have you? Meyer, can you hear me?
No, I never did have ham.
Well, do you know what the biggest Jewish dilemma is?
Is this going to be ham on sale?
A free ham sandwich.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm going to go to sleep. We definitely have some funny characters. Yeah, what was his name? Smiler?
Yeah.
He's a strange character. And Cash was also an interesting character.
Meyer, what recommendations would you have for Megatron and Daniel, who seem so committed to creating these rooms every day? Like, what advice would you give them from like a content creation, at least even so they don't burn out themselves?
I think they created some pretty good content today. They had a pretty full room.
Yeah, I recorded the whole thing in a recording studio. I can't believe you don't do replays on these rooms. Like,
Megatron and Draco weren't talking to each other. Neither is Steph. They're really not talking to each other. But from entertainment value, it went well.
is Steph low IQ?
No, she's actually pretty educated. She's I don't think she's the most articulate, but if you listen to her, she's fairly educated, understands what you're saying, she listens well. No, I'm pretty impressed with her.
Well, my criticism would be like, how are you on this app on a weekday, proselytizing the
Because she
preacher?
does like real estate sales, so she's driving from house to house. She says it that she's like in between work commuting.
Well, I just believe that the longer you use this app, the lower your IQ gets, unless you're reading books. I just think brain rot can transfer through this conference call. It's an opinion.
Good night.
Well, Megatron, you've done it again, you dastardly dog. You nail hitting, screw driving, measure taping, construction magnet. You have built the Bible and Quran House into the biggest online discussion group about nothing that I've ever seen in my life, and people are going to do it every day with you, I think, Barth, until maybe like the apocalypse or something. So, oblivion now, Rabbono Shalom. Mazel tov and l'chaim.
Wait. That's how you think of the verse.
Well, how do I view the verse?
The one you've been recording all fucking day. And now you're gonna ask me now you're gonna say what verse?
Yeah, which one?
The one that we've been talking about all day.
Yeah, you mentioned it when I first got here, but you allowed me to read Confucius,
Mark 7:19. Did he make all food clean? Or did he
that's why I was thinking about the Satriali's port. So I just don't understand how can people just not see it's about like your soul or your consciousness or your conscience, I mean, or seeing like how can Jews refuse to eat these tremendous delicacies when it all has to do with really your disposition and your personality, not the food? Because when you eat, and you eat a lot of shit, have you ever puked after you ate a lot of food? It all becomes a paste, almost like a chicken. You know how they make chicken nuggets with the paste? So, I mean, to me, like, this has to do with your behavior. I mean, Confucius, as you listen to, Confucius talks about these issues really more about politeness or about obedience and faithful. All these important topics that these crazy, Yahweh individuals who take it so literally. To me, people need to spend more time trying to study it, to do the personality and personal self-development that, in my opinion, is clearly lacking because people on this app are so neurotic and they will go on and on and on and on and on and on. It just shows a lack of understanding. Silence is the outcome. Silence is the wisdom component where you're like, it's better to listen than it is to talk because, like it's like the saying that the heart is smarter than the brain because the heart remains silent. Only the brain is stupid enough to talk. So that's the super secret, esoteric hidden message. Anyways, it's part of it, but just saying that, you've created.
And I'm pissing everybody off too, which is fucking amazing.
We'll see. I don't know, dude. I think it's hilarious, and you should capture this. Like, you shouldn't let this go to waste. Put these rooms on record. Put all this on YouTube. Because if you're going to do this every single day, how can you not replatform all of this? Like, it's too much work to do to not include people on a, Tom Rabbit type fun voyage. Like, type in John Lee and Tom Rabbit, and it's so embarrassing to John Lee that it's unfathomable that guy just doesn't give a shit. Like, clearly it's beyond pathetic, but there's a lot of people in your rooms, especially Bolshevik, who is worthy of being roasted. And he has a job. And when he knows he's on YouTube, he starts thinking, oh no. Like, uh-oh. Like, what have I done? What have I said? Because he's that obnoxious of a person. Anyways.
He's a scholar and a gentleman.
Really? You think he's a gentleman?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
He should have stayed a Muslim.
I don't think he ever was a Muslim.
Oh, really?
He was?
Oh, fucking no. He's a Nigerian fucking nail artist for all.
By a member of the Ukrainian parliament. Fuck,
I need to record these rooms for.
Well, why have them? Because for one thing, you would have a record, meaning that like you wouldn't repeat yourself ever, and there's a good chance that you're repeating yourself weekly.
That happens like about 10 times a day. A Muslim will get roasted, then another one comes in as soon as they leave, and it'll be the same argument over and over and over.
I don't know. I mean,
I don't record.
Well, anyways, I mean, you should come to my Thursday room.
You're free to record all you want.
Yeah, I know you said that, but I'm just saying for your own sake, like it would help you get a better grasp of how much information and content you are creating. Because this is like consuming your active consciousness. You can't concentrate or focus on anything else if you're on here giving your focus, concentration, and thoughts to all these conversations. The brain is a sponge. These rooms can, in my opinion, be detrimental to your brain because the brain has to be very focused in terms of siloing what's coming into it. And you can't achieve anything and have any productivity with this type of conference call in your active consciousness all day long. It's impossible.
Yeah, I'm probably not gonna come on tomorrow then. I'll let you guys take over.
Megatron, or just come under a different profile just to see how everyone conducts themselves when you're gone.
Yeah, that's one thing I don't do, man. I don't listen to replays, and I can't log on to an account just to listen. I just feel pathetic.
This is more natural, it seems.
It's just not. I'd rather listen to something and learn than listen to myself again. Ugh. So gross. Little narcissist. You listening to yourself.
I think you got to that level where you're gonna have to program an AI with your logic and everything. You're gonna have to argue yourself. You're the only one worthy at this point. You're unstoppable.
That's not true. They hate me. Which is
No issue.
Who hates you? Who knows?
I know Daniel does.
I think Black Heart Megatron's gonna be.
Don, what's the possibility that we
We're collaborating right now. Did Barth leave?
Yes. I think he'll probably be back.
I think you may have moved.
I was gonna ask him, why doesn't he ever talk about politics or news?
He does. When he goes to the chillism, he will. Put in there.
Man, that is one of the dumbest rooms on this app.
So between this room and Rabbi Randall McDickerson's Kosher Shekel Fund, where do those two rank?
Well, all I could say is an actual great debate would be Barth versus Rabbi Randy, like, cause Barth has the energy to, like, you know, just keep talking and talk over you, and it would drive Rabbi Randy insane.
With the stuff that Rabbi Randy would say, he'd just say out of nowhere, my ball dagger.
Yeah, it would be annoying. Like, if there were rules that there could be no profanity, oh, that would actually be really interesting to listen to. Because that would force Rabbi to be professional, and it would be, you know, a big challenge, because he's the most profane, vulgar person on this app.
Yeah, they're both knowledgeable guys, so it'd be interesting. I think there's a lot of content that could be made from the Kosher Shekel Fund.
Yeah.
But I just think just the commentary, the language that they use is probably not appropriate on the streaming services.
No, Barth is not.
All right, guys, so we are here. We found it, finally, all day long. The Somali Education Resource Center, Suite 301 here at 299 East Granville Road in Dublin, Ohio. Now, the deal is that $14 million
Oh my God, dude. These Somalians have, like, pilfered billions.
Are you thinking about starting your own layering center?
No, but, man, I mean, we need mass arrests in this country. Like, mass arrests.
Yeah, I was watching some stuff. They're saying with their IQ and their position just coming into the U.S. not too long ago, there's no way that they pull this off all by themselves. They're not the brainchild. It's like, it's definitely the left involved, but the right, the Republicans also in on it, because they're using that to fund their own campaigns and launder money through these people.
Well, I saw even Speaker Johnson was accused today of refunneling money through PACs and through these daycares. So it makes sense that if the politicians know, you know, about the HRX and who and where that money's going, they're going to go back to where that money's going and say, hey, give us a kickback. So that's fucking, like, defeats the purpose, funding whatever the hell the act is. Man, it took in 25, it's crazy because, like, I'm 42 or 43, and the country was, like, crushing it in 1999, in 2000. Like, we had no debt. And in 25 years, we've, like, gone hyperbolic. Like, hyperbolic. Because if you look at the total debt created, you know, over the course of U.S. history, it's like hyperbolic debt creation. So, and it's not stopping. Like, what is this? Like, is this the end? Just hold your breath and count to 10.
I wonder if some of these people that go into office, if they go in there with a pure intent, and then they get persuaded with the true reality that if you do not comply with the system that corruption put in place, your life is on the line. If you comply, you get some money.
Compliance is the key word. The IRS is constantly trying to bring people into compliance. So if the IRS is the government demands compliance. If you subvert or attempt to disrupt compliance, you'll be asked politely to return to compliance.
A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. Look at your time.
Wow, one of Bible and Cron's #1 nice guys. What a gentleman this guy is, ladies and gentlemen.
Yo, what is up, Black?
What a nice guy. Too bad you're a Muslim. Too nice to believe you're even Muslim, but you know, miracles happen.
You sound like a good guy, but man, I hope you be Muslim.
Well, I understand. Like, for example, I saw a picture of this Black American today who was released from jail, and he went in like a pimp, and he came out like a Muslim. And to me, I can understand how a Muslim would say that Islam is the prophecy of, paradise and, nirvana. But to say it's exclusive only to Islam is so stupid, because you could study Buddhism or Hinduism or Christianity and still come to the same points and conclusions. So to say that you have a proprietary religion which is exclusive to your faith is the epitome of stupidity. I just don't understand it. Can you explain it?
Okay, so I would just say this, right? I would say that if we take information seriously, the Quran claims something, and it is from God. And God created everything. So, yeah, like I would say the Quran calls to paradise, basically. That's the roadmap. That's the blueprint. So, there you go. That's the answer. Yo, what did you say?
Everyone else claims to have the blueprint as well.
Yeah, but I'm saying the Quran owns the narrative, man. The gospel too, man. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty impressive. It is.
I mean, do you have any idea what the Chinese philosophically have studied for thousands of years?
Vaguely, I think they were more into astrology.
No, bro.
Teach me something. I'm not too aware of the Western Eastern religions.
Well, we got a book here called Sacred Writings. It has Confucian, Hebrew, and Christian. You should really study Confucian writings because they're so smart and so advanced. You'll realize, they're smarter than I am. For example, this is the sayings of Confucius. The master said, without a sense of courtesy, attentions grow into fussiness. Heed turns to fearfulness. Courage becomes unruliness. Uprightness turns to harshness. When the gentry are true to kinsmen, love will thrive among the people. If they do not forsake old friends, the people will not be selfish. When Saint Tzu lay sick, he summoned his disciples and said, uncover my feet, uncover my arms. The poem says, as though a deep gulf were yawning below, as crossing thin ice, take heed how ye go. Till this day and beyond, I have walked unscathed, my boys. Subnote, the Chinese say, the body is born whole by the mother. It is for the son to return it again whole. When Tseng Tzu lay sick, Meng Qing came to ask after him. Tseng Tzu said, when a bird is to die, his note is sad. When a man is to die, his words are true. There are 3 duties that a gentleman prizes: to banish from his bearing violence and levity, to sort his face to the truth, to purge his speech of the low and unfair. As for temple matters, there are officers to mind them. Tseng Tzu said, out of knowledge to learn from ignorance, out of wealth to learn from penury, having to seem wanting, real to seem shadow. When Gain said, never answering back, I had once a friend who would act thus. So I'm just saying that there's a lot of intelligence there. And if you are a Muslim, well, go to China and you'll be like, holy shit, there's a 1.4 billion people with a history that goes back thousands of years. They got books from thousands of years ago, thousands of years ago. 23 years ago, the number 2 translated book of all time, the Tao Te Ching. It's so much older than Islam, but it's so much smarter.
Actually, you're right, man. I've done a deep dive research on the top books and information, that I need to read. The Tao Te Ching was there, and I think the Confucius was like in the top 7 or 6. So it's up there. I agree. Like I'm not gonna negate the scorings. I'm not gonna negate that there are civilizations filled with brilliant minds, and they have truth, right? It's just what I'm saying is that there's certain information that are just different, right? I think the Bible and the Quran do have a position like up there when it comes to a precise roadmap in a sense. So that's the idea.
Well, the thing is, truth is not geographic, meaning you are the faith of geographically where you're born. So if you're born in Saudi Arabia, guess what? You're not a Buddhist or a Hindu. So I'm just saying in 2025, we have this amazing ability to read translated works from throughout every place on the planet. So to say that your religion is the only one and only true faith, I think, that has to be looked in a new way. It's not proprietary. You can't claim that Islam and Muhammad and Allah is the proprietary, revolutionary, utopian theory. It's just there's two.
As of today, I would say yes. I would say that there is a stream. Like how can I say this, man? It's like, imagine there's different roads, right? We're all aiming to go somewhere. There is definitely a shortcut. My claim is that the Quran presents the shortcut, and it interacts with any type of ideologies. It either destructs them or it approves of them, right? So I think as of today, as right now, the Quran is way up there, right? So that's the claim, and the Bible also. So yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying like when you read the Quran, it's making cross-reference through many things, right? It includes these books you've mentioned. So and plus, there's verses that says that God created the nations differently so that we may learn from each other. Each civilization has protected like some form of truth, and in order for us to learn from each other, we need to appreciate and love one another, right? So it's all connected. I see it, but I'm just saying some path are like some ideologies are above, right? That's the claim.
Unpopular opinion, but I kind of agree with that.
Actually agree with that as well.
I do agree with that. I actually said that earlier that I don't think God is mad at any of the Abrahamic religions. I think He gave us all different strict rules to follow, a different way. God, He plays games like that, to be honest. You know what I mean? And it's not for us to question. It's just follow the role you were meant to play. I think the biggest game that we play on ourselves is actually having an issue with each other because of our differences. He gave us free will.
Yeah, but then that becomes political. I'm saying you can turn religion into a political game, and it's just religious one-upmanship, but it's no different than political one-upmanship.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that shit. But at the end of the day, I just feel like it's not what it was meant for. And people don't understand, they fear. That's just like you got people who say every Muslim's a terrorist. Or every Christian is a bigot, or whatever, or every Israeli is such and such. Because people fear what they don't understand. But we are praise the same God through different lights. And I don't think that our differences should be that much of a problem, to be completely honest. I don't think those small differences is worth the big problems that we have. It's a lot of misinterpretations. I grew up not understanding other Abrahamic religions. And now that I'm older and I embrace them more. But I'm a Christian who just thought fucking Islam was nuts. You know what I'm saying? That's what I was taught. But as I get older, I realize, like, okay, people gonna tell me how they feel. I need to understand this myself. And where I'm from, it's a lot of Muslims, so it was easy to start understanding more.
Yeah, and I think like in the end, we started in different positions, but it doesn't mean you just uphold traditions or things that you could recite truth, right? You could read things that are true. It doesn't make you more advanced. It's just I think the one who is the more sharp, like spiritually or on every level, is just the one who adapts quickest, and he's able to perceive the truth and just advance, regardless of the position. He's just always he always upgrade himself, right? So yeah, one day, regardless where you start, you're gonna end up with fellow truth seekers who kind of like see the same thing, I guess, right? But obviously, I'm not too extreme on, like, I'm not saying everything is true, because otherwise, to say this it means you don't have even a position. It means for you killing, like, if there is a religion that says let's kill babies, you're gonna say, yeah, that's his salvation, where it's not true, right? So yeah, that's the point.
That's the scary part about the books. Some of that shit's crazy, and you don't know if it's true or not. It's like, I just try not to question it and try to look at it from a perspective where it makes sense to me personally. Because a lot of people say that the Bible is just meant to be understood. Well, I think to understand something, you need to interpret it to where it makes sense to you first. People read stories and take them differently all the time. It's not abnormal for you to read a passage and take it different than I read it. That's the whole debate of religion most of the time. It's just a story that somebody else took differently from the next person. So I think everybody just got to interpret it and understand what they read, rather than just reading and allowing somebody else to interpret it for you. And that's your truth. To seek the truth, what's a fact to you or what's the truth to somebody else might not be the truth to somebody else. You have to seek your truth and understand the words you're reading.
Yeah, and in the end, we know what's the answer, right? The answer is, and you would find this in many traditions, it's faith, right? So no matter how that plays out, right? When people say, oh, it's inside, look inside or whatever, right? Like, yeah, in Islamic philosophy, the concept is similar. We all have a fitrah. We all have the innate inner inclination of the divine, right? Of going after what is right, of going after what is true and what is just. And sometimes you're going to be conflicted to people or to certain readings or to certain things that may tend to make you suppress your rationality, reason, or your faith. But you would have to have faith anyways. So that's how faith operates, right? It shines when things get dark. That's the whole point. And I think that's the goal of life. It's just to live life and be able to be true with oneself, regardless of the situation. And in doing so, the outcome is always right. The outcome is always...
Bro, that's not the purpose of life. The purpose of life is to make a baby and pay your mortgage and pay your taxes and be a good citizen and a nice person to your neighbor and go have a nice dinner every night. Not to come on Clown House for 80 hours a week and talk to people trying to practice English. No way.
I'm so tired of mortgage. I'm kind of irritated you said that.
Yeah, man, I just love Clubhouse because there's an exchange of ideas. So you study, you do your own stuff outside of Clubhouse, you
That's
work,
like
you
a
do your
mortgage.
life, but then, yeah, you challenge yourself in a sense.
So what's crazy, what I learned lately about Islam is Islam got so many relations to Christianity as far as our beliefs, our thoughts. Just a lot of scripture that I almost don't even understand what the difference is, besides the fact y'all don't believe in Jesus' divinity. And I don't understand that neither, but I never try to like attack nobody or convince somebody to believe what I believe, because just like I know nobody can convert me from believing in Christianity, believing in Christ, I know the next person is as strong about their beliefs as I am about mine. So I never try to convince nobody or like debate nobody on Clubhouse, because that shit is a lost cause. People be on there arguing for days.
Sometimes I feel like
I meant to do a thumbnail. I don't know why, man. I just messed it up.
sometimes I feel like when everything is said and done on the, let's say, like, day of judgment, or when you meet your creator, and they ask, you know, you know the truth, and then the other person is maybe gonna join your religion. But how you represented yourself and how you conducted yourself, you scared that person away. But that person was right there. They could have joined the right side.
I'm trying to understand your point.
We got like how people do like polemics and stuff like that.
Yeah, but you know how life is subjective, right? So let me give you an example. It's, you know, when you see the faith thing, right, like the faith aspect, you understand that true faith is always in sync with the true religion of God. So sometimes you have people who are pretenders. So even if a situation unfolds before them, right in front of their eyes, sometimes they might take the religious, brainless, faithless position, even though they know it's not the right path. And someone, let's say he's not even religious, he's just like a normal person, and somehow he have a faith that surpasses the religious dude, right? So this is how I see life. It's just sometimes...
Yeah, but I mean, you gotta look at God.
You need to walk the walk and talk the talk.
You have to look at God as being something different, meaning that God is actually more about intelligence, like universal super intelligence. So to say one faith is the truth faith is like saying that it's not the true faith, because God is really more about like a very high level program or software in the universe, meaning that when you die, you probably become a math equation or something. So we still have to focus on education, intelligence, comprehension, understanding, concepts, you know, all these things which in many ways are closer to God than all this useless discourse, which is unnecessary. It's not academic, it's not professional, it's very childish, but it's entertaining, let's be honest.
It's almost like a game. It's like God said, okay, I'm gonna raise you up and you'll be doctored in this religion from a baby. But I want you to get older and go get your thirst for knowledge and go learn about these other ones. Learn about these other two and understand the Abrahamic religions. After that, going on to the next. That's what it seemed like to me. It never felt like to me that nobody was doing wrong in God's eyes. How could you do wrong in God's eyes when you praise him? If something happened, you didn't understand it. It's just like when Peter was with Jesus and Jesus already knew his heart. He knew that he was scary. He wasn't going to be with him in the end. If you think God don't know your heart at the end of the day, then you doubting God. God gonna know your heart from the get-go. It don't matter what religion he is. He never told us to be in a religion ever. He just told us to praise God.
But see, God has this thing called a book club. And without the book club, all this shit don't mean nothing.
For sure. And
never told us
Yeah.
to be a religious guy.
I just want
Nobody
to say
knows
something real quick. So,
Is your religion,
James,
is your religion memorizing texts? Is your religion memorizing scripture or understanding scripture? You see, the problem is, had God, if he does exist, right, if he wanted his message to be clearly understood, he would have written the Bible in his own hands, right, removing all doubt and ambiguity, right? But he didn't do that. And God's essential properties are omniscience, right?
Guy's an atheist.
Omnipresence and omnipotence. So the way I'm looking at it, right, God purposely did this to create chaos. There's no way you can escape this conclusion.
Yeah, but James, if that's your conclusion, then there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. God created a system based on chaos in order to continue it. So there's continuity.
But you believe that, you know what believing something is wanting something to be true. Just because you want it to be true, it doesn't necessarily entail that what you believe is true.
I'm not about to totally disagree with you at all. Because listen, I'm a very open-minded person. I read a lot outside my doctrine. I'm not one of those guys who's just gonna argue you down that what I learned is the truth. I read a lot. You know what I mean? And I compare notes, and I believe everything is to be understood, like I said. So what I will tell you is, this is a very, very unpopular theory right here, but this is something that I had read for a little while. I believe in the beginning, God was more of a war God. And that's just my opinion. The Old Testament, he was a very different person. By the time the New Testament came, it's like he had a whole different approach with humanity. And he had a lot of mercy in the old one, but he also was very, very cruel and brutal in the old one. The Old Testament shows signs of the war God. I don't know if y'all know about old Canaanite history and old Canaanite deities, but Yahweh was a deity in the Canaanite pantheon before the idea of him being the Most High. The Most High was someone named El Elyon, and they scrubbed his name out of a lot of Bibles, and they changed his name to mean God in a lot of Bibles. But Yahweh was known as a war God at first. The battle with him and Baal, with who was that? Elijah, who called the fire down from the bull. That was supposedly when Yahweh won the throne to become the Most High. He beat Baal for the spot, and he merged with El Elyon. It's some good history you can read, bro. It's a lot of outlooks at these situations. That's why I'm not totally disagreeing with you. It's weird that I read a lot and I don't just cross out nothing.
Yeah, but Cash, if James read those books, that's still not going to help James floss his teeth and wipe his ass. James is a stinky old bastard. He's a dirty old bastard, this guy.
Okay, but you know, look, can we all agree, right, that the New Testament and the Old Testament are copyright infringements of the Old Testament. This is why when you compare Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, when you compare them, right, the surprising fact is they have more in common than they are. Basically the same thing. Based on the Old Testament.
Are you an atheist?
I'm agnostic.
The guy says like extreme atheist.
No, I'm agnostic. I'm agnostic.
What does that mean?
That means, thankfully, that I'm smart enough to understand that I'm too dumb to understand everything. So when I say that I'm an atheist, demonstrate that God does not exist, right? Nor can I demonstrate that he does exist, because I adhere to scientific principles in the sense that to me.
Okay, James, point of order, moderator. James, do you think that you came out of the earth, or do you think a sky god made you?
I think I originated in my partner's left testicle.
No, I know, but going back further than that, thousands of generations, do you think your evolution, you came out of the earth, or do you think the sky god created Adam and Eve?
Agnostic, which actually means I don't know, but more importantly, I don't care, because
I live my life as if he doesn't exist. And my life consists of me.
I know, but James, this is an online conference call. This is an online conference call, James.
Let me tell you some real shit. You need to find Christ. Because when the Messiah come back, when the Messiah come back, you ain't gonna be able to talk to him about no dumbass science.
Look, if there is a God, Cash, he's not going. If my idea of a God is, if there is a God, he's not going to ask me. He's not going to ask me, do you believe in me? No, he's not going to ask me that. You know, in my perception, he's going to ask me. How did you treat my children? And my only answer is. And should have done much better. If there is a God, right, I am going to hell for all the bad things I've done.
When he see you, it's not up to us to say who go to hell.
Yeah, but you don't know that, guys. You don't know what God thinks or what God wants.
Listen up. But
you don't know that.
Can you calm down for 1 second? You too old.
Yeah, as long as you stop making false claims about knowledge which you clearly do not have.
All right, just chill, James. You sound like you're about 70 teeth missing.
No,
just chill.
I'm straight. I don't like deception. I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. And because of that, I never regret a word I say.
Okay, that's cool, James. I'm being calm, trying to kick it with you, OG. I ain't going.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Just be honest. In fact, you know what? I'm just going to mute up.
Be honest, then. You want to
Okay, James, I got point of order, moderator, point of order. James, I got another question for you. You think that there's wisdom in these books, meaning that, like, if you STFU and practice meditation in silence, that could be of value?
If my sister would have had testicles, she would have been my brother. But she clearly doesn't, therefore she isn't. What ifs, to me, are just whispers.
I guess what I'm trying to say, James, is point of order, moderator, point of order. I guess what I'm trying to say is you sound to me like a guy that just doesn't like books. And I'm sorry to hear that you don't like books, and maybe you should join a book club, but... And it's just my opinion, James, and I know you're agnostic, but even agnostics can read books and then talk about the books and maybe learn something from the books, you know.
Why would I do that?
I don't know, you tell me your sister's the one with the set of testicles.
If I look at the Bible, right, the reason why I don't like the Bible codified slavery, especially slavery for people that look like me. That is objectively bad. How is it that it's moral to inherit the children of slaves? They are being punished for crimes that they did not commit. How is it?
Y'all dirty, bro.
Oh, James, I'm sorry. Are there slaves right now?
Slavery does not exist. It would be stupid.
Hey, listen, James, when your wife make bread, does she use her feet?
You want to talk to you. You come up with it.
That's what I'm saying. You already disrespected.
What does my wife cool? What does my wife have to do with this conversation?
I was being cool, brother. You already disrespected me. Ain't no more respect, James.
Talking about my wife is not disrespecting me. I never talked about your wife.
Did he say in a condescending manner or in a way that disrespect?
I just asked if she
how is it being respectful from one man to another man, asking if his wife makes bread with her feet?
I didn't ask you if her pussy was good. I said that if she make bread with her feet, fuck it.
Well, I can make your mother bark like a dog, Cash. So what's your point?
Bark like a dog. What year?
Yeah, you want to be rude? I can do that.
Hey, this nigga's a bopper. I mean, what do they call this?
I can. I can be rude if you want me to. I've got no problem with that.
Are you from India or Indiana?
I'm not from India, nor am I from America. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I know you dirty for sure now.
And I know, you know what the thing is? If I'm dirty, I can still take a bath. Whereas you, right, will be
Man, your signal's so fucked up over there in that little country. What'd you say again?
My country, because it's not your business. Daniel knows where I'm from. I share intimate details like that with people I trust.
and not just with random strangers.
Oh, bro, I didn't ask you where you were from, buddy. Buddy.
Never will be.
James, do you think you have a pleasant disposition, James?
Very, very direct in what I think. I believe, right, that lying is the biggest form of disrespect. Because when you lie, you that the other person that you are addressing what you are saying to is stupid. I don't need to lie. And the reason why I don't need to lie is because I'm not a thief and I'm not a coward.
So people who talk about their religion to you are lying?
No, you can tell me about your belief, but don't attack knowledge claims to that. Because whether you're a Christian, Muslim, Jew, whatever, your experiences, and you are, good way to say it.
In that same aspect, apply that to atheism.
But I'm not an atheist. Because to me, logically, it is untenable to be an atheist because you cannot prove that God does not exist. So I won't do that anymore.
Alright, but James, so you believe in a higher power, you just don't believe.
No, I don't. When did I say that?
So you don't believe that
you're an atheist.
So you're an atheist, you don't fuck?
No, it's not binary. It's not if or. I'm saying that I am sitting on the fence, right, waiting to listen to good arguments and sound reasoning. I am open to change, but when it comes to religion, religious people have pretty poor arguments and bad reasoning.
What's your definition of?
I can be convinced.
What's your definition of atheist?
Someone that does not believe that God exists.
You don't believe God exists?
I've never said that. I've never said that. I said I don't know if God exists or not. I don't know. But more importantly, I don't care. Because my life was spent raising my children, right? Trying to be a good and productive member of society. I've got too much going on to sit at home and wonder about what could be or what might be. I'm dealing with the what is.
Right. We got you, buddy. What you in here for?
Yeah, James, you do know that like people come here to have debates. I mean, we could debate about, whether people come here to why they come here to have debates. Do you think people come here for dopamine feedback? Because like since there is no God and everybody's delusional and just having conversations about concepts, do you think people are here maybe for like talk therapy dopamine instead, you dope?
No, I think people,
their ego and pride.
yes, people come on here.
People come on here to compare notes and to learn of this religion. It may come here debate because people have differences, but that's the whole point.
People come here, right, out of the vanity in the sense of I understand and I know everything. And the sad thing is, right,
that's all projection. You literally just admitted what you do, James.
you've just been in the wrong room.
No, he literally just said what he does. He projected. James, you're a hypocrite.
James,
I'm not a hypocrite. I might be things, but I know I'm not a hypocrite or a liar.
Yeah, James the Hypocrite. James the Hypocrite. That's your new nickname, James the Hypocrite.
But an invisible sky daddy, and I'm the one that's bonkers. You believe in an invisible sky daddy that loves you, right? But actually does nothing for you. Well, what did God do last week? What is he doing now?
James, I got a million.
You don't know because you don't know. Do not make knowledge claims.
Hey, listen up. All right, well, listen, look. We'll put it like this, James, because I don't want to argue with you and get you all riled up. But just put it like this. This is my personal situation, all right? Me personally. I have real living testimonies. You understand what I'm saying? Like, literally, I had things happen to me that only God could have did. If there's no God, then the wind and Mother Earth just bless me in certain situations. You understand what I'm saying? I'm a black Christian from the hood. I've been through some things, and God has showed his ass for me. And that's the reason I'm the way I am. I didn't grow up like this. My parents didn't teach me this. My parents weren't even into religion. I had my own experiences that made me believe this man has to be real. Not too long ago, I was questioning my faith. Literally, I was reading about all type of Abrahamic religions. I got deep off into Islam. That day when I got deep off into Islam, I seen 316 everywhere I went. I never been in the scripture. I didn't even know what 316 meant. I just randomly Googled, what does 316 mean on my phone? I was about to play it in the lottery. When I read it, it was just the last time. I've been through a lot of things where he showed his face, but that was the last time he showed his face. And I don't mean to disrespect no religion. Like I said, I believe he gave us all different aspects to look at. But that was his moment of telling me my role. And I've had situations like that a million times. Some I don't even want to speak on because, it's a lot traumatizing, you feel me? But he's been there for me, and I can't doubt him. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say, like, what you believe, I can't knock what you believe. But you can't knock what we believe in either. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Cash, can't you say...
What you say, but personal anecdotal experiences are evidence of absolutely nothing.
That's divine intervention. The problem
That's to you to
James, point of order, moderator, point of order. James, do you think that Cash is describing his intuition?
Why are you reminding us of something that we already know? I can see your...
Point of order, moderator, point of order. James, you're very rambunctious for such an older gentleman. Where does all your energy come from, sir? What kind of coffee do you drink in the morning, James?
I drink Nescafe. What about you?
Nescafe. How many cigarettes do you have by 12?
So what's your point?
James, how many cigarettes do you usually smoke before 12?
Seeing as that you don't buy my cigarettes or my coffee, I'm under no obligation to tell you what I do.
Well, I'm an agnostic, you hypocrite.
Hey, James, I know that little vein on your forehead poking out hard as hell.
Yeah, James, go get some Botox in that forehead.
If I was mad, you would know.
he's
I would know how you would yell louder.
James, do you have a water pick to get all that gunk out of your teeth?
Shake, you are very special and a very rare kind of stupid. Like we only see once every 25 generations.
Why did you get to this age and you still don't know it?
I'm 60 years old. I've had experience. I was born in the 1960s.
Oh my gosh.
Nobody has to explain to me anything about life.
Hey, James, we all know when a
A is for Austin.
You made it this far and you don't know the definition of atheist. Atheist means someone that doesn't have a relationship with God.
That's according to your definition. Is that the Webster or dictionary definition? Or is it just some shit that you made up that you think it means?
Go on Google right now. Since you're talking on your phone, just go on Google.
I don't need to go. If I want to know the meaning of the word, I would consult the Webster or the Oxford Dictionary.
So you don't want to look, but your understanding is superior amongst everything else. Interesting.
Your gibberish is not my concern. If you think believing in fairy tales, gives you a peace of mind, I'm not stopping you from doing that. But don't impose what you believe upon me because I don't share your values. As an unbeliever, I have never stopped anyone going to church, a mosque.
But listen though, James,
I won't do that.
Nobody did nothing.
I would never do that.
Nobody did nothing to you. Hopped in here very aggressive out of nowhere.
I'm direct because when I hear inconsistency and untruths, I find that disrespectful.
Well, you're the one giving everyone insults.
Yeah, but you're the one giving a character and a personality of my, how can I put it? You're analyzing what I know and what I don't know. You are not in a position to know that, nor are you in a position to make a diagnosis about position.
James, you know what's killing me right now is the last person that can probably whoop anybody ass in here is the loudest. Just calm down, OG.
Hey, dude, I can send you my email and you can lock up and you will get what you think America's the only place in the world where you want to bring your ass to my house? I got something for you. Lock up. I'm down. I don't fear anybody. Never have, never will. You know what? I have never 911 in my life because somebody was threatening or wanting to. I've never done that because I'm a man that takes care of my own shit. I dude, I walk when I want to walk. In fact, I walk when I feel like walking.
I did not know that.
I step wherever I want to step.
OG,
Nobody tells me or blocks me from doing anything.
I never knew they had.
A is for horses.
You was a
A is for horses.
You a crackhead, huh?
And that's, I'm a crackhead. Yeah,
pregnant with you, that heifer had to wear a pork chop around her neck at 2 o'clock in the morning on a Monday night as she walked through the ghetto. I got more insults if you want. I don't give a fuck. I really don't.
They don't even have 911.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
You thought telling me.
No, hey, Cash, you know how you make stupid children? You know how you make stupid children? Go ask your mother and your father. They'll explain it to you.
You know why your kids think? They come out to
My kids are all university educated. How about you?
Your kids came
My kids and every single person in my country has affordable health insurance. How about yours? How about yours?
Your kids came out.
How about yours? My country doesn't have ghettos. How about yours? How about yours? How about yours?
How about yours?
Yeah.
How about yours?
I'm smarter than you. I can clock and I can make your mother shake like an LA coin.
I can make
Is that clear?
shake like
Is that clear? Is that clear? Your mother will suck on my dick until that heifer burps. How about that? How about that?
You can tell this guy's an atheist.
And I can tell that you're stupid, Steve. So what's your point?
You didn't even look up the definition of atheist.
I don't do anything that comes out of your mouth. I do not take seriously because you are told
superior.
You called me an atheist when I'm not an atheist. Your word, the veracity of your word means nothing to me because you are a liar. And you're a liar. At least I don't lie.
Hey, James,
I don't lie.
Your mother's a bitch.
Huh?
Your mother's a bitch.
And your mother raised you on food stamps and you lived in Section 8 housing. So what's your point?
Your mama put them in her grave.
I've never been on social assistance. I've never been on social assistance.
I've never been on government assistance in my life, James.
Your mama has. She fucking educated. Yeah, come on, man. Sure. That's why your English is impeccable because you're very, very educated and you have a fantastic job. That's why your English grammar fucking sucks. I speak more than being stupid. I speak 5 European languages. You barely speak English.
James, ¿cómo estás, James? Listen to me.
Bien, hombre, bien. ¿Y tú?
No bien, James, no bien. Listen.
Ay, Renat. ¿Qué tú haces, pinche puto?
Okay, DJ. Listen to me.
You see, he asked me something in Spanish, but he can't speak Spanish. You fucking stupid cat.
I will buy that TP you live in, James. Okay.
How can you buy me anything? You don't even have fucking affordable health insurance. What are you going to buy me? What are you? I'm 60 years old. I retired at 55. I have 3 children, and for each child, because I know in the economic situation that they are in now, they will never be able to buy a house. So when I was working, right, I was lucky that I could buy my property in the 1990s at a very cheap price. But you know what? Unlike you, I do not have debt of any kind. I don't have debt. I don't owe the government or the banks anything. All my homes are paid off. How about you?
Just because you're older,
how about you?
Lived through that time where you borrowed the interest on it. But this guy's younger than you, so.
Well, what can I tell you? Your father could have fucked your mother much sooner.
And this makes no sense. You think your understanding is superior to all intellect.
Yeah, but there's no look, I'll be honest with you. You know who's the smartest person on stage? Daniel Nero. I will admit to you openly, Daniel Nero is. I've heard
Daniel Nero dick. Shut up.
What? Shut up.
You wanna suck Daniel Nero's dick?
You know what, Cash? I've got a bit of advice for you. If you stop using your mouth and your ass as sex organs, maybe you would have a happier life.
You think these is landed, don't you? Who the fuck was you?
I do. Imagine what I would do to if I was still in front of you. Look at you. You're a little midget. You're a little midget.
I'm a midget? I got my measurements all profile.
I'm 6'3" and I weigh 196 pounds. How about your fat ass? Imagine how I would have looked when I was your age. I'm 60 years old and my stomach is still flat. How about that?
No, it sounds like biscuits and cigarettes.
Hey, listen to James.
Yeah, what biscuits and cigarette? Shake, it's not my fault that your brother had sex with your sister because your brother and your sister are your parents. That's not my fault.
James, listen, James, just listen to me, buddy. I'm 200.
Why would I listen to a dumbass like you?
Listen,
Why would I listen to a dumb? You don't know anything. And stop talking about what you don't know. I'm not interested.
You don't
Tell me what you do know.
atheist.
Okay, listen up. I'm 200 pounds. I've been boxing 5 years at heavyweight.
So what? My hands read for you what? What, you think I've never boxed? You think I've never done kickboxing?
You
think I'm afraid of you? I'm fucking double your age and I bet you cash money I'll be.
You ever seen somebody in a box?
Dude, like I told you, why do you think that you Americans are the only hood niggers in the world? There's hood niggers everywhere. Stop stuttering, Sheikh. I'm just a voice. There's no need to stutter because you're afraid, Sheikh. I'm just a voice. I'm just a voice. Why are you stuttering? Does my voice frighten you, you little cuckoldoid?
Where are you mad because you still gotta sell street food to tourists? Get your weird ass out of here.
Well, street food to tourists. I've got homes fully paid off. I've got homes fully paid off, right? I don't have debt of any kind. Not with taxes, not with my homes. I have no taxes. You fucking got what you got because you got loans, which we both know in the end you are going to default on because you are too stupid to be successful.
You're too stupid.
I've got a good reason. I've got a good reason for being on Clubhouse. I've got a good reason for being on Clubhouse, right? I'm retired. I have no financial problems. My children are grown. You bitches, right, are young men on Clubhouse. And the reason why you're on Clubhouse, because your ugly asses can't get laid.
You're 60 years old.
Well, I was getting it on. I had game. I was busy doing what I do. You you lonely incels come onto Clubhouse pretending to be a surface. Cockazoids, go back to Brokeback Mountain where you belong.
Listen here, you atheist.
James,
Okay, I'm an atheist and you're a charlatan, Sheikh.
Hey,
You're a charlatan. You fucking believe in God because you are scared of dying.
Point of order, moderator, point of order, moderator, point of order. Hello? Moderators, point of order, point of order, James, have you ever been in a fight? James, have you ever been in a fight in your life, James? Point of order.
James, I'm 35.
I kissed my ass with your point of order.
Moderator, point of order.
I'm 35 and retired, James. You had to wait till you
I'm still with Viagra to perform, so who's fucked up, you or me?
You had to wait till you was 60, James.
Who's fucked
shit.
up?
Yeah, but Cash, he raised a couple kids as an agnostic. That's got to be pretty hard, having such a low IQ.
James, upload some pictures.
Hi, Danny. Welcome to the Jewish Complaint Department.
For my children to go to university. Because that's what a father does. He takes care of his children. Something that your God never does.
Hi, Danny.
How is God taking care of his children? God doesn't take.
Let me turn down Crazy James over here. How are you doing?
I'm okay. Everyone keeps talking about you.
Really? What are they saying?
They're saying that you're going to jail. I don't think you're going to jail.
Oh, I know. This is gossip and slander. They got nothing else to, say. There's a lot more interesting things about me than that, and that's just all the fake news and gossip. Here I am talking to you, a free man, right? I mean, going. No, it's honestly, it's you. When you run, they just reject you from the ballot, and that's the end of it. They don't pursue you, and I didn't commit fraud. So these people have never run for political office. They don't even understand how any of this works. There's just a fake news blurb out there.
Why do they keep saying you committed fraud?
Because this fucking stupid cocksucker who runs this piece of shit website called Illinois published what the attorney for Darren LaHood said in public comments. The guy is just slandering me because I made fun of them. And this is their little, roast of me. This is all it is. But I didn't commit fraud, and they're not going to charge me with anything because I didn't commit fraud. It'd be crazy for them to bring charges against me. It would cost a lot of money to do that type of legal work.
Can you you sue them?
I can sue them for slander defamation, but the thing is, I'm not going to sue them. I'm just going to keep running for offices. Thursday, I'm filing the petition with Illinois State Board of Elections to run as a write-in candidate. So even though I've been removed from the ballot, I'm still a candidate, and I'm going to promote myself as such. And then I'm also going to file for another political office here in Chicago. I'm going to run for mayor. So we're just getting started, Danny. This is politics, and it's lawfare, it's warfare, it's fake news, it's misinformation, and you're my number one crisis actress, Danny.
I think you should go straight for president.
No, I'm going for the mayor of Chicago because I'm going to put a billboard on the outside of my house, and I'm just going to sit there with my chalkboard, and I'm going to get all the signatures I need within 30 days. It's going to be like a huge, incredible deal because it's going to upset a lot of people, you know, that John Kitover's running for the mayoralship of Chicago.
Are you allowed to give something out when you get the signatures? Like, could you go to the grocery store and just stand out front and, like, just, like...
Say, hey, will you sign my petition? Yeah, that's how it works, Danny. Jesus.
Give them, like, Dum-Dum Pops and, like, chocolate.
You can also just say, hey, I'm running for Congress, sign my petition.
Yeah, but if you give them something back, they'll be happy for it. I just got interviewed in a room by some science guy.
Mm-hmm.
It's really boring. Why do I sound like that? What the fuck is that?
What?
What are you recording me into that it like has like a weird sound?
I don't know.
It sounds like a straw. Are you hypnotizing me?
You've already been hypnotized.
What is this bullshit?
Well, January 15th.
Yeah, so they're all sharing the paper around. Are you behind the paper that's alleging that you did fraud?
What?
Are you part of the PSYOP?
I'm running for office. I call that psychological. I'm running psychological operations, yes.
No, I'm saying you own the Illinois paper.
No.
Oh.
a serious question for you. Shake, how does it feel to be stupid? How does it feel to be stupid, Shake? I've never known that feeling. How does it feel to be stupid?
I don't know. I still have.
So what do you mean you don't know? Shake, wherever you go, whoever you meet, you will always be the dumbest person in the room. Your life. So don't tell me I don't know.
Then why am I CEO in the United States?
CEO of what? Post your company, post the profile of your company and show us what position you have in that company. Do that now. Oh yeah, you're not going to do that.
I'm the chief of operations.
You're the chief executive, right? When the lights are turned off, right? And your employees are your left hand and lotion. That's called masturbation. That's not being called. Dude, you're too stupid to be a chief. If you were a chief executive, you would be able effortlessly to explain to me what tariffs are.
I was a president of the company.
My bad. I muted James. He getting on my nerves. He about to come.
Yeah, you're doing too much. Basically, how a tariff works is if your country produces a product and the other country produces a product.
Let me think about that. I'll consider it. You know, it's just a point of money. How would you like them green apple bitches? This is a problem with you fucking God believers. You think that you are much smarter than everyone else. You are not. You are dumbasses. You know, to normal people, I would never do this. You can even ask Daniel, who knows me for at least 4 or 5 years, right? I would never, I can count on one hand the people I've moved from audiences. The only reason why you upset is that I did it to you before you could do it to me. Yeah. So how do you like them green apple bitches? And as far as America, you know, they're the reason that Europe doesn't speak Russian. America is very powerful. That's true. That's why they lost in Korea. That's why they lost in Vietnam. That's why they lost in Iraq. And that's why they ran away from Afghanistan, because they're powerful. Your country has almost a 40 trillion deficit in its budget. Your country is wonderful because you fucking bitches are passing on the debt that you created to future generations that did not create that debt. And by the way, there's no such thing as American English. It's English. Sheikh, you don't speak American. Do you need an American? Do you need a translator when somebody speaks American talking to someone from England? Do you need a translator? Do you see how fucking stupid you are? You come from a country that's got no culture, right? Your country is so fucked up that they don't even want to talk about critical race theory. What you've done to the black community in America. You don't want to talk about that. Enslaved them and their children. You don't want to talk about that. You want to go around criticizing others. Look, let me tell you something about my country, right? Every single person has health insurance, regardless of how much money they make. No one in my country dies because they can't afford medical treatment, and no one goes bankrupt. But I have never seen a pothole on any of our roads that I've been, and I've traveled all across this country. I went to America, and pray tell, what did I see? I saw fucking more potholes than roads. You know, I'm convinced of this about America. All Americans, right, love America, but they do not love other Americans. Because if they loved other Americans, right, would have fucking affordable health insurance. But what do you have instead? People dying because they can't afford medical bills, right? People going bankrupt. tens of millions of homeless people, including children. Dude, you couldn't get me to move to America even though you gave me a job that paid $20,000 a month and I would not have to pay rent or mortgage. Why would I do that? Good it is to wake up in the morning, to go to the bakery to buy fresh bread without seeing anyone suffering. But you don't know that. And you'll never know that. Because one thing you Americans lack is solidarity. You have no sort of solidarity with each other. You don't care about other people, you just care about yourself. Just like how you believe in God. You believe in God not to make a better world, you believe to God so that you can get personally rewarded to go to heaven. I thought believing in God or submitting to religion, right, meant that you give and not receive. You want the rewards, but then without the benefits. Do you know how the rest of the world is laughing at America? Here in Europe, my country's a member of NATO, right? The America that you have now, we no longer, I mean, you can go ahead, right? And you can annex Greenland, but that will be the end of NATO and your own security, because the strength of America, right, was in its ability, right, to create consensus with other countries, right? That was the strength of America. Countries they could influence, right? You've lost all of that. The European Union, there is a negative travel advice concerning going to America on vacation. Our own governments and the European Union advises us not to go. This is how fucked up things have become. Never in my lifetime did I ever think, and I've been on this earth for 60 years, that I would hear an American president say, oh, we're going to annex Canada. Oh, we're going to take Greece. Look, I did not like George Bush Jr., I didn't. But when he invaded Iran or Iraq, right, he got congressional approval to do that. Not only that, he also tried to make his case at the United Nations Security Council. He failed, but he tried at least to do that. Trump, nothing like that. Trump has broken not only American law, but international law. For Trump to do what he did, right, he needed congressional approval. He didn't do that. So America's created a precedent which has made the world much dangerous. Because what if Putin says, you know what, I'm going to kidnap Zelensky. Or China says, you know what, we're going to kidnap the president of Taiwan. But then again, you're too stupid to understand the consequences of what Trump is doing. I mean, my genuine question to the American people is, why are you so fucking stupid? Why are you so stupid that you believe that Mexico would pay for the wall that's never going to get built? And the reason why it's never going to get built, right, is because of the geography. That border traverses through rivers, mountains, deserts. That. Mexico isn't going to pay shit. It doesn't have to, because legally it's not obligated to do that. Yeah.
You know, like the energy security in the area, it kicked out China and Russia. It kind of gave them something to think about and put on pause all of their plans for expansion. Because you need to understand, like, the big difference between the United States and China and Russia is the way they think about it in terms of their approach to, I mean, you can say to expansion. The United States creates partners and points of trade, because it's a maritime empire. Go ahead. Were you going to say something?
No, so I didn't mean, but like, you have to admit that the
current administration, and historically you're right, but the current administration, its policy is to colonize, to expand their territory. They have stated that clearly. They have said that it's been their policy that America should own Greenland. How can you come up here and say that America doesn't, like Russia is different than America, when America has clearly said, this administration has said, it is their policy that they will expand their territory and they will colonize and annex and get more land. Because they will not, I have 80% confidence, which is I think very high, that they will not actually do it. They will not go and take any new territories. And the United States foreign policy haven't really changed since World War II, and I don't see it changing at all. And to me, listen, I completely get where you're coming from, because I had exactly the same attitude towards Trump's administration, especially during his first cadence. I found it, repulsive, like the way he carried himself publicly and like the things that he said. But what I was able to do is step a couple steps back and just look at the actions that the administration did, regardless of his rhetoric, and I just stopped listening to him now. I just only look at the things that are done and all what kind of policies are put out in place. I mean, he's who he is, he doesn't follow the written speeches. You could tell it when the whole Venezuelan situation was publicly exposed. Like you can even see it on Marco Rubio's face, like when he's in panic mode because Trump is saying things that are completely ridiculous and has nothing to do with reality. But whatever, that's besides the point. I think the difference is that the United States is a maritime empire. It's a trade empire versus China and Russia that are continentalists, and they are looking for actually coming and taking and holding landmass. And it's been Russia's undoing for, since the Russian Empire, and I think China is making a mistake of falling into the same trap. How many preemptive wars since 1975? 1971, that's my favorite year. Since 1971, how many countries has China acquired or taken over? Or started wars with, compared with Russia and the US? Well, the US haven't acquired any countries. Russia had tried to, they have territorial defense. Well, one question I really just wanted to ask you. Did you put 71 because that is post-Tibetan aggression against India? It's 71 because that's when the U.S. decided to move off of the gold standard and the first nail in the American democracy. The second was Citizens United. Oh, okay, I see how you promise. And you moved off the gold standard and made the agreement with the family of Saud that all oil has to be sold in US dollars, and that's why you call it Saudi Arabia, not Arabia. That was the first nail in the coffin. You gave a private company, which was the Federal Reserve, control of your money, and said, hey, let's shoot for 2% deflation every year. Let's make our people 2% poor every year if we're doing our job right. And then you were able to print trillions of dollars. By the way, 25% of all the U.S. money that is in circulation was printed in the last 6 months. 25%. And if it's not backed by gold, how can you do that? Well, you put it into a fucking military that enforces the rules that says, hey, if you sell oil and anything other than U.S. dollars, we'll fucking kill you. Oh, what crazy coincidence. Venezuela was selling their oil in shit that wasn't U.S. dollars. I'm sure it's just a coincidence. Well, no, I don't think it's a coincidence, but I wouldn't say it's a bad policy to move from one mineral standard to a different mineral standard. And I think oil allowed it to be a little bit more, for lack of a better word, and I know it will sound awkward, but more accessible in terms of entering the market. And, formation of OPEC is sort of a attempt to rebalance the power and all that. I got you. Okay, I got you. Sorry. Yeah. Who's the other mineral? Oh, yeah. The petrodollar. I see it. Yeah. I see what you did. No, but honestly, and the United United States is not acting as a continental empire. I mean, it doesn't try to take new territories and put its stake there. It's trying to create as many trade partners as it can. And actually, China, on both sides, I think, was through the prism of the United States foreign policy and through Chinese needs and wants, economic goals. They were looking at each other as sort of a partnership. The problem to me was that the whole neocon vision has failed in so many ways and so many different examples that the economic access to free market and economic thing will drive the political. It's upstream from the political changes. I think that was a huge mistake, and I think it's the other way around actually.
Here's an analogy that I think you might appreciate, right? And I say this when you say, like, hey, Jeremy, America's not going to take Greenland, America's not going to attack Canada. Let me take you back, Andre, right before Russia invaded Ukraine. What were most Russians saying about the possibility of Russian war in Ukraine? And, honestly, most Ukrainians. These are our brothers. Yeah, we had shit in the past. But these are literally our brothers, like our family. We have a shared history. There's never going to be war between us. It's just rhetoric. It's just talk. We're entering, the third year? That fucking horrific war, Andre? And so, brother, when I'm a Canadian and I hear an American say, no, I know our president's talking about coming in and killing you guys and taking over your country. He's just joking. He would never do it. You guys are, You see why I don't laugh, Andre?
No, absolutely. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think the fundamental difference, once again, between places like Russian Federation, which is, I mean, by definition, it's a fascist economy, and it's a authoritarian regime. With the United States, there's enough dissent within the country, there's enough difference of opinion within the country that if something like this to actually happen, it would be, I think it would implode the country itself. I don't think it's even, like a boot of American soldiers not even going to get on the Canadian soil before it's going to be imploded from within.
But here's the problem, Andre, is that they have checks and balances, right? You guys used to have those. You couldn't go to war without Congress approval. Now, we'll make up something about fentanyl and we can just go and regime change. Right? And like 67% of Americans want gun reform, and lobbyists, no, it doesn't happen. Right? Like you understand how like all the things that enable the American people to decide what happens with their government are broken and don't work anymore. So when you say like, oh, the Americans wouldn't let that happen, like, guys, you let everything happen now. You're not in control anymore. It's just a bunch of billionaires who are in control. So I appreciate the sentiment, but based on everything I see, the Americans aren't in control of their country anymore, any more than the North Koreans are in control of North Korea. Trump sells Trump 2028 propaganda in the White House gift shop, Andre. That's your country.
I mean, when you say like they're not in control, I mean like I would say like this is more of a battle between like America versus Americans at this point, because like the Americans just don't align with their own country anymore. That's why you have like such a degree, like such a mismatch, because it's like America is like the land of like private property, like freedom, and then like Americans' values just don't even align up with that anymore. So it's like, I could understand the sentiment. It's like, yeah, like nobody's listening to the American people. It's like, you have a bunch of people, that are limited to the Constitution, and then people wanting to like just go in a complete different direction than that. So
what do you mean by that, Simon? Like the American sentiment, like what do you mean by that? Going against like freedoms and like private capitalism type concepts, like you think the people here are not that way anymore?
Yeah, I mean, you have like the American left and the American right that are kind of like on board with like the same agenda of like, violating people's property rights in the name of, whatever programs or whatever, you know, like like there's no principles to like American values anymore. Like specifically to like Americans' values.
Well, and that's a tricky. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be right back. That's a tricky question, right? Because you have ICE that's running around grabbing people without, without due process. You've got a lot of stuff happening that's against the American Constitution. Let me ask you guys, as Americans,
I completely agree with you.
What?
I think that's extremely
That's fake news. What? All right. Anyways, go ahead.
Okay, but it could be, but I would like to. But here's my quick question: do you guys think that America will ever again see another amendment to the Constitution, or do you think that your democracy has now ossified to the point where it cannot get any better?
Give us an idea what the amendment would be that would have become redundant. What would it be?
Well, I'll give Prohibition came out at the point, and then you passed another amendment to be like, Prohibition not good. Let's cancel that.
Well, I mean, Prohibition is a contradiction, though, in the first place, because, like, on one hand, you have, like, the Fifth Amendment, which is your private property, and then you just have, like, a bunch of amendments that, like, just kind of contradict the Fifth Amendment. And, like, if you look at, like, the history of, like, trying to skirt away from like private property rights, like the laws. I mean, the way that the legal system has degraded private property is atrocious, and the propaganda that went to trying to change people's minds in terms of how we see private property and how we view it and how we value it is like a whole other thing. But
Simon, private property is an illusion. In every country of the world, it is. Private property means the government's allotment of their shit to you, what rights they decide to give to you, right?
I don't even think that's accurate. Like, I think
it's 100% accurate.
The government.
If the government wants to take your property, I don't give a fuck what country you're in. If they want to take your country and they deem it more important than your right to own it, guess what's going to happen to your private property? I don't give a fuck what country you're in. Guess what's going to happen?
Yeah, I know. I mean, I agree with you in that case, but I'm saying like but this is why like this is a value issue. Like I'm not talking about like top-down government control, because like that's true. You can say that about any government anywhere, but like I'm talking about like how people, if the vast majority of Americans value private property to the degree and like to the logical extent of what private property is, you don't get that sort of government. You can't, because there's nobody that's going to put up with like politicians doing that, and those people would be ostracized from society if they did. So this is what I'm saying. Like it's Americans are so far away from like the concept of what private property is that you get what you're talking about, and I'm saying like that's just because of the amount of contradictions in their premises that leads to that.
Simon, it's as long as there is power bargaining between the general population and some sort of commonwealth notions, and whoever is getting elected as a representative of the population. I mean, I see what you're saying, Jeremy, but I think they will pass another amendment. I think it's just extremely difficult, and rightfully so, in the States, because it's a principle-based society. It's not a direct democracy, thank God. Because otherwise it would be, like the rule of the mob. It would very quickly kind of go down that path. So I think it's still possible. And one of the things that gives me a lot of hope and keeps me optimistic is the composition of the Supreme Court and their actions in terms of how they vote, how unanimous they are on the decision making, and how they are willing to look past perhaps not their ideological leanings, but definitely the politics or the politicians who have installed them. But anyway, I'm going to go to that.
It's been almost 35 years since the last amendment was passed. if your country can't pass amendments in order to update it, like the Second Amendment, that leads to the leading cause of death for kids in America to be guns. Like if you can't even pass a fucking amendment to update your Second Amendment because it was drafted in a time when people had fucking muskets and had to, make sure the king doesn't come and take your shit, and you can't fix that because the gun lobby is so fucking powerful, and you think you have a fucking functioning. You know what the fucking amendments that need to be updated are? The worst ones? I mean, everyone knows that prohibition, which is why they fucking passed an amendment to fix that stupid law. But what about the 16th Amendment? Income tax.
What about the 5th Amendment? Where you have the right to property?
Exactly. Thank you, Simon. Thank you.
No, but I'm saying against your point, I have the right to own a gun because it's property. I have a right to trade with people. And then if I go and shoot someone, I violate someone's rights, I go to jail for it. But why do you have to remove the rights of every citizen for like the idiots that go around and go and shoot kids? Why do you have to violate my freedoms in their name?
So let me ask you something, okay? And you can ask me any questions you want about the Canadian gun laws, right? But here's my question to you. If you could have 90% of the people who died from, innocent people who died from guns in America last year come back to life, and the only thing you had to do was adopt Canadian gun laws.
I mean, I don't want to adopt anything Canadian.
Okay.
I think Canada's a failed country, and I hate the fact that I'm Canadian myself.
But in what way? We're top 10 in every quality of life metric. America,
top 10. I mean,
top 5.
I mean, Chinese can cite the exact same thing. Healthcare. I mean, I'm Canadian, but I know the Canadian healthcare system. If you don't live in like Ontario or Quebec, I mean, you hate your healthcare system.
Guys, I just want to thank you for a discussion. I'm going to go to bed. It was awesome.
Good night, Andre.
Andre, Happy New Year, buddy.
Happy New Year, Merry Christmas to everyone.
You too, brother. So Simon, you know that the leading cause of individual bankruptcy in the U.S. is healthcare debt, right?
Yeah, I mean, like those. It's not really.
You know that the leading cause of child death in America is guns, right?
Yeah, but I mean that's like not
our
really
country, not Canada, not Canada.
No, but okay, but again, that's not really.
So what
it's not really an important statistic. I mean, like the reality is,
give me the stat that matters about why Canada sucks, dude.
Our freedoms. We have basically.
What freedom? What freedom don't we have that America has?
The freedom of private property.
Give me an example. Give me an example.
I pay almost 54% in taxes.
So do I. I pay.
Okay. That's horrendous.
No, it's not. I pay that so that the majority of fucking people in my country don't have to fucking go bankrupt if they get cancer.
I know.
You're such a piece of shit that you'd rather fucking pay less taxes so people can fucking die of cancer. You're a piece of shit. Go to fucking America, you fucking traitor.
I know.
Actually, I don't even live in Canada. You like it so much, go there, you fucking traitor. What is it that you don't like about our fucking country? You fucking traitor.
The fact that there's no values to any, there is no value system to Canada.
Specific.
There's no value of freedom. People, Canadians are willing to accept collectivistic ideas.
How is that different than America? How is it worse than America?
Because America has its constitution, whereas Canada has nothing.
It doesn't even have
private property right. Yeah, Charter of Rights.
Jesus Christ! Obviously, someone heard you about private property rights. Tell me what private property rights.
Well, because you don't have rights if you don't have private property.
I just told you everyone in the fucking world doesn't have private property rights. So tell me what it is in Canada.
Yeah, but America
inferior to America.
Correct understanding of private
It doesn't.
property.
Do you think America? You just admitted to me 20 minutes ago that any country in the world can take someone's private properties. So I'm asking you a very specific
question. Yeah, but I'm saying Americans
a very specific fucking question. What is it that is inferior about private property rights in Canada that is better in America? Tell me.
The fact that it's actually upheld in America, that's the difference. That's why you're saying Americans are not being heard because of like their representatives aren't listening to them. And I'm telling you exactly why. I was very specific with that.
Give me an example.
What do you mean? Give you an example?
Give me one example where America's property rights, private property rights were upheld.
You said it
where
before.
wasn't in Canada.
The gun legislation. You can't take away people's guns because of their private property rights, and because of their Second Amendment, because they have a right to own guns and they have a right to use guns. And you're saying, well, there should be lobbies against it, and there should be their freedoms should be taken away. I'm saying no, like that's horrible. And the Canadian understanding of that is radically different. I would never want the government to have that much power over me, and that's it. And you and I just disagree on how much freedoms you want to remove.
As a Canadian, so now I know you're Canadian. So now that I know you're Canadian, would you accept that the leading cause for death of Canadian kids would be guns, so that we could adopt American gun laws? Would you make that trade?
Again, like, you know, you can make the emotional
Answer my question.
argument.
No, I'm not
The
making.
reality is there's
asking
more
you a
people in
legit
Europe
question.
who died from the lack of.
Simon,
let me just answer
Americans
the
die
question.
10 times more from guns than Canadians.
Yeah, their population is also.
Not on popular, per capita. Come on, you're Canadian. You're smart enough to know what per capita means. They die 10 times more on a per capita basis. All I'm asking you is that as a Canadian, would you adopt American gun laws and accept 10 times more Canadian gun deaths in order to adopt American gun laws? Would you make that choice?
Yes.
Then go to fucking America, you fucking
traitor. I can't wait.
Where the fuck is she at?
She was next to me. What's that word?
Everybody fucking big fuck. Where you from, huh?
People want to do him.
That situation, that's what that was. I do believe there are situations where people just really just don't realize.
Revolution. But you had someone on your stage, Sis Camille.